Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication rings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently, while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you still standing, please do settle down. We are awaiting a few more of our delegates to join us. Honorable Minister will then join us here in this main function hall. And meanwhile, please place on silent your mobile phones for the stage proceedings. Once again, if you all can just settle down, take your seats, and if your friends and colleagues are out there, message them and tell them to please come in and settle down.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics. Be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication brings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure, and
Keeping my
electronic
audience in the
support
loop,
measure
the countdown has begun. He is about to arrive at the venue.
control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently, while our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव।
डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्वकॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1 and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
Thursday, 27th March 1975, an idea was born, a vision and a principle to bring the very best of economic journalism to the people of India in the most dispassionate, impartial, accurate and authentic manner. Business Standard was launched at 40 Paisa in Calcutta from the house of Anand Bazar Patrika, or better known as ABP Private Limited. In the ever-changing landscape of journalism for the last 50 years, Business Standard has remained a stalwart, a beacon of credibility and excellence, known for reporting that stresses accuracy and credibility, commentary that is informed, independent and fair, and journalism that is rooted in ethical conduct and defined by a sacrosanct bond with the reader. Welcome to the journey of Business Standard. First, an institution for practicing journalism of the highest standards, then a newspaper that is the economic voice of the nation, and now a multimedia website and a lot more in the era of digitalization, AI, and machine learning. Founded decades ago with a vision to provide accurate, unbiased, and insightful business news, Business Standard quickly established itself as a trusted source of information for professionals and decision makers alike. With 13 editions across the country and a Business Standard in Hindi, the journey of honest and ethical economic journalism continues unabated. But as they say, change is inevitable and the only constant. As technology advanced and the media landscape shifted, Business Standard adapted and embraced change, always staying true to its core values of integrity, independence, and excellence in journalism. Today, Business Standard can be consumed through print, online, video, podcasts, YouTube, apps, social media. Business journalism continues to be practiced with passion. Through economic booms and downturns, political upheavals and technological revolutions, Business Standard has remained steadfast in its commitment to delivering high-quality news and analysis that empowers its readers to make informed decisions. As we celebrate the legacy of Business Standard and look ahead to the future, one thing remains certain: our dedication to journalistic integrity and excellence will continue to guide us on our journey for years to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Union Minister has arrived at the venue. One last time requesting you all, just in case you haven't, please do place on silent your mobile phones and other gadgets that beep. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome in our midst Shri Piyush Goyal, currently serving as Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. A very, very warm welcome, sir. Namaste, Suprabhat. Good morning. I'm your host, Geetika Ganjudhar. And on behalf of Business Standard, I welcome you one and all to our two-day National Annual Thought Leadership Summit, Business Standard Manthan. And this coming on the occasion of Business Standard stepping into its 50th year. Ladies and gentlemen, a wise woman had once said that the stature of a leader reflects in the standard that they set for themselves. And when we at Business Standard decided to roll out Business Standard Manthan, we set a standard for ourselves. We were clear that we would roll out for our readers and for India at large a summit that in a very authentic way identified challenges, discussed solutions, and on ground rolled out transformation based on the thought data that we collected to help transform Indian polity and the Indian economy. Day one, ladies and gentlemen, did set the gold standard for business summits in India, and day two promises to be the experience with Shyam Saran, Shiv Shankar Menon, Arvind Subramaniam, Montik Singh Ahluwalia, R.C. Bhargava, Amitabh Kant, and many more luminaries taking stage, and most of all, Shri Piyush Goyal taking center stage in this first session of day two. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the theme of this edition is a developed India by 2047, and that is why it is so appropriate that we have him here as the guest of the opening session, a man who's made an immeasurable contribution to India's economic landscape. Please once again welcome him with a round of applause. His political career spans an illustrious 35 years. He is an admired statesman and a respected politician. May I please call upon Editor, Business Standard, Mr. Shailesh Dhobal, to welcome the Honourable Minister in our midst. Please, sir.
Thank you, Geetika, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, let me extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, on the second day of the Business Standard Manthan. Just a prelude, sir, for you. Starting this year, we are embarking on a year-long journey of celebrating 50 years of Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. We started life on March 27, 1975, perhaps the only good thing to have happened in that fateful year. Initially published from Kolkata, it was Calcutta then, with a cover price of 40 paisa. Business Standard is now a 13-strong, edition-strong national brand and commands the highest cover price amongst all newspapers in the country, well, again, a lucky rupees 13. And to mark this occasion, we are holding this two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts. And this National Summit of Thought Leaders, christened as Manthan, is themed around the topic that Geetika has already spoken about, a developed India by 2047, the roadmap. We hope Manthan this year and in the years to come will provide a forum to policymakers, government decision makers, and industry leaders to deliberate on the major economic, business, strategic policy options and challenges that face the Indian economy and the many sectors that have the potential to drive country's economic growth. Honorable Commerce Minister, we are indeed grateful to you for agreeing to be here with us today, despite your demanding schedule amidst a very busy election season. Mr. Goyal needs no introduction to this audience, but yet I'll do it for form's sake. He's the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Textiles, and leader of the Rajya Sabha. Mr. Goyal has had a long and fruitful political and social life. He strongly believes in good economics makes for good politics, and that the country is today at the cusp of a development explosion. During his current tenure as Minister for Commerce and Industry, the country achieved the highest ever exports in 2021 and 22. He led the signing of the free trade agreement with UAE, fastest ever negotiated FTA globally between India and Australia, the ECTA. India's first agreement with a developed country after a decade. And for the first time anywhere in the world, under Mr. Goel's watch, the country signed the FTA with the European Free Trade Association countries that ties market access to almost 100 billion investment commitments. Mr. Goel also oversaw the launch of the production-linked incentive scheme to bring manufacturing at the center stage and emphasize its significance in driving growth and creating jobs. As Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, he's led the implementation of the world's largest food security program, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, by distributing free food grains to nearly 80 crore people over 2 years, providing support to the poor, vulnerable, weaker sections of society who were affected most during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be with us today. May I now invite you to please deliver your keenly awaited special address. Thanks. Over to you, Mr. Goel.
A very, very good morning to all the friends who have assembled here today to celebrate a journey of 50 years of independent, fearless, objective, and I would say outstanding service to the nation, reporting about the growth, reporting about good things, reporting about where we are going wrong, helping us decode and understand the India growth story over 50 years. My compliments to you, editor, my compliments to you, Mr. Bhattacharya, and to the entire Business Standard team. In fact, as a nation, we pride ourselves. And when I'm doing all these free trade agreement negotiations, I always say that nowhere else in the world will you get an opportunity to invest where not only do we have a vibrant democracy, demographic dividend, huge diversity, big demand, but you can be rest assured that with the two pillars of the judiciary and a vibrant and a very, very independent, fierce media covering your back, you can be very confident that you won't be successful, make value, create value for your business, become wealthy, and then land up becoming a professor in a university in Japan with everything else taken away from you. You don't know which case I'm referring to? You've heard of Jack Ma, haven't you? And what happened to him? Sorry? In India, that doesn't happen because we have the media playing a very important role in the protection of democratic rights, in making sure that we deliver on our promises and reporting back all the achievements and the shortcomings. And 50 years has truly been a glorious journey, churning of ideas, giving newer perspective to the way the country thinks, works, the way government delivers on its promises. And what better day than today for me to get an opportunity to address particularly the young minds in this room. Today is Shiv Jayanti, where we are celebrating Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's anniversary. And it's truly a leadership that Shivaji Maharaj gave to the country at a very important cusp in India's history, that for the first time established India, that is Bharat, as a nation. It was for the first time that India started thinking of itself as a unified single country, where we started focusing on infrastructure, strengthening the forces to be able to protect our borders, all the forts that came up across the Maratha Empire. For the first time, India started looking at creating a navy of its own to protect our shores. And I think in today's geopolitical world, with so much stress, so much happening across the world, two conflicts, the one in Ukraine, the one with Palestine and Israel, with the Red Sea under threat, we can all imagine that what a glorious history we have and how much we have to be grateful to our past for the learnings that India has benefited from. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister, while addressing the nation about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, had said, and I'd like to quote, "To build Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Bharat, the journey will be of good governance and self-reliance. This will be the path of a developed India. And to my mind, the leadership and devotion which Prime Minister Modi has given to the nation, the devotion towards the nation, the devotion towards the welfare of the poor, his empathy to the less privileged sections of society so that they also get a better opportunity in life, and his confidence to make India once again reclaim its old lost glory, that truly, in a way, resonates with what Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj had brought to the nation, had offered the nation, and if I may use the current coin which really works when we are out there in our constituencies, that is Modi's guarantee for the country for the future. Friends, laying the foundation of Bharat is truly our journey in the Amrit Kal, where we are able to convert even our problems, our difficulties, the crisis the nation faces, into opportunities. We saw that during COVID, when the world was very stressed about what will happen in India. We didn't have a single starvation death. We didn't have riots on the streets, which some of the developed countries had, for foodstuff, ransacking stores, ransacking department stores and malls, just to collect some foodstuff. We had it in, I wouldn't like to take names, but some of the most developed and richest countries in the world. India did not have that because of proactive measures and the commitment that we as a nation, every single person in the country, had towards taking care of the other. That's the Bharat story, where we care for the other, where there is empathy and concern for the collective welfare of today 1.4 billion people. The Atmanirbhar Bharat packages came up to address the problems of the time, whether it was giving twice the amount of food grain to 80 crore less privileged sections of society, the poor, the lower middle class. 80 crore people getting twice the ration so that nobody sleeps hungry. And I remember going to the Honorable Prime Minister, that really, a person can't be eating so much food. The amount we are giving out month after month. But look at his characteristic, his thinking, his empathy, where he said, no problem. Maybe there'll be some extra, I'll share it with somebody else. But we want to make sure that at no point of time, if there's any delay, we don't know what is going to happen in COVID. If we were all, in a way, struggling with the unknown. Science had no answers. And I suspect even today, there are still a lot of questions around COVID which remain unanswered. But he wanted to make sure that unlike the Spanish flu, where nearly, or rather more people died of starvation in India than of the Spanish flu itself, Prime Minister Modi made sure we didn't have a single starvation death in the country. And similarly, we embarked on a massive infrastructure development program. And I think the seeds of our journey to 2047 of the Amrit Kal, during which we are looking at rapid industrialization, rapid growth of modern 21st century infrastructure to meet the needs of tomorrow, where we are looking at inclusive and sustainable growth of the entire nation, north, south, east, west, the remotest parts of the country. That foundation has been set in the last 10 years, which rests on 3 pillars principally. 1, Garib Kalyan, welfare of the poor, because as we take the people out of poverty, and 25 crore people have come out of multidimensional poverty in the last few years. As more and more people don't have to worry about their day-to-day needs, roti, kapda, makan, shiksha, swas, bijli, sadak, pani. We've all heard these over the years. The issues which used to be matters of concern for millions and millions of people, करोड़ों लोग पूरा जीवन निकाल देते थे इन समस्याओं से झूलते झूलते. I was traveling on a Vistara day before yesterday to come to Delhi. And while just scrolling on the screen on different films, I saw Gharonda. I don't know if any of you, maybe our senior people here will remember Gharonda, Amol Palekar movie. And Zarina Wahab. I couldn't remember the lady's name. And for the youngsters today, it may be silly. My wife asked me, why are you watching Gharonda? It was just so nostalgic. How middle class families, how the less privileged sections had to struggle lifetimes and how they were cheated out of their small savings, earned with great difficulty, moonlighting, working 18, 16 hours a day to collect a small amount of money paid to a real estate agent or a real estate builder. No receipt forthcoming because that was the economy at that point of time. कि ये तो unofficial पैसा है, इसकी कोई receipt नहीं मिलेगी. Only to be jilted out of their savings. We saw so much of that happening in Noida. We saw so much of that happening in different parts of the country. I had journalists come up to me and say that we booked a flat in Noida 12 years ago, 15 years ago, we still don't see sight of that flat. All of these issues had somehow kept the nation back. People didn't have the confidence that we can be demand creators with issues like health being taken care of through Ayushman Bharat, almost 55 crore people eligible for it, 80 crore people getting free food grains, 4 crore families, which is almost 20 crore people, now live under a proper pakka house, a home. Every home has already been benefited with a toilet. 11 crore toilets being built. Every home will have a tap connection taking water to their home. One of the biggest problems due to which we had healthcare issues, toilets and water. This holistic thinking is the Modi guarantee to ensure that the day-to-day needs, the regular needs of every person can be taken care of, and they can then aspire for a better future. Now with nearly 100 crore people connected on the internet, they are all the time watching what's happening in Sydney, what's happening in Singapore, in Dubai, in London or Paris or Tokyo or Los Angeles. The world is in our phones right there. And that is the aspirational India. The young man or woman now aspiring for the good things of life with his basic necessities taken care of. That's the first pillar, Garib Kalyan. And bringing people out of poverty, making them aspirational for a better future. and driving demand and growth. The second pillar, strong macroeconomic fundamentals. Business Standard does, or the people assembled here don't need to know what the situation in 2014 was. If at all some of you need to know more about it, just look up the white paper Nirmala ji took out a few months ago. It lays bare how delicate and fragile the Indian economy was. We were the fragile five, 11th largest, but amongst the weakest. Double-digit inflation, tottering growth, high interest rates, low foreign exchange reserves. In every respect, the morale of the nation was down. Corruption scandals tumbling out of the cupboard every month after month. The Indian passport not gaining us any respect when we went across the world. Exports flat and investments almost at a standstill. This 10-year period have been a period in which we have brought back our credibility in the world. We have not only moved to the 5th largest economy, but in Prime Minister Modi's third term, and I suspect in the next 3 years, we will be the 3rd largest economy of the world. And that's not a matter of chance. It's not as if it's going to happen on its own. It will happen because of very focused efforts. Our foreign exchange reserves, last I read, was $636 billion, more than twice what we had inherited. From 11 months of import, from 6 months of import in 14, we are up to about nearly a year's import today. Not only is the foreign exchange twice, we have even repaid the $30 billion borrowed at very high interest rates as FCNRB deposits in August, September 2013. I'm sure Bhattacharya, you would remember the rupee had collapsed in August 2013 to 68 rupees to a dollar. Country was unsure what will happen. The government had to pay nearly 2% more and shore up its foreign exchange reserves by borrowing at about $30 billion. We had unpaid food subsidy bills. We had oil bonds, more than 1 lakh of crores. All of these have been repaid by the Modi government in the last 10 years. And through all of these efforts, today I have 0 food subsidy bills pending. On the contrary, the food ministry makes calls to the states. Please submit your final bills, your cost sheets. And we have cleared years and years of pendency. In some cases, 12 or 13-year-old bills are all getting cleared through higher allocations from the budget and clearing all the states' dues which are left unpaid for over a decade now. The idea being that our economy today has almost become the envy of the world. Amongst the developing economies, our foreign currencies is the most stable. In fact, in a last conversation I had with the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, we were discussing various issues, and he said, when we came to foreign currency, he said, rupee dollar parity, we are very comfortable. We are not concerned about the depreciation of the rupee anymore. If at all, the one issue he raised was the higher imports of gold, and he said we need to address that issue. Can we work, or can I help you? And I've actually, the Honorable Prime Minister also has discussed with colleagues and has suggested that we must look at how we can recycle our gold reserves. And we have amongst the world's highest gold in the country. How can we leverage that also to help growth of the nation, faster growth of the nation? So we are all the time looking for newer ideas which help us in the growth trajectory. That's the second pillar, strong macroeconomic fundamentals. Growth is at significant highs compared to the rest of the world. We're getting into depression. Our interest rates, save and except the last year and a half, have been amongst the lowest we've seen in India. I do believe that cycle also will come back now with the strong reining in of inflation. Inflation over the decade of Modi government has been the lowest, and I wish BS could do some study of the past. Our decadal inflation is the lowest in India's history, independent history, which also is a strong factor to keep the currency stable and help our growth grow and interest rates come down. And the third pillar, friends, is infrastructure. The deep focus on infrastructure has helped getting the benefit or leveraging the multiplier impact that infrastructure investments gets us. I mean, I think that's something I don't need to tell this august audience, that every rupee spent on infrastructure has, I'm told, nearly 3x or 3.4x an impact on the economy. It kickstarts so many other industries. It creates jobs in significant measure. It creates work opportunities for contractors, for our Vishwakarmas, masons, carpenters, electricians. All people get more jobs. It gives you demand for steel, cement, furniture, carpets, televisions, electronic goods, internet systems, you name it, upholstery. I can just keep going on and on, cameras. It just completely transforms the demand scenario. Then you see imports go up because you don't have enough domestic capacity. When imports go up, investors see an opportunity. They know, oh, there is demand for these goods and services in the country. Let's invest in this country. And the virtuous cycle of growth, mark my words, against the vicious cycle that corruption and lethargy brought to the nation from 4 to 14. From 14 to 24, the Modi government has been able to leverage the virtuous cycle of growth through massive focus on areas like infrastructure, areas like industrial growth in electronics, in semiconductors, in areas like PLI schemes to encourage or kickstart domestic manufacturing to meet the growing needs of India. And therefore, today, these three pillars, Garib Kalyan, strong macroeconomic fundamentals, which is on the back of our effort to make India a corruption-free India, Sushashan, good governance has been our calling card, and focus on infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I mean very high quality infrastructure. I don't know how many of you have traveled on the coastal road which has been opened up, or in Mumbai, or at the Atal Setu in the Trans-Harbour Link, about which we've been hearing for 30 years. But as Prime Minister Modi says, there are so many tasks that were left either in the drawing board or unfinished, which he has had the privilege of completing. This itself, I hope you have enjoyed the facilities of Bharat Mandapam. I'll ask them to open the Leaders Summit Room and the Leaders Lounge, where the G20 was held. It's right across the road, across this room. And since it's a very nice group of youngsters and all, I'll even allow them access into that room. You can sit in the place where the Honorable Prime Minister sat, or where the US President sat, and click your photos. Anybody from ITPO here? I'll make sure they open up those rooms in your lunch break or something. Just don't mess it up and keep it carefully. We normally just allow the door to be opened and keep a barricade there. But we'll make an exception for all of you who have come here. And this is the new India. We've had Bharat Techs, we've had Bharat Mobility, we've had a startup Mahakumbh, all three. The first of its kind in India. Never before has the mobility sector all come together on one page. Entire textile value chain, end to end, from farmer to fashion to foreign, the farm to fiber to fabric to factory to fashion to foreign, the 5F vision with sustainable textiles. But we couldn't do it because we never had a venue like this. And believe it or not, Bharat Tex had to take this venue and Yashobhumi. And by the way, both were opened within a span of 30 days. This was launched on 26 July 2023 and Yashobhumi came up in August. 2 venues. If you haven't seen Yashobhumi, do visit Yashobhumi. It will make you proud as an Indian. These are the facilities which will now, these facilities will bring mice to India. We won't have to go to Hanover or Frankfurt to attend big exhibitions and conferences. The world will come to India. And I've already authorized phase 2 expansion of both Yashobhumi and Bharat Mandapam in less than 7 months. That's been the level of success. And by the way, in Bharat Tex, initially they were very hesitant. Finally, they ran out of space with 2 venues and the tents came up again. We wanted to remove the tents, इससे इतनी बढ़िया facility बनाई. But we ran out of space and again we had to put up 4 hangars. That's India for you. That's the new India. And I believe the India of today is an India that the world trusts. आज भारत की विश्वसनीयता, भारत के नेतृत्व की विश्वसनीयता, भारत के लोगों के ऊपर जो विश्वसनीयता है, the trust the world has in 140 crore Indians is unparalleled in India's independent history. And I believe the Viksit Bharat roadmap rests today on 7 principles, if you can call it the Saptarishi principles. 1, inclusive development. We have already taken out 25 crores from multidimensional poverty. We need to see them sustain and now grow into middle class and then upper middle class. That growth story has to be inclusive, and that is the effort of the country and the government. 2, we need to reach the last mile, what Prime Minister calls saturation of government policies, programs and schemes. Everybody should benefit without any discrimination. That has been our hallmark. Never has anybody been asked his caste, his creed, his religion, his language, his state. Never. It's been inclusive, बिना भेदभाव, हर एक का अधिकार है. And it hurts us when certain people try to say that there should be a caste census. You don't want to divide India. Does anybody in this room want to divide India? You want to get unity into the country. You want to unite the people. You can't say jitna jansankhya utne aadhar. You can't say like a honorable member of parliament, who also incidentally happens to be the brother of the deputy chief minister of a state, makes a comment that if one state in the south doesn't get as much money as they contribute to the treasury, they will have to consider separating from India. Southern states may have to consider separating from India. Can anybody over here even imagine that in your dreams? I was aghast when I heard that. A north-south divide being created. Tomorrow, if Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh were to say, well, the coal that we have is ours to use, the rest of the country will be in darkness. If Punjab, Haryana and UP were to say, the grain is ours, we will use it the way we like, the rest of the country will run out of food grains. If Maharashtra was to say, the ports, Maharashtra, Gujarat were to say, or Andhra and the coastal says, the ports are ours, UP and Kashmir would not be able to be a part of the international foray that India has delved into. India is one, Bharat ek desh hai. Or we have to reach the last mile. across the country as one nation. Third, infrastructure and growing investments, both in industry and infrastructure, will be the third pillar. Fourth, entrepreneurship, innovation, and the startup ecosystem. I think our young men and women really make us proud with the fantastic work that you are doing. Fifth, green growth and new age technologies. Sustainability is at the centerpiece of India's growth story, and we'll have to connect with new age technologies so that we don't remain left behind. Sixth, the power of Gyan. Of course, Gyan is knowledge, and there's huge knowledge and power. But as the Honorable Prime Minister has suggested, the Garib, Yuva, Annadata or Nari, the poor, youth, our farmers and our women power. If we can respect these, this country has a brilliant and bright future. And we are committed, whether it's through the PMGKY, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, whether it's the Women's Reservation Bill, whether it's our effort to increase skill development of youth and women, whether it's the various initiatives to empower the farmers, increase their incomes, whether it's the PM Mudra Yojana to help entrepreneurs get into small businesses, whether it's Startup India, Stand Up India, there's a plethora of opportunities for our Gyan. And finally, the financial sector, financial inclusion, digital economy, fintech, the Jan Dhan accounts, the direct transfer of money to beneficiaries. These 7 pillars will take distraught India of 2014 to developed India of 2024 and beyond. Today the world is looking up to India. It is for us to grab that opportunity. And I have no doubt in my mind that today's Bharat aspires, today's Bharat inspires, and today's Bharat achieves big dreams, big goals, big future for India. And that is what I think this Manthan is all about. My best wishes to each and every one of you in this journey of India, a Viksit Bharat at 2047. May God bless you in this journey. Some of us may not be there to celebrate 2047 as a developed and prosperous nation. But I'm sure our young boys and girls, our men and women in this room, in this journey of Viksit Bharat, will play an important role and will take this country to greater heights. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your encouragement and such an incisive, thought-provoking lecture. It's also reassuring that you told us that won't be a Jack Ma moment ever in this country, thanks to us, the fearless media. Your prognosis of how leadership is about turning crisis into opportunity from the Shivaji's time to the current times, how virtuous cycle of growth was built up by using 3 pillars of Garib Kalyan, strong macroeconomic growth and infrastructure was really very, very interesting. There are lots of takeaways this audience may have, but thank you for such a nice and honest, from the heart lecture. May I now invite Mr. Bhattacharya on stage to start the fireside chat with the Minister. Over to you, AKB. Thank you so much.
I forgot to apologize at the beginning that I came a little late, but we are right now in the midst of total election fever. So I have been having meetings since 9 in the morning on various things. In fact, the person at 9 landed up while I was still doing my yoga. So I had to really rush. My apologies to all of you.
So,
sorry? No, it was not because of traffic. I got late because of some political meeting. So my apologies to all of you.
No, thank you very much,
Mr. Minister, thanks Sailesh for summing it up so well. I will try to be brief in my questions, but you have given us courage so that maybe we can ask you some difficult questions. My first question, Mr. Minister, you are the Minister for Trade and Investment. In that sense, if I take away the food and textiles and consumer affairs from that, what kind of trade policy that you would envisage for this country going forward? Because that's a very key component of India's economic policy vision. In a sense, we have fiscal policy from the finance minister, we have got to get the trade policy from you, we'll have the monetary policy from the RBI. So from a trade and investment minister's perspective, what would be your perspective on the trade policy going forward in light of certain comments made by some eminent trade economist, I can name him, Dr. Arvind Panagaria, who is now the Finance Commission chairman, that India needs to continue to pursue an open trade policy. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but sure, I would like you to enlighten this audience. What is their open trade policy for you and trade policy? Yeah.
First of all, I must clarify that this government doesn't work in silos. Whether it's finance, whether it's commerce, industry, whether it's the Reserve Bank, yeah, they all work in tandem for what is good for the people of India. So when we do fiscal policy or monetary or trade, yeah, there's a huge amount of alignment amongst all of us, point one. Point two, we respect and recognize and welcome and value different viewpoints. Mr. Arvind Panagaria is a very, very old friend. In fact, I probably introduced him into our system about 15 years ago, 14 years ago, when I first came to know him. And we deeply respect his views. But I do believe that as a developing country, as a country which has a long way to go before we are able to have a completely free and open economy with capital account convertibility, with almost nil or very low import duties, we have to look at our trajectory and calibrate the trade policy as the country moves through this cycle of growth. You can't have a one-size-fits-all. So what worked for America in 2024 need not work for India at the same time. America used all these trade protectionist measures when they were developing to become a prosperous country. Even today, by the way, I wish you would do a study and come out. What is the level of protection that is given in terms of import duties on agricultural goods in Europe or in the United States of America? On peanut butter, I think it's 300% import duty. I wonder where open trade goes at that point of time. So every country, and we are an agrarian country, half our population nearly is still directly, indirectly dependent on agriculture. The United States agriculture would barely be 2% of their population. Actually, I suspect not even 2%. Not even 2% of their population. Many European countries have 5,000 farmers, 10,000 farmers. But they fight at WTO tooth and nail against us who have nearly 140 million families dependent on agriculture. So I think you need to calibrate. You need a practical approach. Having said that, I do believe we'll have to internationalize our economy, look at greater degree of engagement with the world. We'll have to look at rapid growth in exports. I don't know if you're aware, in the last 3 years, up to March 24, from 21 to 24, our exports have gone up both in goods and services by about 55-60%. And I think it's no mean achievement for a nation on its growth trajectory to have this kind of a growth. This year would be a little flat or a little bit on the positive side. Goods and services together will continue to be positive, despite 2 wars and the Red Sea crisis. So it shows you, and you all always project into the future, what the potential of our trade is. We'll be doing $2 trillion of exports by 2030, by the end of this decade. $2 trillion. And I have no doubt in my mind we'll achieve. So our trade policy is calibrated based on our development journey, yet open to expansion. We've done trade deals with EFTA. We are in dialogue with EU and UK, Peru, Chile, some countries in the GCC. We are renegotiating badly done FTAs with Japan, Korea and ASEAN when there was hardly any stakeholder consultations. And today, you find so much criticism and so much negativity in industry and business in India about the Japan, Korea and ASEAN FTAs. I'm almost tempted at times to recommend whether we should reconsider having those FTAs at all. But our FTAs are with tremendous stakeholder consultation. We walked out of RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which was one of the which was the lousiest decision. I'm using a harsh word. It was one of the most threatening decisions that the UPA government could have taken. We were not a part of RCEP originally. The then Congress government and their partners, which are the same as the Indie partners today, they decided to jump into RCEP. No consultations with the people of India, with industry, with agriculturists, with farmers, with MSME, with pharma, no discussion. If, God forbid, Mr. Modi hadn't come into government and he didn't have the courage of conviction to take a hard decision to walk out of RCEP on 4th of November 2019, I dare say India couldn't have seen the kind of growth story, the journey of today, or the confidence to make India a developed nation by 2047 would have all been lost. We would have been flooded with substandard, low quality goods coming in from certain geographies and killed the investment appetite and investment climate of India.
So that RCEP decision was taken mainly for, you're not mentioning the country, but because of China, am I right?
100%. Yeah. Can you believe it, friends? RCEP had, who were the stakeholders in RCEP? The 10 ASEAN countries, Japan, Korea, 12, Australia, New Zealand, 14, China, 15. It was amongst them. India was not a part of the RCEP story. In 2012, I think, India at the highest level, at the then Prime Minister's level, there is some body which is the highest policy making body on trade and economic policy. They decided to join the RCEP negotiations, suo moto. India jumped into the fray, little recognizing that we are dealing with a country which doesn't have transparent economic policies at all, without assessing how much damage they had already caused because of badly negotiated FTAs with Japan, Korea and ASEAN. And we already had FTA with 12 countries. With Australia, we were already on the verge of closing an FTA at that time also, which then got aborted because of RCEP. New Zealand, our total trade was $300 billion, a small little country. So what was RCEP? It was a free trade agreement between China and India that we had jumped into. And the kind of opaque and non-transparent policies of China, already Indian industry is threatened with. And so we are investing deeply in India, PLI and all of these to expand our domestic growth so we remove our dependence on countries like China.
Okay. I mean, so one would understand from you is that if there is, China is in any of the trading blocks, India will not be party to that.
Not necessarily. If China opens up its economy, makes it transparent, works with the rules of WTO.
Okay.
I mean, I remember in one of the meetings, I also had 6-8 months. I became Commerce Minister on 31st May, I think, 2019. So I had 5 months in which I had 200 stakeholder consultations. 200. With every sector of Indian industry. एक स्वर में, एक आवाज में, सबने oppose किया.
So which was a bigger factor, China or domestic industry?
I'll explain to you.
Yeah.
And सबकी concern क्या थी? कि चाइना में हम market access मांगते हैं. When we go to China, they put roadblocks. When we go to Japan, Korea, they put non-tariff barriers. Steel industry, until a few months ago, after my struggle of 4 or 5 years, could not sell 1 kilo of steel in Japan and Korea, even though we had the same better quality or the same quality, and $100 a ton cheaper. But they have that nationalist spirit. They support each other, but don't allow other countries to enter their geography. With China, I asked my counterpart with whom I was negotiating. I said, we were having coffee, and I'm not exaggerating. This is the example that I use. We were both sitting and having coffee. I said, your coffee cup and saucer being imported into India comes at a price which is less than the raw material cost in India. How do you manage that? He said, we are efficient. I said, fine, I accept you are efficient. Just give me one assurance that you will, if we ask you for information, you will open your cards whether the money for this all was remitted from India or part of it came from India and part of it came from third sources, basically implying that there is under-invoicing. Or the quality standards if we impose, you will guarantee that you give us the good quality product. He says, no, we can't tell you where the money came from. You want to do whatever you do at your customs border. We will not open up our cards. It was one of those defining conversations when I realized RCEP cannot be good for Indian industry. It will kill the Indian economy.
Okay, let me change subject. Thanks for this clarification. You're also the Minister for Investment. And as you also beautifully explained how the government has come in a big way as a source of investment, particularly in the infrastructure sector in the post-COVID years. At a time when the private sector was not really investing enough, so it was a much needed thing. There was a very good story on foreign investment in the post-COVID years. But in the last 1 year, one has seen that foreign investment flow decelerating it a bit. Are you worried? And what needs to be done? Because if you look at the foreign equity flows from last year and in the first 9 months, there is a decline. And how would you assess it? And what is the way forward? And how do you prevent that kind of a decline?
Mr. Bhattacharya is a dear friend. So I'll take the liberty of making a light comment. This is elementary, my dear Watson.
Okay.
And I would think Business Standard and its journalists who are known for deep research into any subject would clearly know that a country which for 7 years in a row under Mr. Modi's charge, 7 years, it's not a post-COVID growth of foreign investment. 7 years in a row, we had record foreign direct investment, year after year. We broke the previous record. Next year we broke the previous record. Next year we broke another record. 7 years. What happened in the last 2 years? Interest rates in the developed world shot through the roof. From less than 0.5%, they are now touching or going to touch 5% in the United States. Half or 3.75% to 5%. Now when the interest rates in the developed world for blue chip government guilds are at such highs, it's quite elementary and obvious that there will be an outward flow of capital. And new capital will go a little sluggish or slow. Mm-hmm. Yet, if you see the numbers, they are not that bad. Some of the numbers in other emerging economies have collapsed totally. Our numbers fell nominally. Yeah. And they've again started inching up. I don't know, I read a report probably in your paper now. I don't know because you are one of my preferred morning reads. Okay. I think we saw only in the stock market FDI figure. I don't recall.
There is no doubt that globally also FDI flows have come down.
Yeah. So ours are less. You have to compare apple to apple. Emerging market.
I'm just saying that is there something that you are thinking in terms of, because foreign investment
obviously
flow has been a major thing.
Yeah. Otherwise, the EFTA agreement about which Shailesh alluded in his talk, I don't know whether you have realized that we have done another path-breaking initiative. Never before in the history of the world has a free trade agreement been signed or agreed where a country without a bilateral investment treaty, this is not a BIT, this is a free trade agreement. It's about goods and services. We have a commitment from Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, 4 nations together. Commitment to invest $100 billion additional. Their current investment is only $10 billion in FDI. They have committed to invest $100 billion more and create 10 lakh jobs directly. Indirect would be another 30-40 lakh jobs in India in the next 15 years in lieu of market access. Now market access, I don't lose anything because Switzerland, the cost of production can never hurt India's interests. They make very high quality stuff, very high value stuff. The machineries they make and all are things we don't have in India. Rather, we need them in India. So I lose nothing by giving them market access on goods domestically made in Switzerland or Norway.
Okay.
I have not given market access on agriculture, so farmers are not threatened. MSME is not threatened because they can't compete ever in their life with MSMEs. Our pharma is proud today that India has an FTA with a chapter on IPR from the world's biggest threat to IPR. Switzerland was the country which always opposed India's IPR regime. We should be proud as a nation. Switzerland has signed an FTA with a robust IPR chapter without our giving up on any of our rights. Our generic medicines are protected. All the protections we needed are in that FTA, in that IPR chapter. Pharma industry, Indian pharma industry was a part of the negotiation, sitting in the room. Yeah. That is the Modi style of functioning.
That's right.
And pharma industry has thanked me. And when we signed the FTA in the evening celebrations in the Bharat Mandapam, in the room you will see, we signed in the leaders room, summit room. We celebrated in the leaders lounge. The pharma industry stood up on stage and said, we warmly and heartily welcome this IPR chapter and the FTA. That is the new style that India works with.
My final question, Mr. Minister, and you alluded to that. What is the state and what's the government's approach towards bilateral investment treaties? Because this
That's
is
not under my charge.
Okay.
We are happy that we've executed a BIT with UAE.
Yes.
We have a cautious approach. We are ensuring that India's interests are protected, but more specific details I would not be able to share with you. But I can assure you about one thing certainly, that the Modi government will always hold the national values, the nation's interests, and the interests of 1.4 billion Indians first. It is paramount that India's trajectory of growth, India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047 should not get hurt. Bharat ka labh sarvopari is the most important thing in any action that Mr. Modi and his team at any and every level, center or states, political or bureaucratic, at every level, the nation comes first.
On this reassurance, with this happy note, thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and please give him a big hand for making this possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I hope all the facilities are good. Everything is fine. I have my colleague there. Hold there. Both the rooms are open at lunch break. You enjoy it.
Thank you for this wonderful gesture, Honorable Minister, and thank you for your presence here at the Business Standard Manthan. Let's all put our hands together once again for Honorable Minister's presence.
हम लोग को कौन चलाते हैं आप देख लो. बहुत कुछ के लिए सर कितना किया है. इन्होंने मुझे टाइम कम दिया था. I have so much more to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
भारत आटा is at 27.50. Bharat dal is at 60 rupees. Chana dal. Moong dal is 109. Yes. Bharat chawal 29 रुपए किलो. प्याज जब भी महंगा हुआ हमने प्याज बेचना शुरू किया. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जॉब में 200 रुपए तेल. टमाटर महंगा हुआ. We bought टमाटर because महंगा हमारी वजह से नहीं. बारिश आ गई हिमाचल उत्तराखंड और कर्नाटक एक साथ जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ. तो हमने टमाटर खरीद के बेचा. आज 20,000 आउटलेट पे we are ensuring price stability for the common man. And we have invested, central government has spent 28,500 as price stabilization fund to moderate the impact of any price increase on the consumer.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, remain where you are, please, until the Honourable Minister, yes, he's made his way out of the venue. Stay with us. Remain seated. We will take a lag time of 3 or 4 minutes before we begin the next session. And I'd like to share with my audience here that we are running slightly behind the scheduled time plan, so we will move very swiftly from one session to the other, minimizing introductions of the session, the space and the issue. So please stay in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot have further delay at the summit. We will move into the next session in the next 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Please stay in your seats.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your seats. If the sessions get delayed, the end of the day for you will get delayed. Let's try and stay on time. We need you all in your seats. We need a packed house for all the luminaries who are joining us at the Business Standard Summit. So please stay in your seats.
Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs,
The second session of the day puts the spotlight on the space of external affairs, and we are going to be talking about the issue of how India needs to shed the West's China plus tag and emerge stronger. Hemming this session, moderating this session, chairing this session is Mr. Shyam Saran. Please put your hands together and welcome him on stage. He is the former Foreign Secretary, Government of India, and in the year 2011 he was honored with the Padma Bhushan. Sir, good morning and a very, very warm welcome to you. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome esteemed moderator on the dais. I'd also like to welcome on stage the esteemed panelists of this session, Shiv Shankar Menon. A very, very warm welcome to you. Former National Security Advisor, Government of India. He's also previously served as the Ambassador to China and Israel. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for taking the time out and joining us here. I'd also like to welcome on stage Mr. Nalin Suri, former Indian High Commissioner to the UK Government of India. He served over a long and distinguished career in the Indian Foreign Service from 1973 to 2011 and has also served as ambassador to China and Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your panel there, and here begins your session.
Good morning to all of you. We are very privileged, the three of us, all Foreign Service colleagues, to have this opportunity of interacting with you on this very special occasion of the 50th anniversary of Business Standard. We have been asked to speak about, in the context of India becoming a developed nation by 2047, what could be the role of what has been described as China plus one? Whether in the next several years, we are really going to see the emergence of India as an industrial power, as an economic power in the same league as China, and perhaps even beyond. You know, that is the ambition that we have put forward before ourselves. So before going into this subject in some more detail with my colleagues, what is China plus? What is China plus one? Now, China plus one is a concept which, you know, in fact, came up briefly as early as 2008. When there was the SARS epidemic in China, and there were similar supply disruptions as we see, of course, on a much smaller scale, because China was not such a large economy at that time. So there were already voices saying that there is need for diversification in terms of the supply chains which were just being established at that time. Then the next time that we heard this term, perhaps with greater currency, was sometime around 2013, 2014, where people started talking about, you know, the fact that in many categories there was over-dependence on supplies from China, and again the issue of, you know, how do we diversify away from China. What is very important is that, you know, of course, this whole thing got further accelerated by the trade war, China-US trade war around 2017, which is still continuing. Secondly, the disruption, very major disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then, of course, further accelerated by the conflict in Ukraine, and now, of course, the conflict in West Asia. So there has been a number of these kind of disruptions in global trade and investment flows. where China, over a period of time, has become an integral component and perhaps the nodal point of many global supply chains. Dependence on China in certain categories of sensitive goods has increased dramatically over the years. And this is what has led to this demand for diversification away from China, certainly in some of the specific sensitive goods, as I mentioned, medical equipment, for example, after the COVID-19 pandemic. What is perhaps important to note is that even when we are talking about this diversification, sometimes the discourse in India is somehow that industries, foreign industries, are actually uprooting themselves from China and going and establishing themselves in other countries, and that India is very well placed to be able to welcome those industries. That is really very far from the truth. Nobody is really moving away from China, except in a small way. What is happening is that major multinationals who are have invested very heavily in China are in fact putting fresh investment, new investment, not in China so much as they are in other alternative destinations. So this is important to understand that what we are talking about is essentially incremental investment flows that are taking place, and some of those are being diverted away from China to other destinations. The reasons are multiple. It is not only geopolitical, but we'll come to geopolitics. It is also because over a period of time, wages have been going up in China. And therefore, the kind of competitiveness that it had in labor-intensive goods, that competitiveness has declined. And therefore, other locations which have that labor cost advantage are benefiting from this. This is something which is important. By the way, those shifts are not only by multinationals, but in fact, Chinese companies themselves are shifting from China to other locations. Vietnam, for example, is a prime example. Second point that I would like to make is that even if there is incremental investment or that there are trade barriers being put up by major markets in the US or in Europe or in Japan, other countries, what the Chinese response has been is to actually set up units, production units, in countries which do not have a problem in accessing the US market or the European market. Who are the countries which have benefited? Vietnam, number one. Mexico is now perhaps the favored destination for Chinese investment for vehicles, for example, electronic goods. And also, I think we have to perhaps understand that the only area where perhaps there has been a big impact is in high-tech products. That is where, in fact, the focus has been. But otherwise, the kind of very, very deep economic and trade engagement that exists, for example, between the US and China, which is $630 billion still today. This has, it's very difficult to see how this is going to change in the near future. But I think before we get into this particular subject in more detail, let me ask my colleague Shiv Shankar Menon, who's perhaps one of the best observers of China and Chinese politics and Chinese economy, in terms of what's happening in China itself. When we are talking about, we are looking at from outside in. From China, if you're looking out. Especially over the last few years. I mean, we have been talking about, pulling away from China, but there is also, according to some people, pushing away that China is doing with regard to its engagement with the rest of the world. How do you see this politics in China, evolving, and what is the impact it is having in terms of this economic engagement with the rest of the world?
Well, from a Chinese point of view, when they look at the rest of the world, over the last few years, they've steadily seen a deterioration in the way the world deals with them. They see the world as less and less of an opportunity. And the reason Xi Jinping himself said in 2012 is the more we rise, the more opposition we must expect. So his answer to that was simple, something called a dual circulation economy, which is the internal circulation, which means build up your own domestic economic capacity, various ways, shift towards domestic consumption, etc. But external circulation to create other people's dependence on your economy so that there is a limit to what they can do. And in some ways, it has worked. Because if you look at it, people were talking about decoupling. Nobody talks of decoupling anymore, either in the US or in Europe. They talk of de-risking. Where are they de-risking? They're only de-risking in a few sectors which they think are strategic, where they have control. High tech, for instance, semiconductors, you know where they are doing this. Everywhere else, China-US trade is booming. China's trade with the EU is booming. And frankly, the world economy needs China even more today than it did 3 years ago. China today accounts for something like almost 40% of the growth in the world economy. I mean, that's a huge amount. So when we talk of China plus one, frankly, what they're looking at is additionality. I have a problem with China plus one as an Indian. Why am I just the object of other people's policy? Why should I be subject, my economic future be subject to somebody else's decision that today I don't trust China, tomorrow he trusts China again, that's the end of plus one. That's no basis for me to develop India into a developed country. I lose agency in this. In any case, even if you trust in China plus one, which frankly I don't, because they will follow their own interests, you then have to make sure that you are equally or more attractive than Thailand, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Mexico. They are part of these large trading arrangements, whether it's USMCA, they have access to the US market, or whether they're part of RCEP, they're part of global supply chains in ways that we are not today. On labor productivity, which in any case, labor is a much smaller proportion of final cost today, you all know. On various criteria, ease of business, etc., you need to be able to match and beat them. That's not where. You have other advantages. Play to your own advantages. Yeah. I don't see why we're doing this based on what other people are doing with China. For me, that's a very weak read to base Indian strategy on.
Okay. Very weak basis to base Indian strategy on. Nalin, taking this argument a little forward, when Ajay Banga, who's the new World Bank president, when he came to visit India a short while ago, he said, and I quote, "I think India's opportunity currently is to cash in on the China plus one opportunity to attract investment, and that this opportunity will stay only open for the next 10 years. So obviously what Shankar is saying is not something that, somebody like Ajay Maga believes. And by the way, there was also a article, I think one of the authors was the current economic advisor. This was an article which says, "China plus one, will the dragon now make way for the elephant?" That was the title of the article, in which Mr. Ananta Nageshwaran and two of his colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, I think, said that, yes, this is in fact our great opportunity to take advantage of this shift. And he also said that while doing this, we should double down on our advantage of a large domestic market, macroeconomic stability, and policy consistency. What is your view?
Thank you, Shyam, and thank you, Business Standard, for inviting me today. The dragon is a mythical animal. The elephant is the real one. I think there's a fundamental difference. I agree with Shankar. I think I would respectfully disagree with what Mr. Banga has said. He is the World Bank president. He looks at things in a particular way. But I think you had alluded, and I think Shankar put it very bluntly, I don't think India is China plus. I think India is sui generis. So is China for that matter. I think the countries which are part of that plus tag, as you spelled out, are those which are on the same economic track as China essentially is. They have large export-driven economies. I think that's a fundamental difference. Now, we are looking ahead. We're looking at 2047 for India, 2049 for China. I think going forward, our economic paths are going to be parallel, but similar. There are likely to be areas where they will intersect at several points, which is happening even today, in spite of the very difficult bilateral relationship. So I think we cannot look upon ourselves as a China plus tag situation. We have, I think, an independent approach that we must follow. We have a lot of our own intrinsic strengths economically, which have been demonstrated over the last, particularly in this century. I think we can build upon those. So I would say that, we have to develop our systems in such a way that the dependencies we have created on China are reduced. Now the interesting thing is, in the last, ever since Galwan happened, you would have imagined that our dependencies, you would have imagined that the dependencies have come down. Actually, they have not. If you look at the last year's trade figures, our imports are close to $98 billion from China. Yeah. And of this, there are 26 categories or 28 categories, which account for 90 billion of that import. And within that, you have two sectors, electrical equipment and power equipment, which account for 50% of your imports. The point is, why did you allow this dependency to be created in the first instance? Can you reduce this dependency, and what are you doing about it? I think this is something where both the industry and government went wrong, and I think in some ways bottom lines prevailed. So I think we need to be on our own independent track. I think we have our own policies which will make us hopefully a developed country by 2047. And China is well on the way to, I think, meeting its objectives, at least part objectives, going on to 2049. So I think we need to have enough self-confidence in our abilities to manage on our own. We have the advantage of a huge domestic market. I think we are not going to be able to go down the China route beyond a point. Of course, exports will play a very important part, but it will not play the critical part that it has played, for instance, in the first 30 years of China's very explosive growth. So take it from there. I think I would agree with what has been said by both of you, that this China plus tag is not something that I'm at all happy with or comfortable with, and I think it's not deserved either, frankly.
Okay. So we have debunked China plus one. We should follow our own path to development to 2047. It need not replicate the trajectory which has been followed by China. I think we should play to our strengths rather than try to imitate what the Chinese trajectory has been. I think that's the sort of message that we are getting. With respect to this dependence that you mentioned on China, and the fact that Nalin also has drawn attention to the fact that despite Galwan, our effort to try and reduce our dependency on China, particularly in some very important categories. Electronic components is certainly one of them. APIs, for example, for our pharmaceutical industry is another. I believe in EVs, magnets which are being used, almost 100% dependence on China. The Indian industry will say, and has in fact been saying, that it is all very well to talk about to reduce our dependency on China. But the fact is that even our exports of several of these items, which have been success stories, are in fact dependent upon our ability to access cheaper, intermediates and components from China. And if a change has to come about, it has to come about only over a period of time. It cannot be done overnight. One may argue that, for example, something like the PLI scheme is precisely in order to, over a period of time, develop those kind of domestic capabilities. But given the figures that you yourself mentioned about the heavy dependence of not just India, the dilemma that India faces is actually replicated almost everywhere around the world. If we are really looking at that kind of a landscape, what do you think over a period of time, this de-risking strategy rather than a decoupling strategy, this de-risking strategy, to me it seems, is actually a admission of failure to actually move away from the kind of a structure of the global economy which has developed over the last 30, 40 years. Most countries are finding that it is not at all easy to get away from that. And what is very interesting also is that I follow, the surveys that people do, or newspapers like FT do, for example, on the business sentiment amongst those American companies or European companies, Japanese companies, which are already located in China. Year after year, you find those surveys are saying that those companies are saying they have no intention of moving away from China. And in fact, a fairly large number of them are even talking about expanding their investment in China for the same reason that we are saying that, one of the greatest assets that we have is our domestic market. Well, the domestic market in China is perhaps several times the size of the Indian market. So even if we are looking at how we can, make ourselves a more attractive destination, on at least that one count of the largeness of the domestic market, we still, in fact, are far behind. What is the answer to this?
Well, just to support what you said, in 2006, Chinese value add in Indian exports was around 6%. But by 2019, just before COVID, it was all the way up to almost 28%. Chinese are, and in some sectors, like pharma and so on, it's much higher because the APIs all come out of China. So this is not something that you can suddenly decouple from, find alternatives. There aren't international alternatives, as we saw, especially in pharma during the COVID pandemic. So for me, the choice is not between import substitution or complete dependence on China. You should follow a China plus strategy in your imports. You have to start developing redundancy, finding other sources for these critical goods which you today import from China. And the fact is that Chinese imports actually keep prices down in India, help us to deal with inflation, and help us to export, make our exports competitive. So we need to start looking for alternatives. So for me, it's not, you can't get off the globalization bus very easily. We talk very easily of deglobalization. Actually, since 2011, if you look at the proportion of global trade to global GDP, it's roughly between 55–60%, steady. It hasn't gone down. So anybody who tells you the world is deglobalizing, it's just the patterns of trade are shifting. And that's where we need to stay engaged. And so for me, it's a de-risking or China plus one strategy for ourselves that we need to look at if we want to cut our dependency. And this can be done. Maybe not so quickly in pharma, but there are other sectors. In automobiles and so on, there are other sources. It requires working very closely with Southeast Asia. Yeah, I know you just heard we don't want to get into RCEP. If you don't want to get into RCEP, get into CPTPP. China's not there. But there are other ways of dealing with the world. But it seems to me you need a cleverer strategy than just saying, I'll do it all myself, or that I won't deal with the Chinese. You can't do that today.
Okay. So I've been told that I have to wind up in another 5 minutes, right? 10 minutes, okay. Yeah, so I'll just finish with Nalin, and then we'll have a question and answer session. Nalin, what I would like to ask you to perhaps examine this proposition Right now, the relations between India and China are tense, are sharply adversarial. But there was a time, not very long ago, where we had, in fact, a kind of a consensus at the leadership level, which said that, you know, there is enough space in Asia and the world for both an ascendant India as well as an ascendant China, which also said that India is a great economic opportunity for China, and China could be a great economic opportunity for India. That there was a certain complementarity between their economies, which could be exploited for the benefit of both countries. We are the two largest emerging economies in the world. And there are, I think, one could argue that there are many things that we can do together. Do you foresee that perhaps something of that kind is a realistic possibility? Quick answer.
Quick answer, yeah. I mean, look, the fact is we had principles for the development of bilateral relations entered into at the highest level. The fact is that there has been a betrayal of trust. The fact is there has been a violation of solemn agreements, as the Chinese would say. So I think some price has got to be paid for that. The attitude of China, the way I see it now, is they're trying to stare you down. They're trying to put you in a corner in whatever way they can. Now, why this is the case is open for speculation. They would like to suggest that India is really not a challenge in any way. But I think because they believe that does not mean that that is the case. I personally believe that for China, the biggest challenge is India, starting with Asia and going forward. Okay, I'm not used to doing this too often. So I think the point is something has to give. Today the situation is, I would say, a very grave stage of disequilibrium. Dangers lurk, and these are serious dangers and cannot be taken lightly. I think the Chinese have to get off their high horse. Yeah. Until that happens, I think we are going to be in a stalemated situation.
Okay, so not for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. Yeah. So we have 5 minutes now for question and answers. So what I will do is I will take 3 or 4 questions together, and then I will ask my 2 panelists to respond to whichever one they want to. So raise your hand. Please identify yourself. You're the lady. Yes.
Hi, my name is Bhavna, and I work as a public affairs consultant. So my question is, because this is a media event, and it's rooted in popular culture and what's happening in the world around us. So of late, I have started seeing K-soaps, K-dramas, and the latest being the 3-body problem on Netflix trending in a big way. So there is also a cultural aspect which we are not playing to our strengths on. I unfortunately believe that.
Not even Bollywood?
We are not playing to it in the sense we are not projecting it out there as owning it in a bigger way, putting it out there in a more aggressive fashion.
Yeah. Okay.
Just a
so
thought, yeah.
What do we need to do to leverage our cultural? Any other question, please? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Durgesh Jha. I'm a student researcher from the field of international relations and foreign policy. So, sir, because we are talking about, of course, the perceived image of India in the eyes of the West, then probably one of the cases from history that comes into mind is the dehyphenation of the India-Pakistan relationship in the eyes of the US, let's say. So, sir, just wanted to know, how would you contrast that with the China plus tag, which is right now being associated with India? Because obviously these two situations are quite different, because here the entire idea of economic ties between, the matrix between India, China and US in the terms of the economic and bilateral ties is much more complicated.
Okay. So no decoupling, dehyphenization, perhaps that is something that we may be looking at. On this side, please. Any questions this side? Yes, please.
Hi, myself Manish Chandra. I think we also need to look at the role of China in India's SME sector. It is And the sector has gone on itself to really seek the latest technology, efficient technology, cheap technology. I go to Morbi and all the machinery is from China. You go to Washi market, all the home products are from China. And also for industry like, corrugated boxes, all machinery is from China. So the industry is well ingrained here, and probably we don't have an option. And it is not the state which is running it. It is the entrepreneurs who have gone on to really get this. So we need to find an answer to that as well.
Okay, one more. Anyone? Yes, please.
So I'm a farmer. I live on the border with Pakistan, so I don't want to deviate to Pakistan. I can't miss this opportunity. Considering that the Sharif family is in power in Pakistan and they are the only ones who ever said that we want better relations with India, and that also in their last elections when they won. Do you think there's a chance of India-Pakistan trade opening up, especially through both the Punjabs?
Okay. So, Shankar, any of these questions? One is the culture question. There is also the de-Hafinization question.
On the Pakistan question, yes, I think there's a good chance because Zardari is the only other one who said that he would actually open up MFN trade. And he's now going to be president and as you said, the Sharifs are in power. Trouble is that their own domestic economic condition doesn't give them very much freedom. And there are huge business lobbies, quite apart from the army, business lobbies against the idea of opening up trade with India. So if they can handle their domestic situation, yes, there's a chance. I mean, I think that would be my answer. But I'm not 100% sure that they can. I mean, that seems difficult. On the culture thing, by the way, the Chinese are very negative about the Netflix version of Three Body Problem in their own internal media. They have their own version which they made, which they cleaned up, made China seem much less dystopian in the future, and so on. Frankly, if the state pushes culture, nobody accepts it. Why is K-pop popular, but not Cantonese pop, which is actually as good or bad? Because Koreans are harmless, they're non-threatening, right? The state is not pushing it at you. And it's an easy form of entertainment, the soaps and so on. So I don't think the state getting involved is the answer if you want to spread. Frankly, Bollywood, Indian music, especially in the last 10 years, managed to spread tremendously in China, but on its own. I mean, Lagan made a lot of money, probably made more money in China than it did in India, I don't know. So for me, the way to do this is let the normal laws of gravity, physics, whatever, economics work, but keep producing good stuff. And that non-threatening image is very important. Of course, just that is not enough. I mean, Japanese culture has not spread. It's respected but not spread. But Korean culture, somehow they managed to touch into something. And I think it's worth studying the K-pop experience.
Okay. 1 minute, Nalin, and with this respect to the very important point made, that as far as, entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs in the small and medium, sector are concerned, they are actually already quite well integrated with China and Chinese suppliers, and it is going to be very difficult to get away from that. So how do we come to that?
I think I addressed that in my remarks earlier. The dependencies have been created by Indian industry. And Indian industry has to find ways to reducing those dependencies, irrespective of whether our relations improve or not. So I think you have to become self-sufficient, and I don't mean self-sufficient in terms of a closed economy. You have to start looking at other sources for this kind of equipment. And I know of several instances of people in the SME sector who actually had most of their equipment from China, including a lot of raw materials, but have in the last 5-6 years begun to move away from that, because they found certain disabilities in dealing with China beyond a point. It was not so easy to deal with them in financial terms, for instance. But I think it is for Indian industry to reduce its dependencies. It's not good to be dependent on one market, irrespective of the state of your political relations.
Okay. So it is Indian industry which has to step up to the plate. I think we have now come... De-Hafinization? Quickly?
Yeah. Look, I think we don't have the time, but I would ask you all to read the DHL's latest International Connectedness Report of 2024, which will actually highlight very clearly to you that this so-called de-hyphenization, de-risking, etc. is happening only in a very limited fashion, and that the main place where the decoupling has taken place is for the United States, between the United States and China. But bilateral flows between the US and China are still higher than any other bilateral set of flows. The other point which this report brings very clearly is that the only place where decoupling has taken place is in North America.
Okay, so dehyphenization is not really taking place. I mean, that's the bottom line. So thank you very much. You have been a very attentive audience, and I hope you have enjoyed our conversation today. And once again, congratulations to Business Standard on its 50th anniversary, and I hope you'll have a much more stimulating conversations to follow. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honorable Moderator, and thank you, esteemed panelists. Please do come together for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We are heading straight into the next session that puts the spotlight on the areas of energy and sustainability. We will just take a few seconds to set up stage for the next session. Stay in your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your participation at Business Standard Manthan. And while the stage is being set up for the next session, ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. The next session is about to begin. And while the stage is being set up, I'd like to rattle off a few figures to get you thinking. The year 2023 was marked as the hottest year on the planet in the last 1,25,000 years. The levels of CO2 in our atmosphere have touched 413 ppm. Across the planet, we're seeing forest fires, floods, devastating cyclones, ravaging different parts of human civilization. The window to control global climate change, global climate warming is rapidly closing. We need to talk, and that's what's going to be happening in this next session. That's going to be talking about how India can achieve sustainable growth aided by responsible energy generation. May I please invite on the dais in just a few seconds my esteemed moderator and respected panelists, who will take stage for a 30-minute session inclusive of questions that you'd like to ask them at the end of their discussion. May I please invite on stage Vivek Devangan, Chairman and Managing Director, REC Limited. Sunita Narayan, Director General, Center for Science and Environment. Ulka Kelkar, Executive Director, Climate, WRI India. Good morning, are you please? Please welcome our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Derek M. Shah, Senior Vice President and Head, Green Energy Business, Larsen & Toubro. Good morning. Good morning. And please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Shreya Jay, Deputy Energy and Infrastructure Editor, Business Standard. Hello.
Thank you so much, Geetika. Very good afternoon to all of you. We are in a very important discussions here at the two-day Business Standard Manthan event, and this one especially focuses on a paradox of sorts. India is standing at a crucial juncture where on one side it is imperative for it to adapt aggressive economic growth, but it is also most vulnerable to climate-related crisis, which can be outcome of growth at all cost policy. So even though India invests in mega infrastructure growth and its young demography pushes demand for consumer goods, but the question of its impact on the planet and the ecology around us remains unpredictable. At the same time, India has committed to one of the most aggressive climate action plans among developing nations with the goal to add 500 gigawatt of green energy, net zero by 2070, and among other things. So during the next hour, we will try to draw your attention in finding that delicate balance between economic progress, social development, and environmental preservation. Thank you all for joining in this important discussion. I will start with you, Ms. Narayan. How do you evaluate the climate action plan of this country as it stands now, the current policies, the flagship schemes, while we aim to become a net zero economy?
So Shreya, you've put it very well that we have a balance that we have to find between growth and between what is clearly an existential threat called climate change. We are worst impacted. We are seeing our data is showing that we are talking about one extreme weather event a day in India. And that's hugely devastating, particularly for the poor, the farmers, and it's breaking the backs of people, and we are losing the development dividend every time we have a crisis of floods, of drought, of water stress. Now, in my view, we need to make sure, and the government's strategy is to find a way ahead. And if you look at the plan that the government put forward, it essentially talked about not increasing investment in coal, but increasing investment in clean energy. Now, this is at a time when we need to double our energy consumption, and that's absolutely imperative. People like us are spoiled. We live in the luxury of air conditioning, of having lights 24/7, but you have vast numbers of people who are still in dire need for energy. It's a survival need. So we would be absolutely wrong in denying them the right to energy. The question becomes, how is that leapfrog possible? How do you make sure that you go from coal to clean energy sources? How do you make sure that the current coal also gets cleaned up? Because the question today is, and as you can see the green lash that is happening across the world, this balance has to be found. And in my view, what the government has done is good in intention, and now we need to see it in practice. And when I talk about practice, I'm really talking about how do the standards that were set up by government for cleaning coal get enacted, get pushed in so that coal gets clean, the current coal plants do not emit local air pollution, and of course, we move towards cleaner sources of energy at a scale. Now, that again has huge issues, which I think the previous panel also discussed. Can you really disengage from China if you want a clean energy transition at the scale that we are talking about? And that's an open question. But clearly the intentions are there. My last point, Shreya, would be that for us really in India is to find that sweet spot. We have to be able to understand that it is in our interest to be able to move as fast as possible for a cleaner, greener today and tomorrow. And this is not about climate change. This is about our right to breathe. It is about our right to have clean water to drink. The crisis in Bengaluru today is a man-made crisis. It is exacerbated because of variable weather events like climate change. But it is a man-made crisis because of the nature of the water supply system that we've put into place. The crisis that we have in Delhi, where we cannot breathe for months in Delhi, is a man-made crisis. It is very much to do with having clean combustion in our industry, but it is also about how we will move people and not cars. And that's really the challenge that we have, to find those solutions, and those are in our best interest. So I do believe that the Government of India's plan and intention recognizes the nature of the challenge. What I would expect now is not just walking the talk, but running the talk.
Thank you so much. A great answer, opens a lot of threads of discussion here. Ms. Kelkar, I would like you to weigh in. Same question, but let me add a caveat there to make it a bit tougher. The country's fossil fuel demand is rising, and there is no estimate currently in the country which says that it will decline at least in the next decade, despite we adding renewables very aggressively. Do the current policies focus lopsidedly on mitigation more than, say, adaptation or making climate action a way of life?
Thanks, Shreya. That's a very comprehensive question. I think because this is a business manthan, the backdrop of this is that India aspires to be, I think, a $30 trillion economy by 2047. And if you plot all the countries of the world, on the one hand, their income, and on the other side, their energy, there is no country that has become rich while also remaining energy poor. So the energy demand, and Sunita also referred to this, is bound to increase. The question is, can we meet that energy demand without also increasing emissions? And some of the modeling that my organization, WRI India, does shows that actually in this decade alone, with the kinds of targets that the government has on expanding renewable energy, all the additional energy demand can come through new renewable energy, provided, of course, there's investment. And the coal or fossil fuel energy that we have, the emissions from that can be slowly reduced as we go towards 2047, 2050. Now, what this means, of course, and this is the question that you're talking about, is we cannot take a solely carbon lens. We have to meet all of these goals together. And I would highlight 3 aspects that need to be really taken care of. One is that as climate change risks start manifesting, the kinds of risks that Sunita spoke about, policy making will have to become more flexible or adaptive, more integrated, and more decentralized. You know, the kinds of things that you're seeing in Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, and so on, these are just the beginning. What we see going forward is that even the new energy infrastructure that is being created, or the new transport infrastructure that is created, could itself be at risk from more floods or more cyclones. The workers that are working, their productivity could be lost due to heat stress. So this is very much an economic problem as well. The second point that I wanted to emphasize, and this is also from an economic perspective, is if you look at the workforce in India, it's something like 520 million people right now. Only 80 million of these are in the organized sector. So the rest are in agriculture, construction, MSMEs, you know, all of these which are highly vulnerable to climate risks. And if we see the kinds of jobs that might be created, new green jobs that might be created as a result of scaling up the production of renewable energy, more green hydrogen, manufacturing of electric vehicles, construction of green buildings, all of these things which lie in the future, according to our estimate, this is something like 1 to 3 million new green jobs that could be created every year. But we have a youthful population. We have various estimates which are showing 8 to 10 million people entering the workforce every year. So again, this is something that cannot be looked at in isolation through a solely carbon lens. It is very much an economic issue. And the third and last point, which is again related to this, is that currently a quarter of our country's tax revenue comes from taxing fossil fuels. So as these fossil fuels slowly taper off, even not just coal, but also as we switch from petrol or diesel to electric vehicles, then the tax revenue that the government earns from taxing these fossil fuels will also slowly come down. And just to give a comparison, we need something like over, you know, I started by talking about the aspiration for 2047. From now to then, we need something like $2.5 trillion of additional capital investment in all of these new sectors that I spoke about. But there will also be a loss of $1.5 trillion of the fossil fuel tax revenue, unless we think of new sources of green taxes or new ways of generating revenue. And this will be very important because it is government spending that is required for many of these developmental aspects, for adaptation, and also for skilling for job creation. Of course, industry has a very big role to play in all of these through corporate social responsibility, through skilling programs, but the government public spending on things like health, water, also becomes a very crucial foundation. So we have to look at this as a whole of economy policy making, not just through a solely carbon lens.
Thank you for bringing money into the conversation of climate action, just largely missing. That brings me to you, Mr. Devangan. Growth is inevitable, so is infrastructure growth. You make the money move across most of these sectors. Are you witnessing a shift where, as Ulka said, business and corporates are adapting green as not just as a CSR activity, but a conscious business choice, and you as a financer is witnessing healthy returns from that, which makes you invest more in these sectors?
Let me just give you an overall picture. India is the third largest producer of electricity after China and USA. And India is also third largest consumer of electricity. But per capita emission of carbon dioxide or per capita consumption of electricity is only 1/3 of the world average. See this in the context of our developmental aspiration that we want to become a developed economy by the year 2047, and we are also committed in Glasgow that will become net zero by the year 2070. In the pursuit of becoming a developed economy, our carbon emission is bound to grow because our per capita consumption of electricity, per capita emission of carbon dioxide is also 1/3 of the world average. While the developed countries, the per capita consumption of electricity is about 10 to 12 times of the world average. Similarly, per capita emission of carbon dioxide is also 10 to 12 times of the world average. Now, let us see the track record of India. India is one of the few G20 countries which has been able to keep its commitment which we had promised in COP21 at Paris in 2015. We have been able to reduce emission intensity of GDP by 30 to 35% as compared to 2005 level. This we had committed that we'll do it by the year 2030. But we already have achieved this target by the year 2022. Now that's why we increase our ambition that will reduce our emission intensity of GDP to about 45% as compared to 2005 level by the year 2030. And we also promise that we'll be able to install 500 gigawatt capacity of renewable, non-fossil fuel based electricity capacity by the year 2030. Since renewable energy is intermittent in nature, will require storage solution, will also require evacuation of this renewable energy through green energy corridors. So as per a preliminary estimates made by Central Electricity Authority, this will entail a total debt financing about 20 lakh crore in next 5 to 6 years by the year 2030. Similarly, for becoming net zero by the year 2070, total investment would be to the tune of about $10 trillion to $15 trillion by the year 2070. So it will require huge financing requirement, and in REC we have made our business strategy like our renewable energy portfolio is about 34,000 crore as of now. Keeping in view the debt financing requirement about 20 lakh crore in next 5 to 6 years, we are targeting a humble pie of about 3 lakh crore. We are planning to increase our renewable energy portfolio by 10 times to about 3 lakh crore by the year 2030. So but the issue is that the cost of financing. At what cost we are providing the financing, that is the real challenge for which all the policymakers, all the multilateral development banks, they have to put together and bring down the cost of financing of this energy transition related initiative.
Interesting. I'll come to you, Mr. Shah. You're probably in the toughest spot in the green supply chain. While the country has an ambitious clean energy deployment plan, indigenous manufacturing to support is largely missing across a lot of sectors. You are trying to plug that hole. How are you navigating this space, and what challenges and opportunities do you foresee in the green fuels, green hydrogen, electrolyzers, and also battery storage that you're dabbling in?
Yeah, thank you very much, and you're absolutely right. We are navigating this in a manner that typically Larsen Toubro takes up all challenges in its stride. So when we have seen in the manner in which all the statistics were rolled out, the 500 gigawatts of renewable power coming in, green hydrogen, 5 million tons already announced in the green hydrogen mission. So we kind of positioned ourselves to say that it was very correctly said, we'll not only walk the talk, we'll run the talk. And what we have exactly done is, we are one of the first movers to get a license to manufacture electrolyzers in India. We set up shop. We have already rolled out our first electrolyzer, and it's going to be in the initial stages 300 megawatt per year, rolled up, extended to about 1 gigawatt capacity per year. This is just the first and the beginning of the green hydrogen supply complete issue that we are tackling. And in the morning session, it was very heartening to hear Honorable Minister also speaking about the Chinese dumping of many equipment, technological equipment, and I thought this is a right opportunity to say that we, as one of the leading corporates, when we are trying to bring in our effort in manufacturing top-end, highly efficient, low-cost manufacturers, it's important that we do also get similar support by, making sure that we don't have to actually look at a non-compete field with a Chinese electrolyzer coming into this space. Having said so, we are not kind of resting our laurels on this. We are not only manufacturing as per the, we have a French licensor, so we have set up a research lab. We are working on electrochemistry. We are developing the anodes and cathodes to go to the next level, higher generation, electrolyzers. And within a couple of years, we would be possibly the most efficient, largest manufacturer and the lowest cost manufacturer of electrolyzers right now. I have already declared in your business article itself that at present we are at 50% cost of European electrolyzers, very, very close, breathing down the neck of the Chinese prices. Possibly in a year or so, we will be cracking that number also. And we will be playing a big role, not only in manufacturing, possibly you spoke about manufacturing. We at Larsen Toubro, along with many other corporates, we are looking at how to develop the complete ecosystem in the green hydrogen supply. We are aware of the requirements, domestic requirements that are coming up in the sectors like the refineries and fertilizers, trying to replace the grey hydrogen as it is. The next tranche of the PLI that has come out in terms of 200 KTPA that is going to be tendered out by the OMCs. We are already in discussion with multiple global reputed companies who are also looking at us to supply green hydrogen and green ammonia out of our plants. So we are kind of trying to look at the entire value chain of manufacturing, setting up plants, and also generating green hydrogen and ammonia for these requirements.
That's quite fascinating. Ms. Ryan, the corporate fervor that has come in the green energy sector, along with a lot of policy favors, has happened during the last decade or 10, 12, 15 years. What has been the impact on the country's economy? Has there been a realization across the economic planning that choosing a greener option makes the economy richer, and it is not just some side investment that the companies or the policymakers have to think about?
So I'm not the right person to answer this. I think industry would be the right person, to answer whether they have incorporated it. As an outsider and somebody who's looking in and examining what's happening, I definitely think that Indian industry is getting far more aware about the needs to transform, to take on actions which are good for them, but also good for the environment. I think the scaling up will need to happen, particularly in the hard-to-abate sectors like steel, like cement. We have just done a report on both iron and steel as well as cement sector. And whereas green hydrogen definitely will play some role, there's a lot that industry can do right now to be able to reduce its carbon intensity, whether it's the use of recycled steel, whether it is the more use of slag and fly ash in the case of cement. You can really see changes that can happen today. So I don't think we need to wait much longer. And this is good economic sense, energy sense also for industry. I think where I am not seeing and where we need to make sure that we have a better environment is really, as you very correctly said, the question of finance. And if you look at the international finance, the cost of capital is still so high to be able to make the transition that we need. In India as well as Africa, India still is 10%, 12%, Africa is 20%, okay? You cannot make renewable energy projects viable. You cannot make the transition that you need at the scale that you need. So low concessional finance is going to be critical if you want to make the leapfrog, and especially at the scale. But the other part of it is really private finance. And I think that's where the story is very, very bad. I don't see private finance coming in for the transformation that is needed. It's very cautious, it's very risk averse, and you don't see it happening at the scale that is needed. And worst, we see scam after scam happening in the name of private finance. So carbon trading or voluntary carbon trading, which has been a big thing that industry has touted as its big achievement to be able to offset its emissions so that you can do business as usual, you can fly as much, you can do whatever you need to do as long as you've offset your emissions. Our own analysis has shown that how much of a scam that is. You're over-crediting, you're not sharing benefits with local communities, you're really not, in that sense, not even walking the talk, you're not even crawling the talk. Forget running the talk, okay? So I think both in terms of private finance is going to be a big story, and the other big challenge in India is going to be really the question about medium and small scale industry and how do they then make their emission intensity lower, which will be good for them as well as the local environment.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelkar, you have worked with the states in developing their climate action plans. So while at national level we are seeing some laudable policies, ambitious targets, what has been your experience with state of climate action in these states? And do you think that they are becoming proactive and it is making much more economic sense for them? And I want you to talk about both coal and non-coal rich states.
Okay. Thanks, Shreya. So we work with a range of states. We've worked with very industrialized, developed states like Tamil Nadu, which are coming up with very proactive climate policies, climate change mission at the district level. We're also working very much with states like Bihar. Bihar government has recently come up with a long-term strategy for climate resilience and low-carbon development. So certainly, I think in all of the states that we are seeing, there is this focus not just on looking beyond the state action plans on climate change, which were these 5-year timeframes, but looking longer term at how there might be green opportunities coming through investments in low carbon sectors. But I'd like to draw your attention to some of the states, because you hinted at that in your question, which actually lose out on multiple fronts. So with states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, these are highly vulnerable to climate change on the one hand. They're very hot, flood prone in the case of Bihar. Secondly, they often tend to have high dependence on fossil fuels and actually sometimes low potential for renewable energy. So if you look at the wind power, it's all concentrated in the south and the west of the country and not in the north or east. Bihar, for example, has so much intensively cultivated land and such a high population density that if it has to become net zero, it will have to buy renewable energy from other states. And thirdly, the point that I mentioned earlier, that because the economic diversification is low, will these states benefit from the new green jobs, the new green opportunities that are coming up? Will there be skill development for the population? And although for the national government, 25% of the tax revenue comes from fossil fuels, for states like Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, it could be as high as 30%, 20% that is coming. So on all of these fronts, vulnerability as well as the shift to low carbon, some of these states might lose out and will need special attention. So I want to basically highlight 3 examples very briefly where these states can also benefit from this green transition. The first, as Sunita mentioned, the focus on MSMEs. So could you have circular economy-based jobs in MSMEs? It could be recycling of steel scrap, as you spoke about, or battery waste, EV waste, solar waste. Now, this will have to be, the entire supply chain will have to be worked out. A procurement policy can definitely play a role in this, not just a skilling policy. The second is that you will need sustainable cooling, cold chains in agriculture and in health. So here again, these can be based on decentralized renewable energy. And the third I want to talk about is climate budget tagging, which is a policy that is being adopted by a lot of states, like Odisha was the first, and now even cities like Mumbai has just come up with one, where it becomes a tool to identify what fraction of your budget in every scheme, in every department, is going towards climate-friendly actions. So it helps you mainstream these concerns into your ongoing policies to track them over time, monitor them over time, and make sure that they increase over time. So again, many of these examples that I've given you are from finance, from industrial policy, procurement policy, and all of these types of instruments can be used by states to further climate action.
Thank you. One last question before I open the floor to the audience, and this is to both Mr. Shah and Mr. Devangan on states. To you, I want to ask this: these are the states which are probably your demand and supply centers both. So how do you map this demand landscape? And Mr. Devangan, how fiscally healthy are states to take up these new initiatives? And in the long run, will it make them more fiscally healthy?
Let me share with you that, again, the states which are the largest consumer of electricity, they have been taking the most of the financing benefits, like the state of Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. With the introduction of this revamped distribution sector scheme, a lot of financial and operational efficiency is happening in the distribution sector. Over and above RDSS, this Government of India Ministry of Power had introduced this late payment surcharge rule. That has brought in a lot of discipline. The dues of the GENCOs and TRANSCOs are being paid in time. The government department dues are being paid. They have agreed to a common trajectory. The government department dues are being paid in time. The subsidy is being paid by the state government to the distribution companies quarterly in advance. This has led to overall improvement in their fiscal health, and this has resulted in overall AT&C losses have come down by 5% in one single in the year 2022-23. I do hope that if we are able to sustain the efforts which we have taken, the fiscal health of the utilities in the state sector will definitely going to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Shah.
Yeah. So basically, all the states which have been the let's say, have had the head start in announcing the green hydrogen policy, starting with Orissa. They've come out with a very good policy. Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, now others are also following. So naturally, these states have attracted the initial investments. People are starting to take parcels of land near ports, trying to set up plants. But this is, other states are also following up. They are conscious of it, that the requirements and the demands are going to be across sectors. So what I believe is, while the states will lay the policies, the industries will also be attracted to on the demand centers. And the demand centers are based on the industries which will be decarbonizing or taking steps to decarbonize itself, starting with the refineries, which we just said, the fertilizers. We were very hopeful steel industry will follow. So the demand centers and the location of the industries in the particular states will drive the demand, and the states will be compelled to be, announcing the initiatives in these.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We had such a wide array of points that were discussed. Are there any questions from the audience that we can take quickly? Please keep it short and please introduce yourself. The person here in the blue shirt, please.
Probably just take one question.
Yeah. One, and then we'll take just one more question from the person there. That's it. I'm sorry, we are running.
Ma'am, my question is for Shah sir. I am Ashish. I am a renewable energy corporate finance professional ventured into equity markets. Sir, when you're talking about green hydrogen and you're talking about the demand centers, still the green hydrogen isn't at a very nascent stage. The cost and the capex is on a very higher side. And when you talk about the demand side, still the policies are not so conducive. The government has not made mandatory for fertilizer or various other industries that they should have that percentage of ammonia or green hydrogen. So my question clearly is that next 2 to 3 years, where do you see the cost of green hydrogen coming down, and how do you see the demand scenario improving in India? Because except the top 10 companies in India, 10 to 15 companies, nobody has that, what you should say, balance sheet to support the capex for green hydrogen. I hope you got my question.
Yeah. So I think this was point possibly in this because of very interesting debate. The cost parity did not get discussed as much, and we have rightly touched upon this point. It's important to understand that any disruption that happens and a technological disruption happens does bring in the issue of the comparison of the cost of the new technology versus the cost of the existing technology. And that's the debate between green hydrogen versus gray, and why is green so costly, and will it ever survive, and who will buy the costlier green. We have to be conscious that the gray hydrogen that we speak of has come of age after 3-4 decades. It has also gone through its own cycles of concessions, support, and multiple other things. Green hydrogen is in its nascent, you are right. Technologies are far more mature. And we also need to understand that there is a conscious need not to do a comparison of green on spot versus gray on spot. Because green hydrogen that you do is on a 20 to 25 years cycle that you're talking about. And gray is dependent on spot, whether it's dependent on natural gas. The natural gas prices could fluctuate hugely in the next 5 to 7 years. And also it's a dollar indexed. So that means if we are a country which imports natural gas based on a very, very precious foreign dollars. Tomorrow, with an appreciated dollar, the cost of gray, which appears low now, could be quite high, and we are very sure that the curves of gray and green will kind of intersect in the next 5 to 6 years, and then all this debate around green hydrogen not viable will go away.
Thank you so much. We have extended our time here. Anyone who has questions can catch the panelists at the sidelines. Thank you so much again.
Thank you to the Honorable Moderator. Please do come together for a group photograph. Any questions, as she said, ladies and gentlemen, can be taken during the break offline. We will quickly prep the stage for the next session, please. Once again, requesting you all to put your hands together in a show of appreciation for our esteemed panelists who've taken the time out to join us here at Business Standard Manthan, and thank you very much for moderating. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back for the photograph for the publication, please. No. Thank you very much. And while they're prepping the stage for the next session, let me share with you that the space that we're going to be focusing on in this next session is the luxury space in India. And we're going to be talking about how in 2047 India will redefine luxury as a developed nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember as a child, I had this favorite film called My Fair Lady that starred Audrey Hepburn, and she played the main female protagonist in the film. Her name was Eliza Doolittle, if you all remember. And she sang this song at the very start of the film that said, all I want is a room somewhere far away from the cold night air with one enormous chair. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely, remember? Well, that for her was lovely luxury. But that's not the luxury we're talking about in this next session. We are going to be talking about luxury that's big and better. Luxury markets in India are booming. They've almost come back to the pre-COVID levels, I've been told. And a report tabled by the Boston Consulting Group says that the luxury markets in India in 2026 will be touching 3.7 billion. Wow, that's good to hear. And once that stage is set, I will call on my panelists and the esteemed moderator of this session. Of course, goes without saying that the growth of the luxury markets in India is thanks to rapid urbanization and strong economic growth. John Motley had once said, "Give me the luxuries of life and I'll dispense with the necessities." Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a luxurious conversation in this next session. May I please invite on stage the esteemed panelists of this session. Ms. Pushpa Bector, Senior Executive Director and Business Head, DLF Retail. DLF gave India its first luxury mall, DLF Emporio, in 2008. Please put your hands together and welcome her. May I please invite on stage Mr. Abhik Sanghi, Managing Director and Senior Partner, Boston Consulting Group and Chair of Practices at BCG India. Very, very warm welcome to you. Aye, please. May I please invite on stage Mr. Kapil Chopra, founder and CEO of the Postcard Hotel and founder of Easy Diner. The Postcard Hotel is a collection of intimate luxury hotels hidden in holiday destinations across India and the world. Kapil is also former president at the Oberoi. I also like to welcome on stage Alexi Dadukla, director of Matthew Lastreri, a luxury lighting company headquartered in the south of France. These lighting artworks adorn, among others, the Louvre in France and the Lakshmi Vilas Palace in Vadodara. And also, please welcome on stage Mr. Nikhil Sethi, partner, national head, FMCG, KPMG India. And of course, the esteemed moderator of this session, Dinu Sandhu, Senior Associate Editor, Business Standard, and the one who sat next to me as I traveled through 11th and 12th in a sleepy town called Meerut. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your panel, and I'm handing this over to Vinu.
Audible? Thank you so much, Gitika. We'll just plunge right in, and thank you so much for taking time out. You know, when we talk about India's development goals and when we talk about India as with an ambition to become a developed nation by 2047, luxury is not really an area that we speak about. And the question is to everybody over here, starting with Pushpa, and Kapil can take it, and everybody, why we need to speak about luxury as one of the key players that needs to be talked about when we speak about India's developed nation goals. And if not, why that contrarian view?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Well, I think just like the start of all developing nations, I look at Singapore, I looked at Thailand. When, as an economy, they started developing, luxury was one of the most important elements. I would start with retail being one of the most important elements, and then, yes, luxury being a statement, because luxury is a state of mind. It shows that we are confident as consumers are evolving, and we are confident as a country to be able to experience the best that the world can give. And we are able to also look at products beyond what is immediately required. So we are really living our best version, which is why I think all developing countries, as they're moving towards developing further, including India, we should look at luxury very carefully. And it will become a yardstick. Now, coming to India as a market, Abhik, my friend here, has already declared that it's going to be, as a market, growing to a $200 billion market in the luxury services and product space. And in this, luxury retail, which I represent, will be almost $60 to $70 billion. Now, that's no small change. And that will really grow 3.5 times to where it is now. We think in DLF that we are the OGs. We pioneered luxury with DLF Emporio and Chanakya. We do think that the time has come in terms of not just expanding, but also looking at how the products are changing. Today, we are in a unique space where in the luxury space, we just don't rely on international luxury brands, which we do have, but we also have a slew of Indian luxury brands who've also gone global. So I think we are uniquely positioned that way to look at, we have a Sabyasachi, to a Manish, to a Gaurav Gupta, who are global names on one hand. We also are welcoming many brands within the LVMH portfolio, and we think that it's the play between the two that makes it a very interesting study.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here, and thank you and congratulations to Business Standard for the 50th anniversary. So I think, I believe India is going through a very interesting phase, and India is aspirational. Whenever an economy goes through an aspirational phase, people keep on trading upwards. So, better clothes, better hotels, better phones. We see it around us everywhere. So I believe the next couple of decades, as India grows more and more aspirational, anything that you build, and that's why I kind of move from a corporate job to an entrepreneurial role, because if you start building anything pretty much in the world which is aspirational, which is kind of trading upwards, it will do well. I also believe that if you really think about it, whether in terms of goods, whether in terms of travel or in anything, even if you go back 10 years back, India was already winning the best hotels in the world. Yeah, so hotels have actually kind of kept that flag going high for a long time. So we are not really pioneers at the postcard to be building luxury hotels. I mean, India's already had some absolutely exceptional hotels. So I believe it's an absolutely great time to build. I also believe that India again has this great opportunity to show to the world of what the next generation of hotels could be. I think that opportunity is definitely there. And what's the good part means, we always look at every single government number. They talk about inbound tourists in India. Let me give you an interesting statistic. India gets 10 million inbound, yeah, and out of which 1 million is luxury, 9 million is basically traffic moving up and down. But Indians do 2.3 billion domestic trips a year. A domestic trip is me taking a bus to Bombay or taking a flight to Bombay. That's a domestic trip for everybody. So out of this 2.3 billion domestic trips, even if I say 99% of them are not in the luxury segment, that still leaves 23 million trips. That's why when we talk about 1 million to 23 million and you talk about hotels in India doing so well, airport travel is doing so well, because domestic consumption is booming. It's an aspirational young country really willing to travel. And I think that's the great opportunity. Also, if it's luxury, then luxury because of the good margins that it operates at, which people generally, kind of scoff at sometimes, but because of the good margins it operates at, also can create a lot of vibrant communities where it operates, which actually helps. I mean, it's a GDP roller coaster if you can get on it and if you can do it properly, and that's the way that we look at it.
So I'm going to actually start with a contrarian point of view, or partly contrarian. I think, India, if one looks at it, to talk about a 1.4 billion at whatever $2,500 US per cap is the wrong way to think about it. There is the equivalent of a Mexico and in Indonesia and a sub-Saharan Africa, all three of them coexisting at the same time. That's point number one. So, and I think it is not that India's development is going to be defined by luxury, but I think many times the debate which ends up happening or the discussion ends up happening is the isolation. I think for the next 2 decades or 3 decades, it's going to be a question of and. So it's not agriculture or manufacturing or services, it's agriculture and manufacturing and services. I think we are going to see growth in luxury, we are going to see growth in the middle, and we are going to see growth in the mass. So it's coexistence of all three. I think the importance, to my mind, is driven by 3 facts. Number one, if one looks at true luxury, it actually is skill and manpower intensive, right? So if you look at, some of the luxury traditions of India, whether it's in terms of Kanjivaram saris or jewelry, or if you look at the European traditions, they are actually manpower intensive. And as we think about, job creation, employment, of course we'll have industry, but we'll also have craft and skills. We'll also have services, as Kapil was saying. So I think just from a perspective of skills and in terms of job creation, this could be one big element to keep in mind, not only from a perspective of consumption. I think the second piece, I would say in terms of what we see in luxury, at least happening globally, is there is a move away from conspicuous consumption to conscious consumption, and it's manifesting itself in different ways. The youth actually being a part of it, and they're being more conscious about, the impact which it's having. The second-hand economy or pre-loved or whatever one may call it, that comes into play, and therefore the impact which ends up happening is not just a 1-step, but a 2-step process which is there. So I think that's the other element to keep in mind in terms of, the luxury. And third, and you know, we were just having a discussion just before this. You know, I'm always skeptical about numbers which get, you know, thrown about in terms of market size, because it depends on the definition. So if I look at luxury itself, if you define it today, one could say it is, you know, 3.5, 3.7 billion. If you start including a set of categories, it becomes 8, 9. If you include luxury phones and vehicles, then it becomes 3 times that size. You know, Apple India today's sale is actually more than Hindustan Lever, right? So if you think about it, you know, there depends on how you define it, the size actually ends up varying. But the one interesting example, and just as a question to pose, is if one looks at in many of the luxury categories, the value is captured by the brand. And I think one aspiration which should be there is, can we actually have brands in luxury which are created in India, so that a large part of the value is actually captured by India?
Thanks. So I would actually largely agree with a lot of what the panelists have said. Maybe a couple of points to add. I think one to me is that looking at luxury market size in a way is a lag metric as we look at how India grows out. And therefore, if this is a metric that is large, if this is a metric that is because people have traded up, it's evidence for us that, you know, India is premiumizing, India is growing, we're on the path of being developed. The second point is really that the share of mind of luxury is actually often much larger than the share of wallet. And as other countries or other people sort of look at us, having a very strong, vibrant luxury market, which is both a domestic consumption market and, like Abhik said, Indian brands which actually have a very strong global play, allow us to actually have a much larger share of mind, and therefore we are viewed as a lot more developed. And the third is that this is an industry that drives a lot of influence, and therefore, at least in the current stage, as we are developing with especially all the conversation we are having around sustainability and consciousness, and growth, unfortunately, is sort of linked very directly to consumption. Luxury can play a very interesting inflection role to say that how can we sort of redefine the way we consume and actually solve a lot of the growth conundrum for companies to say that I need to grow, but can I grow by dematerializing or can I grow by premiumizing? So these are probably the 3 points that I had.
I'm coming to you last for a reason, because you know you're from France and you're representing some French luxury home decor brands in India, and you know France is synonymous with luxury, and we would really want to hear what you have to say about, you know, the importance of luxury.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. No, I agree mostly with everything that has been said before, but what I feel is that the Indian market has evolved extremely rapidly in the past 20 years that I've been working here. I can say that 20 years ago, just the awareness of global luxury brands was hardly there. Then 10 years ago, suddenly everybody in interiors wanted an Italian interior. So there were like 5 or 10 brands and everybody wanted the same brands. And just a few years later now, for the past 2-3 years, we see that the self-confidence of the customer has really completely changed. Nobody is chasing a brand because it's from France or because it's from Italy or because it's from here or there. People are looking for quality. People are looking to enjoy something they like. People are collecting. And I feel this is a much more interesting market because this is because of self-confidence. And I think I would tend to agree with what has been said before. In my opinion, the next Chanel will be from India. I am 100% sure.
When? How soon?
In the next less than 10 years, I would say 5 years, you would have the biggest luxury brands, because India has always been a country of luxury. As you said, luxury is about artisanship. It's about time spent. It's about art. And India has always had that. It's inherent. It's part of the culture. But now what we lacked was investment and a vision. And I think that's what has been developed in the past few years. People are putting money in Indian brand and people are believing. And I was recently with Gaurav Gupta, who was saying, I don't need to design a sari to be an Indian fashion designer. And I like that because he's Indian and he's in luxury, he's going to design what he feels is India today. And this is what, if Coco Chanel had said, I can only design corsets because they are French, then we would never have had fashion in France. So I think we are on the right path, and I'm very, very excited to be part of this journey in India.
You know, one of the things that we talked about is speaking both about consumption, Indian luxury consumer becoming more evolved, and Indian brands also stepping out and finding a global presence, which is still like, a little less. What would it take to scale that up where, you have recognizable brands from India, globally, internationally recognizable brands from India, considering that luxury is a very slow market. It, takes time to build, to grow. Some of the brands are like, close to a century old. What would it take to do that, have that kind of an edge?
I would say...
and the question is open to everybody.
Yeah,
yes, please.
I'll just say one small word. I would say that for me, it's the vision. The world is waiting for India to come on the stage. I don't think every day or every week at least, I get a call from one or two brands who are wanting to come into India, who are wanting me to represent them. And everybody, yes, last week we had an event with over 30 French brands who are coming for the first time to India. So the same way the brands want to come into India, I think the world is waiting for India. It just needs someone who's going to dare to do it, I think.
Do we undersell luxury,
In fact, I think COVID and post-COVID, an interesting trend has started, which is corporate houses understanding the power of Indian brands, and they are kind of funding without impacting the design sensibilities or influencing the design sensibilities. They are just giving financial support and, may I say, a certain structure and order to running the business and looking at it globally. And that's a trend that is going to really stand in good stead for us, because if Sabyasachi, just post-COVID, opened in New York and he's opened in Dubai, the same I see with Manish or with all the others, Gaurav is going to open something in France. So all these are indicators that the right kind of funding and the right kind of backing has started for the Indian luxury to go global, as much as global luxury to come to India. It's a symbiotic process that one sees, and I think the journey has just started with the right backing. I don't see why we in India cannot have the next Coco Chanel. We probably are well on the road to it. And also the fact that, we as a country, we are so, shall I say, proud as a country and holding on to our own craftsmanship and culture. It was telling to see Dior recognizing the Chanakya School of Art and creating the Dior show and the collection here at the Gateway. It shows that globally, those luxury brands are also equally proud of the Indian craftsmanship and are ready to collaborate. These are all good bodings for the future.
So our entire thesis is exactly based on what he's saying, that we need to create, we think we're trying to create the Chanel of hotels. Yeah. So I totally agree with him. When I decided to quit up my job at the Oberoi, the idea was that, just think about it, that, and with due respect to every single hotel player in India, Taj's been around for 120 years, Oberoi's been around for 80 years, but how many international hotels have we put up? Think 2027, the third largest outbound market in the world is going to be from India. Yeah. So in the next 4 years, if it's going to be the third largest outbound country in the world with travel going, and by 2040 they say even #1 in the world, then where is the next Indian brand in Paris, in London, in Rome, in Scotland, in the Highlands? We just drink so much whiskey, but we're not in the whiskey country. In France, in Burgundy, in Bordeaux, everywhere. And so when we started the Postcard Hotel, the idea was to take Indian hospitality everywhere globally, but start with India first. And that's what we started. And with authenticity, think about it, and with all due respect, the French are so proud of their culture and heritage. Yeah? Think about, why does Air India serve croissants? The croissant is not an Indian bread. Nobody, including the richest people in India, wake up in India and make a croissant. Making a croissant is a tough job if you've ever worked in a hotel kitchen. Yeah, India has 128 indigenous varieties of breads, but none of our airlines serve it. Most of our hotel breakfasts don't serve it. So we said, unless we open in Pondicherry, which has got a very significant French influence, we'll never serve croissants at the Postcard Hotel. We will find a bread from the region and we'll serve it. And I think that, in a way, we have to celebrate our own culture and our heritage. I think that's what it takes, because there was a very good question you asked, what will it take? It will take phenomenal amount of intent. It will take phenomenal amount of innovation. It will take phenomenal amount of passion, commitment, not giving up to build a brand. Building a brand is a multi-generational game. It's sometimes Coco Chanel's no longer there. But it's a multi-generational game. So you've got to think really long-term. Your capital raising has to be really long-term. You've got to be true to the brand, and there'll be enough distractions along the way. It takes time to build a great brand. And I think that is what it will take. But if you build it with the right intent, it will come through. One is, he spoke very nicely about India being, always the Rajas and the Maharajas and the palaces. But again, taking it out to international markets is not going to be easy. We were talking about opening hotels in these great developments in Saudi Arabia, for example, and they're still getting used to India. So we think of it quite a lot, but in a lot of countries, still getting used to India. He spoke about getting 30 brands to India. Means imagine most of them sometimes would be there on their first visit, actually. Yeah, correct. So it takes time, and if you can take time, build. I think, like I said earlier, it's the best time to build. It's the best time to stay true to what this country is all about. Means we still don't even have one good hotel in the Northeast. Think about that. Yeah, and it's such a scenic area. It's got such political importance now, considering what's going on in the world. But we don't have one good hotel in the Northeast. So why not? So build it. They will come. We've not. Sri Lanka, for example, has taken the tea story. The best teas are from Sri Lanka. Incorrect. The best teas are from Assam and Darjeeling. We've just not sold our teas well enough. And we haven't showcased our tea well enough. Sri Lanka, in spite of the economic crisis, still sells hotels on the tea trail at $1,000 a night. So I think it's the moment we get very proud of what we are building, which I think it's coming. I think the next Indian super luxury hotel brand or retail brand or fashion brand would be there.
So we need to stop underselling. Would you want to come in?
So I think just two things I think we should take. I think, first of all, it'll take storytelling. We hire a lot of, bright people from, the IITs, IIMs. I've had the opportunity to hire from, Harvard and Stanford as well. I always say, in a 5 to 7 minute interaction, the folks from Harvard and Stanford will do much better than IITs and IIMs. But if you spend 45 minutes, you see the difference, right? So I think what will it take is, building on what Kapil had said, I think it's about not only, underselling, but actually having the conviction, confidence. And the place I would say very different what India is today than 20 years back is, today if you talk to a 25-year-old, he or she is much more confident than I was 25 years back. So I have much greater faith in the 25 years of today, olds of today, to be able to tell that story. The second, and I'm just going to challenge one element. I think if one looks at luxury, which is there, we are still retaining the old idea of luxury. Today, I think there is a lot which actually takes the hardware and software together. India actually has a capability in some of the elements on hardware. The equivalent of the next iPhone or a service is going to be impacted by software. Why don't we integrate that together? Because the luxury of 2047 or 2035 is not going to be only about the jewelry or the craft. So getting parts of technical skills, excellence, engineering, and so on, I think that's important. And finally, while I do agree that it takes time, I just leave one thing. The first $1 trillion economy for India took 60+ years. The next $1 trillion took 7 years. The next took 3 years. India is not unique. The same thing happened for China. The same thing happened for US. So, once you get to a certain scale as an economy or as a company, going to the next and the next and next, the first 5 hotels to open globally or the first brand to open, store to open is difficult. The next is easier. And here, I think one brand which, I don't know if anybody has heard of this thing called Araku coffee.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So Araku actually is a region in south of India which actually produces great coffee. And there's actually the Nandi Foundation and others actually have got it to a point where, like Amul, for every rupee which is sold, the farmer actually gets much more than what one would get naturally. The first store that Araku opened was in Paris, Champs-Élysées. They said, we are not going to open in Bombay or Bangalore. We are going to open it in Champs-Élysées because we are wanting to create an Indian luxury brand. And how do we make sure that we have many more of those which actually have the linkage with the farmer or the artisan, and we start out with pride?
Maybe just one point to add. If we look at a lot of categories that the group has spoken about, many of these are sort of one-time bespoke consumption categories, right? I go for a holiday once, I buy a lehenga once. But one of the things that you notice, say, in the developed markets is that a lot of luxury products have made it to the day-to-day. Of course, if we expand definition to iPhones, etc., it is part of our day-to-day. But if you look at a lot of the Indian brands, I think a sustained investment in or even working with price points, because you don't have to be on global price points. Just being at very premium price points in India would be luxury for India in some form or shape. And having products there where you can consume it almost on a daily basis, on a regular basis, is also another big unlock that we should start looking at.
Is the Indianization of international luxury brands, for instance, is it an area of concern? For instance, like, Bulgari came out with a Mangal Sutra, something that, Indian artisans do, or they came up with a Kara. So is that an area, should Indian artists, Indian people engaged or building Indian luxury brands, would that be, or is it like a hat tip to them? What? Yes, please. Pushpa.
Well, I think otherwise. Actually, the reason why recently the Bulgari Worldwide CEO was there and we were interacting, the reason why they are looking at it is because the global Indians who are outside, they are extremely wealthy, quite a few of them, and they're tapping into that market, and they're also tapping into the Indian market. So it's not as if they're only tapping into the Indian market. However, there are quite a few brands, like Louis Vuitton launched a Rani Pink collection of shoes specifically for the Indian wedding wear. Now that is something which is tapping into the Indian market, and this is going to continue. There will be product types which will be focused on the Indian market, limited editions, and the Indian wedding market, as you know, is phenomenally large. All these international brands are understanding the power of that, and branded jewelry is here to stay now. The reason is because the millennials have started shopping, Gen Zers and millennials have started shopping luxury, and they, from a jewelry point of view, there is a small trend that has begun, which is, why get into only the traditional jewelers? I would like to have a branded jewelry piece. So I think there is a multiple reason why these trends are beginning and why global brands are also launching Indian collections, maybe specific and maybe not, but I don't see it to be a reason to worry. In fact, I think it will only expand the market.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it's more a proof that the brands are very much interested in India and in the Indian market and in the Indian consumer. But I think it's also important for the brands who are doing this to really develop collaborations and not to do it just as a marketing thing. I think there are beautiful collaborations that are being done. And as we said before, most of the fashion brands and most of the brands in general have a part of their productions in India. And I think it would be interesting in those collaborations that the Indian artisan and the Indian part is also as equally a part. I mean, is equally shown and advertised.
One question to you, Alexi. Like among your clientele, you have the Ambanis, you have the Piramals, and you have Tarun Tehlianis.
You name them.
Name them? Okay, fine. And also, from what I know, is I think I'm correct that among the chandeliers that were there at Anant Ambani and Radhika Merchant's pre-wedding celebration, Jamnagar were the ones that came from your company. But so these are people that you would expect to indulge in luxury. But is that also shifting? Is a new class of luxury consumers emerging? And how big is that?
Absolutely. It's boomed a lot. I mean, till about 5 years ago, anyone in this room could name my clients because they are just the top people that you would expect would be able to spend so much on their interiors. And now, in the past, I would say 3 to 4 years, we have completely anonymous people who are very well informed in what they want. My strategy, because I sell French craft, is to also travel in France with my clients and get them to know why it's interesting to get something French rather than that they won't get anywhere else. What do we do well? And I'm extremely surprised by the number of projects that we've had in the past 2 years, and it keeps increasing. Yeah. So I would say yes. Now the number of clients is really increasing, which is a good thing.
Technology. How important is technology in this question to a big question to Kapil, and also to Nikhil? How important is technology? Will it be a challenge? Will it be in the luxury sphere, or will it present opportunities, and in what way?
So I think from a data point of view, fantastic. You can use technology. At the postcard hotel, we say, just switch off your phone, please. Just soak in the environment, soak in the natural thing that you are. We are generally in beaches and wildlife reserves, in tea, wine estates. So means just keep your phone aside. But yeah, on the backbone, it's extremely critical. It's very important. There was a very important point made here, which was that this one-time consumption. Our idea is that you should take a holiday every 3 months, even if it's for 2 days. So it's periodic consumption, and we want to keep on opening a new hotel every 3 months. I think one of the things that never really happened earlier. So we're kind of working with construction techniques which can help us open in every 3 months. Authentic, really, India has phenomenal construction techniques also. So we're kind of exploring that across the board. But the whole idea is to keep it going. Data analytics is at a totally different level because it's companies of the new generation. But from a technology perspective at the hotel, I'm just saying, just leave your phone behind, please. I would love for, so I remember we opened a hotel in Goa in the forest, okay, totally sustainable, very nice. And signal was a big problem because there was no phone signal. So everybody used to complain. So at reservation stage, we should tell them, sir, if you've got a meeting, then don't come and stay here, please. Go somewhere else because out here, signals will go and come. So be mindful of that. Here in Gir, we say, here a lion's roar. Then be on your phone. So yeah. So when you're in the hotels, don't use it. At the back end, we guys are using it to make sure you keep on coming back.
So just one quick add. I think many times when we say technology, we refer to the internet or data. My only point is, I think that is a huge amplifier for any kind of a business. I would just say, whether it's looking at sustainable technologies, whether it's biomedical and so on and so forth. I think there are other elements of technology which also can be huge enablers, to everything that we are talking about.
I would agree. I think the regular stuff for most industries tends to work here. It's a high influence driven industry. So when you look technology as social media, it really drives demand. It's also a place where the physical formats of consumption are much fewer than the demand, and therefore e-commerce can bridge a lot of the access gap. So I think in those places, if you sort of use technology interestingly. I was hearing this about one of the jewelry companies, which is saying that, you can't have a lot of people coming into us, but can we sort of imbibe the old tradition of taking jewelry to your home and do a booking and so on and so forth? And that sort of not only created access, but also curated a very new luxury, bespoke at-home experience. So those are very interesting ways in which you can use technology to.
So there's an amalgamation. The way it used to happen in the old days that, when somebody would come and he would show you these other stuff, you can pick it up, come to your house and all of that. All right. Quick class because we're really out of time and I'm sorry we will not be able to take any questions, but we can take it offline. Quick last closing remarks. If there are any challenges, starting with you, Alexei, and what would you see and see those challenges as and what that India might need to tide over in the luxury space, and then we'll just...
Right now, I don't see any challenges. On our side, I see that one of the challenges that used to be was that when you build a house for interiors, you rely a lot on an architect. And many of the, even in hotels, of the luxury properties in India were made by architects from abroad. And now we're very happy to see this changing. This was a big hurdle, and this is changing a lot now. And I mean, the house in Gujarat that you mentioned earlier has been made by an Indian architect. And I feel that this is amazing to have enablers like that in the market. And I'm hoping to see more of this happening.
Well, the challenge is also an opportunity for us. I think there is a lack of good supply because luxury needs the best of location from a retail point of view. It needs expanse and it needs the best locations. And it's not easy to build luxury zones and malls. So I do think that, the challenge is how quickly are we able to build it out. That would be a challenge here.
So hotels are always tough to build. There is something or the other happening. We've taken governments to court. We've done every single thing possible. So I'm just saying that if you're building, like I said earlier, if you're building something, if you've got an intergenerational view on it, focus on self-sufficiency. So yeah, just keep on building on your own, and there will always be challenges. Means that's the nature of the business that all of us are trying to do. So just focus on self-sufficiency. I mean, it's part of life.
Adam Smith talked about land, labor, and capital as the three factors of production. Capital, I definitely don't see as a constraint. Land selectively, which is there, and actually labor is the place which actually can be a competitive advantage.
But just end by saying that, sustainability has become very important. And I think luxury brands are probably the only ones who have the ability to get sustainable and charge a premium for it, right? All the others don't have the luxury of charging a premium. And therefore, to do this and really sort of portray themselves as sustainable brands, I think is a big challenge.
All right. Thank you so much. And really, and apologies for the delay that happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the esteemed panelists. Please come together for a group photograph, and thank you to the moderator for steering this session. One for the publication and one with the honorable moderator of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all walking out, I'd like to inform you that we'd like to have you all back in your seats by 2:10, please. We have wonderful sessions lined up post-lunch. We'll be starting with a session on agrarian economy, and then Amitabh Kant is in the house. So 2:10 p.m., please, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you're here or not, we will begin. Thank you very much.
India luxury map.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand.
I was like holding myself back from not saying something socialist.
Business Standard.
Oh, really? How nice.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry.
only Gitika would
On
do
many
all
PCs,
events.
the data
She's
required
the
to
best.
run AI
And
programs
I have it
is
like a lucky
probably
message. Gitika ki date availability is
But
changed.
in the hybrid
All
AI
Oberoi events was only Gitika. I told her, I asked her, I told her, she's my lucky message.
Transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use
I'm coming there.
cases without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated...
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you all back at 2:10 p.m. for the post-lunch session. We have wonderful sessions lined up, a lot of exciting speakers in post-lunch, so please be here with us on time. Thank you.
AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Thursday, 27th March 1975. An idea was born, a vision and a principle to bring the very best of economic journalism to the people of India in the most dispassionate, impartial, accurate and authentic manner. Business Standard was launched at 40 Paisa in Calcutta from the house of Anand Bazar Patrika, or better known as ABP Private Limited. In the ever-changing landscape of journalism for the last 50 years, Business Standard has remained a stalwart, a beacon of credibility and excellence, known for reporting that stresses accuracy and credibility, commentary that is informed, independent and fair, and journalism that is rooted in ethical conduct and defined by a sacrosanct bond with the reader. Welcome to the journey of Business Standard. First, an institution for practicing journalism of the highest standards, then a newspaper that is the economic voice of the nation, and now a multimedia website and a lot more in the era of digitalization, AI, and machine learning. Founded decades ago with a vision to provide accurate, unbiased, and insightful business news, Business Standard quickly established itself as a trusted source of information for professionals and decision makers alike. With 13 editions across the country and a Business Standard in Hindi, the journey of honest and ethical economic journalism continues, unabated. But as they say, change is inevitable and the only constant. As technology advanced and the media landscape shifted, Business Standard adapted and embraced change, always staying true to its core values of integrity, independence, and excellence in journalism. Today, Business Standard can be consumed through print, online, video, podcasts, YouTube, apps, social media. Business journalism continues to be practiced with passion. Through economic booms and downturns, political upheavals, and technological revolutions, Business Standard has remained steadfast in its commitment to delivering high-quality news and analysis that empowers its readers to make informed decisions. As we celebrate the legacy of Business Standard, and look ahead to the future, one thing remains certain. Our dedication to journalistic integrity and excellence will continue to guide us on our journey for years to come.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1 and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at Prestige University are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard. She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RizenAI.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Thursday, 27th March 1975. An idea was born, a vision and a principle to bring the very best of economic journalism to the people of India in the most dispassionate, impartial, accurate, and authentic manner. Business Standard was launched at 40 paisa in Calcutta from the house of Anand Bazar Patrika, or better known as ABP Private Limited. In the ever-changing landscape of journalism, for the last 50 years, Business Standard has remained a stalwart, a beacon of credibility and excellence, known for reporting that stresses accuracy and credibility, commentary that is informed, independent and fair, and journalism that is rooted in ethical conduct and defined by a sacrosanct bond with the reader. Welcome to the journey of Business Standard. First, an institution for practicing journalism of the highest standards, then a newspaper that is the economic voice of the nation, and now a multimedia website and a lot more in the era of digitalization, AI, and machine learning. Founded decades ago with a vision to provide accurate, unbiased, and insightful business news, Business Standard quickly established itself as a trusted source of information for professionals and decision makers alike. With 13 editions across the country and a Business Standard in Hindi, the journey of honest and ethical economic journalism continues, unabated. But as they say, change is inevitable and the only constant. As technology advanced and the media landscape shifted, Business Standard adapted and embraced change, always staying true to its core values of integrity, independence, and excellence in journalism. Today, Business Standard can be consumed through print, online, video, podcasts, YouTube, apps, social media. Business journalism continues to be practiced with passion. Through economic booms and downturns, political upheavals, and technological revolutions, Business Standard has remained steadfast in its commitment to delivering high-quality news and analysis that empowers its readers to make informed decisions. As we celebrate the legacy of Business Standard and look ahead to the future, one thing remains certain: our dedication to journalistic integrity and excellence will continue to guide us on our journey for years to come.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies.
for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants, rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication rings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently. While our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D and innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
In the holy city of Sri Amritsar Sahib, 3 great visionaries, Sir Sundar Singh Ji Majithia, Bhai Veer Singh Ji and Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, laid foundation of Punjab and Sindh Bank on the noble principles of social commitments towards weaker sections of the society. bank has embarked on a journey for expanding its footprint in India and is presently having 1,553 branches, 885 ATMs, and 2 digital banking units. Bank has been an active catalyst in driving the country's economic development by financing infrastructure projects, MSMEs, farmers, students, professionals, including other sections of the society. In financial year 2022 to 23, Bank posted all-time high net profit of rupees 1,313 crores. Several new services are now available on Bank's highly popular mobile and web application, PSB Unique, and it's continuously upgrading to come up to the expectations of next-gen customers.
Punjab and Sindh Bank, where service is a way of life.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्वकॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
मैडम जी, वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए। दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। डीलर, निकाल दे इसके हवा।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
He is moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. The spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1 and I'm starving. I head towards the food court. The library floor is the nerve center of PU. We split amongst ourselves the initial reading of the cases for tomorrow's classes. While working on the case study on forward integration in agribusiness, we detoured to a possibility where product trials happen first in the metaverse. I am confident that the intellectual and physical challenges I endure daily at prestige university are the building blocks of a grounded and foresighted business leader in me.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard. She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your growth story with our corporate banking. Use our unmatched personal banking services, smart investment options, and a wide range of credit cards. Make your dreams a joyous reality with housing, car, education, and gold loan. Let's dream big. Join the vision of strong India. Canara Bank. Together, we can.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Thursday, 27th March 1975. An idea was born, a vision and a principle to bring the very best of economic journalism to the people of India in the most dispassionate, impartial, accurate, and authentic manner. Business Standard was launched at 40 Paisa in Calcutta from the house of Anand Bazar Patrika, or better known as ABP Private Limited. In the ever-changing landscape of journalism for the last 50 years, Business Standard has remained a stalwart, a beacon of credibility and excellence, known for reporting that stresses accuracy and credibility, commentary that is informed, independent, and fair, and journalism that is rooted in ethical conduct and defined by a sacrosanct bond with the reader. Welcome to the journey of Business Standard. First, an institution for practicing journalism of the highest standards, then a newspaper that is the economic voice of the nation, and now a multimedia website and a lot more in the era of digitalization, AI, and machine learning. Founded decades ago with a vision to provide accurate, unbiased, and insightful business news, Business Standard quickly established itself as a trusted source of information for professionals and decision makers alike. With 13 editions across the country and a Business Standard in Hindi, the journey of honest and ethical economic journalism continues unabated. But as they say, change is inevitable and the only constant. As technology advanced and the media landscape shifted, Business Standard adapted and embraced change, always staying true to its core values of integrity, independence, and excellence in journalism. Today, Business Standard can be consumed through print, online, video, podcasts, YouTube, apps, social media. Business journalism continues to be practiced with passion. Through economic booms and downturns, political upheavals and technological revolutions, Business Standard has remained steadfast in its commitment to delivering high-quality news and analysis that empowers its readers to make informed decisions. As we celebrate the legacy of Business Standard and look ahead to the future, one thing remains certain. Our dedication to journalistic integrity and excellence will continue to guide us on our journey for years to come.
Who said modern warfare is only about firepower? Modern warfare is all about smart electronics, be it land, air, or sea. Military operations is all about bits and bytes rather than sheer firepower. Modern wars are fought with radars, radios, and computers. That's the impact of electronics. BEL is continuously pioneering innovation in electronics as a potent weapon for the defense forces, delivering military electronics of the highest quality. BEL enables change through professional electronics by harnessing the power of satellites and ground-based communication technologies for the benefit of the common man. Armed with 9 high-tech manufacturing plants rolling out over 350 quality products, BEL has grown into a multi-product, multi-technology company. In any strategic army operation, timely and efficient communication brings success. Thanks to our secure handheld mobile radios and manpacks, vehicle-mounted equipment for ground-to-ground, ground-to-air and ground-to-sea communication, which enable efficient communications during critical missions and situations. Modern warfare relies on intelligent electronics to counter the impact of enemy weapon systems. Our electronic warfare systems for signal and communications intelligence, electronic countermeasure and electronic support measure have become the most important weapons in the arsenal of the defense forces. BEL's command control communications computers and intelligence systems, popularly known as C4I systems, enable optimal management of firepower through artillery command control systems and secure communication via integrated secure digital communication networks. What's more, when you have to hold ground during enemy aggression, battle tanks take center stage. And our tank communication systems help achieve higher reliability while gunning for victory. The Indian Navy relies on BEL for efficient communication during war and peace. C4I systems as well as radars, sonars, decoys, and sonar buoys help the Navy achieve control over the high seas. BEL's 2 decades of expertise in optoelectronics is well known. Thermal imagers, night vision goggles, binoculars and laser rangefinders meet the surveillance needs of the defense forces to resist enemy infiltration and helping in paramilitary operations. Our electronic voting machines have made Indian citizens vote with confidence, ensuring free and fair elections. A developing economy, India's various technological needs are addressed by us. Our solar technology helps light the remotest of Indian villages and, of course, manage the burgeoning traffic across cities. Our e-governance systems help state governments to reach out to the people quickly and efficiently. While our air traffic management systems ensure safe takeoff and landing of aircrafts across airports in the country. At BEL, R&D And innovation is a way of life. Each BEL unit has its own R&D setup, focusing on product-specific requirements, supported by 2 central research laboratories at Bangalore and Ghaziabad to explore futuristic and cutting-edge technologies. Tie-ups with external agencies like DRDO helps in joint development of products. This multifaceted R&D approach allows us to drive innovation and change consistently, and all our units are ISO certified. BEL's management practices are not just inspired, but also driven by its customers. Planned diversification and exploration of new markets, resourcefulness, operational commitment and excellence are hallmarks of BEL's corporate functioning. BEL has emerged as a quality defense electronics supplier to the world, catering to over 40 countries across the globe who've relied on BEL products for years. As India consolidates its leadership position in the new economy, there's only one Indian company aiming for a global footprint in professional electronics, and that is Bharat Electronics, India's pride in defense electronics.
In the holy city of Sri Amritsar Sahib, 3 great visionaries, Sir Sundar Singh Ji Majithia, Bhai Veer Singh Ji and Sardar Tarlochan Singh Ji, laid foundation of Punjab and Sindh Bank on the noble principles of social commitments towards weaker sections of the society. Bank has embarked on a journey for expanding its footprint in India and is presently having 1,553 branches, 885 ATMs and 2 digital banking units. Bank has been an active catalyst in driving the country's economic development by financing infrastructure projects, MSMEs, farmers, students, professionals including other sections of the society. In financial year 2022 to 23, Bank posted all-time high net profit of rupees 1,313 crores. Several new services are now available on Bank's highly popular mobile and web application, PSB Unique, and it's continuously upgrading to come up to the expectations of next-gen customers.
Punjab and Sindh Bank, where service is a way of life.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
दौर बदल जाते हैं, मगर आपकी पहचान नहीं, जैसे सर्वकॉम। पिछले 35 सालों से पहचान है भरोसे की, भारत के नंबर 1 टॉप क्वालिटी डोमेस्टिक और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्ट्स की। सर्वकॉम रखे सब कंट्रोल में।
मैडम जी, वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए। दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव। डीलर, निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard.
Most of my days start with realizing how exciting the day's agenda is. And it happened today as well. After my morning studies in my cozy hostel room, I rushed to the 8:10 meetup with my case study group of the final review of our case study. the spirited discussions are in contrast to the calm of the green spaces the campus offers. As the first class starts, the professor opens the discussion on the case, Economics of Ethanol Business. The class engages in a deep study following the first arguments, and then we delve into a perspective-based discourse. After that exciting conversation, I walk past the coffee station, placed just outside my class. This part of the day is stimulating as I gather hands-on experience at the Bloomberg terminal, processing data into bankable insights. It's almost 1 and I'm starving.
Cordless,
I head
mics
towards
open
the
kar
food
dijiye,
court.
please.
He's moving from employee to employer. Business Standard. She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
AI for business offers tremendous potential. But on traditional PCs, it can be slow, demanding, and power-hungry. On many PCs, the data required to run AI programs is uploaded to the internet. But in the hybrid AI world, there's a new kind of AI engine built right into the PC. With AMD Ryzen AI, transformative AI applications can run locally. Processing data on your device means fewer attack vectors. Efficient AI processing with AMD Ryzen AI can also run faster compared to the competition and offers better performance per watt for various use cases versus a CPU without Ryzen AI. Ryzen AI includes a dedicated AI engine powered by AMD XDNA that has a unique spatial architecture allowing multiple AI applications to run privately and simultaneously without interfering with one another. In fact, when compared to the closest competing AI PC on the market, AMD Ryzen AI-powered PCs perform multitasking commercial workloads like this one significantly faster, boosting your productivity, all while providing immersive AI experiences. AMD Ryzen AI is available now on select PCs advanced with AMD Ryzen processors. To learn more, visit amd.com/RyzenAI.
She has ambitions of becoming a brand. Business Standard.
Indians are going miles with a big smile. Boost your
Ladies and gentlemen, good
with our
afternoon. We'll give our delegates another minute to join us here. And while they're joining us, just for a minute, let me take you through what happens to speakers when they engage audiences from stage in post-lunch sessions. This is while you're all settling down. So physiologically, two things are working against speakers in post-lunch sessions. The blood is rushing towards the intestines to digest the food, and it's running away from the brain. The blood sugar levels are rising, and the speakers, the audiences feel sluggish, and they don't feel connected with the speaker. Speakers then need to raise their blood oxygen levels and engage their brains. So what's the best way for a speaker to engage the audience in a post-lunch session? Make them laugh. So here goes. If you don't want your husband to read a particular folder in your email, what would you name that folder? Instruction manual. Ladies and gentlemen, few more of you in your seats. Let's begin the post-lunch session, and this one throws light on the space of agri-economy. We're going to be talking about how agriculture will be placed when we will be a developed nation in the year 2047. May I please invite on the dais the honorable panelists of this session. Ram Chand, Member Agriculture, Niti Ayog. Good afternoon, sir, and a very, very warm welcome to you. Aye, please. Ramesh Chand ji, aye sir, please. Ramesh Chand, Member Agriculture, Niti Ayog. Namaste sir, and a very warm welcome. Ashok Gulati, noted agri-economist. Mr. Ajay Veer Jhakhar, Chairman, Bharat Krishak Samaj. And this is moderated by Sanjeev Mukherjee, Agriculture Editor, Business Standard.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all the panelists and the guests on this Business Standard Manthan Day 2. And as I understand, this is the best time to have a discussion on agriculture after having a hearty meal. So on my left is Dr. Ramesh Chand. He is one of the most noted economists, agriculture economist, member Niti Ayog, followed by Dr. Gulati, another well-known name in agriculture economics and agriculture in India, and then Mr. Ajay Jhakhar, Chairman of Bharat Krishak Samaj, one of the farmer voices who are very prominent in this country. So welcome all, sirs. So to start with, my first question is from the panel discussion is on the topic that we are discussing today. I would like to have views of each one of you that in 2047, when we are dreaming to become a developed nation, where does agriculture, you see agriculture standing to be? And how do we, what would be the shape of Indian agriculture 20, 25 years from here onward? The challenges, the things that we should be looking forward to. I'll start with Dr. Chand first, and maybe Dr. Gulati follows.
Thank you, Sanjeev. First of all, I congratulate Business Standard for choosing agriculture as one of the themes during this Business Standard Manthan. If you look at any of the goal of Viksit Bharat, or where we want to take Indian economy, Indian society by 2047, you will just find that most of those goals can't be imagined without focusing on agriculture. Even after 75 years of independence, agriculture remains the largest sector of Indian economy, with 18% share in Indian economy. At current price as well as at constant price, this share is higher than even manufacturing. So because of its weight, agriculture will matter to have high growth or a required growth rate for India to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. The second dimension is there are studies which show that 1% growth in agriculture is to 4 to 5 times more powerful in reducing poverty. You compare with manufacturing, overall non-agriculture, so you just find that agriculture is much more powerful in reducing poverty. Therefore, to achieve the inclusive growth, again, agriculture is very, very important. Then there are other goals like goal of sustainability. We all know that agriculture use 80 to 90% water. If we want to make sustainable use of our natural resources, be it water, be it land, be it air, agriculture is critical because it uses 80 to 90% of the total use of water in the country. Similarly, when it comes to emission, the contribution of agriculture to greenhouse gas emission is second after energy sector. Emission from agriculture are much higher than what are the emission from manufacturing sector. Therefore, if we want to halve the level of emission, or if we want to achieve net zero by 2070, so this is the second most important sector after energy sector that we must address this. Then there are other kind of issues that new kind of sources of demand are entering agriculture. Traditionally, agriculture was considered important to meet food, feed, fiber requirements. But over time, you just find that so many demand from bioenergy, agriculture for ethanol, and agriculture for many other uses. Now the question is that how agriculture will be able to meet all these goals, all these expectations. That is really a formidable challenge. As we go along, we can discuss, but I would like to conclude by sharing some statistics with you. One is that growth rate of agriculture sector is accelerating, and in last 10 years, we have close to 4% growth rate in agriculture, which is unprecedented in history of India. Not only in India, that India also aspired to become bird power in many areas. We are trying in manufacturing and others, but I think agriculture is one area where already we are the third largest agrarian economy. If you look at the data on GDP of agriculture by country, which is available in Bird Development Indicator of Bird Bank, it just shows that India's share in global GDP in last 20 years has increased from 8% to 14%. With the current growth rate, at present we are having highest growth rate in GDP agriculture. We have surpassed even China. China is 3.8, India is 4.0%. But thing is that many people still look at modern sector, computer, manufacturing, services. They don't look at agriculture, that this is the sector which is very important for us. This is the sector which can really help India to achieve its ambition in terms of growth, in terms of becoming bird power, in terms of improving health of people, and in many other areas. Okay.
Dr. Gulati, the same question to you. In 2047, maybe in the next 23, 24 years, where do you see Indian agriculture to be? Means from the current state, I mean, where do we stand? What is your vision? Where do you see the agriculture sector in the next 23 years?
Well, let me also compliment Business Standard for organizing this and thinking about agriculture. The first and foremost thing is people have to be fed, and they have to be fed well. Today, children below the age of 5, 35% are stunted. They will become a part of the workforce by 2047. If they are stunted, their earning capacity will be much less. It affects lifelong situation. Why they are stunted? Many reasons. One is food. Our soils have become deficient in zinc. our wheat and rice have become deficient in zinc, and that deficiency of zinc leads to stunting. Of course, there are other factors of sanitation and immunization and women education and all that. So I want to go beyond just the food security concept to the nutritional security concept. Today, in terms of food security, we have ample food. In fact, India is one of those which are net exporters, despite our ad hoc export bans. Yes. If I look around the world, China 1.4 billion, India 1.4 billion, Africa continent as a whole 1.4 billion. Where are they going to be? By 2050, which is what the UN population projections are, China will be going down in terms of population. India will be stabilizing at 1.66 billion, and Africa is going to be at 2.5 billion. So the biggest challenge, of course, globally will be for Africa. But 80% of India lives literally the standards of living of Africa. The 2% top, which are the business class, top business class, another 18% you and me. How long we can drive the growth of the economy overall? I'm sure most of the people here are aware this year's overall GDP growth is 7.6% as estimated. How many people would know how much is the agriculture GDP growth this year? 0.7%. 0.7%. If this is the volatility, I wish what Dr. Chand is saying, that 4% rate of growth, if overall GDP growth is 7.5%, and if agriculture GDP growth is 4%, that's great. We can feed ourselves because population rate of growth is coming down, it's below 1%. So availability of food would be there. But the moment the income of this so-called 80% of people which is living like African standards, when their income goes up, they are going to demand more food and better food. And that's where the challenge will come. Okay. Land is going to be more or less limited, so you have to invest heavily in agriculture R&D. We are way below what for the developing countries, most of the organizations are saying 1% of agriculture GDP should be spent on agriculture R&D. We are at half of that. Okay. So we need to ramp up. We are giving 2 lakh crores of food subsidy, free food. But what is ICR's budget? 9,500 crores. So without putting in research and development, our productivity levels luckily are still not touching the production frontiers. So there is scope to improve productivity. We have to invest in agri R&D. We have to graduate to more productive and producing more from less. Protected cultivation can double, triple, 4 times your yield. Drip irrigation. I think if subsidies have to be given, they have to be given more for saving your natural resources and getting more from every drop of water. Agriculture cannot be consuming 80 to 90% of the water when the urbanization takes place and manufacturing takes place. They will demand more and more, otherwise you will have the great IT capital of India, Bengaluru, for drops of water. And then we have, even in Maharashtra, where 20% roughly is the irrigation ratio, cotton only 3% irrigated, vis-a-vis sugarcane which is 100% irrigated. Right. So all the water, 66% of the water of the state in agriculture goes to just one crop. So these types of inequities will have to be rationalized. All this business of free power, undermining groundwater. Punjab is a classic case of ecological disaster right staring on our face. I think many of these have to be rationalized. Second thing that is going to happen, and I'll stop after one sentence. When the income of this so-called 20% of India increases, and that is increasing, and the income of 80% doesn't increase at that rate, then there is going to be a tension, and many of the manifestations of that in terms of agitations and all that will come. So we have to think not just increasing productivity in a manner that is planet positive, that is soil, water, air, biodiversity is kept in place, but also think of nutrition and overall income of the farmers need to increase. What are the best ways of that? Maybe in the second round we can talk about it.
Right.
Thank you.
So the comment with which you ended, the overall income of the farmer needs to increase. I want to bring Ajay here. Ajay, you interact with farmers and you are known to be the voice of the farmers. Where, from the perspective of a farmer, where do you see Indian agriculture in 2047? And we know the community is pretty enraged in several parts of the country. Where do we see this going from in next 23 years?
Thank you for Business Standard. Thank you for having me here. I think the population of the country has stabilized. We should expect the same, more or less the same population by 2047. Yesterday, I heard the finance minister give a few figures which were startling, and I'm sure Business Standard can agree or disagree with it later, that by 2030, she said we will be a 70 crore economy. 70 crore people will be in the middle class. And by 2031, she said that consumer spending on agriculture will be $1.4 trillion. And by 2047, 100 crore people will be middle class. If that were to happen, with consumption patterns changing as economies expand, I don't think so we'll be able to meet the demand. In spite of, other than that, in spite of our best efforts, climate change disruptions, water depleting in bread baskets of the country, and over 2/3 of the population living in urban settings, I think we are not prepared for it. I think agriculture policy is one big bottleneck which will grind Viksit Bharat to a stop slowly and slowly before we reach 2047. And one of the issues regarding where I think the problem is agriculture research and development, which Ashok Gulati ji has already elaborated upon. And see, when you look at 2047, we have to see what has been happening in the last 10, 15 years, 20 years, and how we are changing policy to be more efficient or will meet the objectives of 2047. Agriculture research spending has more or less stayed stagnant below inflation levels for the last 20 years. Nothing has changed. Yesterday, I think so, the finance minister also said that 3 lakh crores have been allocated to the states to spend on capex, on infrastructure. I think infrastructure is not what this country needs a priority on. I'm not saying infrastructure is not required, but the priority is on building human capacity and human capabilities. And that gets impacted because agriculture is a state subject. And in the states are not investing in agriculture. Agriculture universities, agriculture research institutions, where research and development comes, there's a 50 to 60% vacancies in professors, PhD students, in everything. I was in Jabalpur last month, they had a 70% vacancy in the agriculture university. You look at animal husbandry sector, there's a 50-60% vacancy in all these sectors. So these are vacancies that cannot be filled overnight. It will take 10 years to fill these vacancies. So are we planning for it? I don't think so. We are planning for it. Agriculture being a state subject is a major problem because the states are more interested in giving old pension scheme, they're more interested in giving free electricity, they're giving and giving populist measures. And the third problem comes with how agriculture policy is framed in the country of how things work with it. If you look at China, if you look at the US, and I think so both the economists here will agree that they constantly revise their agriculture policy and support systems to farmers. China has done it a few times. I think so US does it every 5 years or something. They come out with a different policy. In India, we've had the constant same subsidies, same policies going on for decade upon decade. So that also becomes a problem. No political parties have farmer leaders whom farmers accept as farmers or representative of the farming community. Even if you look at the last 10 years or you look before that, we've had no agriculture minister whom farmers accept as a representative of the farmers. And that's why it widens the trust deficit. And that's why farmers are in disagreement with not only the central government, with the state governments, because you're not taking them on board when consultations happen. In fact, farmers are not consulted. When the farm laws were made, they were not consulted. Subsequent that, an MSP committee was made. In that MSP committee, they put in 2 farmers who I know are stooges of the pesticide industry as representative of the farming community. So if you're not going to be consulting farmers, you're not going to be having them on the policy table, policies are not going to be made which will actually deliver to India's growth story or what we perceive it to be. And 3 things I would, before I end, I just want to put on 3 things. That reforms take time to work, they have a 10-year lag period before they kick in. So governments, various governments, all governments, not this government, I mean even the state governments are very scared of doing these reforms because the dividend's not going to be visible immediately. And all reforms are not hardwired to produce growth. Many reforms like financial and market deregulation actually increase growth but increase inequality at the same time. And that's why you need to get stakeholders like farmers or whoever you're trying to help to assess those programs for the government. And this electoral backlash that happens comes from very small minority of people. But the people who are going to gain from it are not going to be, supporting that as publicly as those who are going to lose out. So there is a political economy. Till we don't address that political economy in the farm policy, we are not going to be able to meet our 2047 goals.
That's a very, very, very interesting point to the point that you made. One thing which I was also looking, what I understand from the point that all 3 of you have made, one, growth is obviously needs to be accelerated in agriculture. Second, as Dr. Gulati put in, that we need to put in more money into R&D. And as Ajay said, that the policy in agriculture has to be from the farmer's perspective. They have to be part of that policy making. One problem which we all face, which we have been grappling with, which we all grappling with, is that we are producing something more, which is not required that much, but we are producing that something with less, which is very badly needed for that country. Basically, coming to the question of diversification, why I want to understand from each 3 of you is why diversification is such a big problem in this country. Where are the policy lacking in that? We have put in umpteen amounts of money in diversification. We have East India, Green Revolution, Falana, Dakna, whatever we had. But we haven't moved out farmers from growing wheat and rice in major states. And even in states where they weren't growing rice and wheat, they're now growing, all of them are growing rice and wheat. So starting with Dr. Chand and then with Dr. Gulati and others, I want to understand where has the diversification policy failed for this country?
Well, Sanjeev, I don't believe that diversification policy has failed. I would say that the success of diversification varies across the states. But let me first share one clarification about what do we mean by diversification. This correct perception is very important to understand diversification. There is 2 types of diversification we are talking and farmer leaders are talking. One is that diversification away from rice and wheat to bring in more of pulses, to bring in more of oil seeds, to which we call field crop or MSP crop. That is one level of diversification. And there are one kind of reason to diversify in favor of pulses, in favor of oil seed, because we are deficit in those crops, we are importing, and they are environment friendly compared to rice and wheat. So that is one level. But the serious issue there is that income from those crops, even if you ensure MSP, even if you give some bonus on MSP, their profitability does not come closer to rice and wheat, especially in northwest India. That is one type of diversification, and profitability is the reason that the gap is so big that pulses and oilseed replacing rice and wheat, that is not happening. There is second type of diversification, that is toward high value alternative, high value crops, on which Shok has written, I have written, calculations are available that if you diversify cropping pattern toward horticulture crops, the income from horticulture crop on an average is generally average 4 times compared to field crops. So any state which is diversifying toward high value crops, fruit and vegetable, you find that that state is having very good growth. I can share you example from real world. At present, per hectare crop productivity of Andhra Pradesh is almost same as per hectare productivity of crop sector in Punjab. Sometime Punjab little higher, sometime Andhra little higher. But at same level of productivity, growth rate of crop sector in Punjab is less than 0.5, whether you take last 5 years or last 10 years. And growth rate of crop sector in Andhra is 5%, rather more than that. Simple reason that Andhra is having lower productivity of rice compared to Punjab, but because they are diversifying toward high value fruit and vegetable, so you find their overall productivity is rising at a rate which is 10 times the rate of growth rate in Punjab. So this diversification already happening in a couple of states, and wherever this diversification is happening, you find that income of farmer is growing at a very high rate. You don't find distress kind of things. You don't see even farmer agitation there. So this is, I would say, the diversification. And the second type of diversification is away from crop sector, that you go for dairy sector. For that you require more fodder, you go for more of fishery. And right now, if you look at growth rate of these sectors, among all segment of agriculture, highest growth rate is in fishery. If you take last 10 years, the growth rate is more than 8%, all India. Then comes your dairy sector, your fruit and vegetable. So I would not agree with you that diversification is not happening in this country. Certainly diversification is not happening in particular region in this country. Reason being that through policies we are putting brakes on diversification. We are not letting market forces to operate there. And because of yield plateau, the income are not rising. You see, once yield has reached a plateau, whatever MSP you give, yield response will not come. Only to the extent of increase of price, income will increase. So today, Indian agriculture has reached a very interesting phase. I think other panelists also have to speak. Where you are giving opportunity to market operate, that segment is growing very fast. Where you are interfering through MSP, too much of interference, that sector is having lowest growth. Lowest growth today, last 7-8 years. When we talk of growth, that too in a sector like agriculture, we can't take 1 year's growth. We should take at least 5 years or 10 years. The growth rate of rice and wheat, where there is maximum support in terms of output, in terms of input, is around 1.5%. But you look at growth rate, I said about fishery, about dairy, about horticulture, it is 3 to several times compared to what is the growth rate in rice and wheat. So I think diversification is happening wherever government, state government are putting appropriate environment for diversification.
Dr. Gulati?
Well, that's true. MSP crops are only a limited segment. That's not entire agriculture. In fact, more than 80%, roughly 80%, 78% of agriculture is outside MSP regime. Poultry is the fastest growing sector, followed by fishery, followed by milk, dairy, followed by fruits and vegetables. and cereals, which are stuck in MSP business, it's 2% growth, less than 2% growth. Poultry is at 8%. So when they are growing at much faster pace, you are changing the complexion of the agriculture pie.
Yeah.
So diversification is taking place. That's very. The second thing, why in certain pocket of Northwest we are stuck with wheat and rice, there is a legacy. And when you give free power and extremely subsidized urea, for example, we worked it out in Punjab, 1 hectare. 30,000 is the subsidy from power and fertilizers per hectare. If they are growing pulses, they are not using that much of fertilizer, they don't need that much of water, they don't create that greenhouse gas emissions, they are nitrogen fixing. So why don't you give them 30,000 rupees as to create a crop neutral incentive structure? When you have your incentive structure within the crops tilted towards wheat and rice, farmers want to minimize their risk, and therefore, because of the open-ended procurement, because of the highly subsidized fertilizers and free power, that's a cocktail. The net result is water table is receding very fast in this greenhouse gas emissions. We worked out 5 tons of carbon equivalents on a hectare of paddy is being generated. So why don't you, if they switch from paddy to pulses, why don't you price that greenhouse gas emission per ton and reward them that, plus what the incentive was going to paddy. So we don't have a crop neutral incentive structure within the field crops. But if you move towards high value agriculture and protected cultivation, I was meeting a young lady from UP who is doing per acre, not per hectare. Through protected cultivation, she is growing capsicum and kheera. She is making 15 lakhs per acre. That is 5 times more than a Punjabi farmer makes from wheat and rice. 15 lakhs per acre, not per hectare. That's very much there. So if you do this type of and through drip,
Okay.
and using fertigation, so no environmental damage. So that is the type of agriculture I would like to see in 2047.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ajay, coming to you, you're also the former chairman of the Punjab Farmers Commission, and this problem of diversification, as we understand, is most acute in Punjab and Haryana. So where do you think it hasn't happened? Why doesn't farmers move away from Punjab?
So first I'd want to say that I agreed with Ramesh Chandji's assessment of diversification to a large extent. Where I differ from Ashok Gulati ji is that Punjab farmer will not diversify 30,000 rupees an hectare. No farmer would do it. It's too small an incentive to shift from paddy. Paddy is a very profitable crop. Farmers don't grow out of choice. I would want to tell all farmers here that no farmer grows because he wants to grow something. He grows because of 2 things. One is market signals, market demand, and the other is government incentives. So to say that farmers have diversified because the government is not interfering is wrong. The economy is expanding, demand for protein, high value producers coming up, and farmers are responding to that. And like Ramesh Chandji said, that because of subsidies, and like Ashok Gulati ji also said, like subsidies are there which incentivize farmers to grow paddy and grow wheat. They will grow whatever is more profitable. Even if you give them parity with cereals for other produce, they will not shift because the risk of growing other crops is far higher. The risk of market prices, the risk of weather vagaries. You know, something like chana, moong, or whatever you're calling about pulses. Agar ek din pehle bhi barish ho jayegi before harvest, you lose your 90% of your crop. It never happens more than 10% loss to wheat or paddy. It never happens. So it is much more complex than that. And I think when the economy expands, when people aspire and have more food, better nutritious food, more fruits and vegetables, farmers will diversify. Government has tried these food parks. and somebody can, because there are lots of business people here, I think 90% of them are not working if you do a proper assessment. Government has tried these food processing industry schemes. They will not work till the demand is there. Everything is demand driven. It's not production. You cannot give linkage to production. And Ashok Gulati ji, on this example of protected cultivation, you understand the subject, but people who don't understand the subject, then it becomes romantic for them. We can make 15 lakhs from an acre. I would be surprised if there 5 people can do it consistently over 5 years. At Punjab State Farmers Commission, we geotagged every working greenhouse we could find. And 95% of them were not working after 3 years because they could not make money, because the research and hand-holding of farm extension services is not there for greenhouses. So the other big problem of agriculture is that we find examples of success, like we find for farmer-producer organizations, FPOs, and we say that 4 FPO कामयाब हो गए, तो इसका मतलब इंडिया में FPO program 10,000 कामयाब हो जाएंगे. It's an absolute dud failure of a program. And so let's be very careful of what we find as success, and then we lay it over the whole agriculture landscape. And a lot of the problems that agriculture is facing today is because international consultancy firms, and there are a few representatives of them I saw on the panel in this conference yesterday and today. They are advised, the government is taking advice from outside consultants, and they have no inkling of what's happening on the ground. An FPO program is exactly that. Punjab government has hired an international consultant to tell them, Ashok Gulati ji, on how to diversify. I'm sure you would have read about it. And so we have to build our own human capacities within the administration, within the IS officers, within the economists, within the junior officers in departments, to build our own capacity. If we keep outsourcing everything, we are not going to be able to come to 2047. There are inherent problems.
Right. The next thing which I wanted to discuss is the complex issue of, but we have time for next 15 minutes, and agriculture, I know it can't be over in 45 minutes. It needs some more time.
I have a lot more to say.
Yeah. So we all, most of us come from Delhi, and we have been experiencing this for the last many years, that our traffics get hurt every time there is a farmer protest, and this has become a pretty recurring thing in this part of the world. And the problem, many people know, most of the people don't know, but the problem is MSP, and the underlying demand for every farmer protest in the last 5-7 years has been to legalize MSP, and before that even this demand for legalization of MSP has been there for many decades. I want to know from each one of you, I know there are complex political issues in legalizing MSP, but economically, what is the problem in doing that? Means why doesn't, there is a huge bunch of school of thought which gives out numbers which say that this is the number which you will require for legalizing MSP, this is the number which you will need for doing a price deficiency payment, and you can't do it. Why don't you do it? What is the problem in legalizing MSP? Means what is the issue there? And for this, I think I'll start with Dr. Gulati, because I think his views are far more strident in that.
You have to first understand when MSP came into existence. What was the scenario at that time? We were hugely deficit in terms of wheat, rice basically. Wheat, we were importing 10 million tons a year at that time under PL 480. And therefore we said, okay, we are introducing new technology, the production will increase, and whenever production suddenly increases, and if demand doesn't match with that, prices at the time of harvest collapse. And that is the time when the government should come in and give a support. It is very clearly mentioned that if the market is ready to give a better price to the farmer, then the government should compete in the market and buy at that price. What is happening today? Price last year at this time, wheat price was 2,700 rupees. Government said, oh, this is very high inflation, So government started unloading wheat from its own pocket, FCI, at 2200 rupees. So they brought the market price down to MSP, literally, so that they can procure. So MSP became the maximum support price rather than the minimum support price. So you don't allow the we worked it out, farmers lost roughly 40,000 crores in that business. First thing, you put an export ban.
That's half of Manrega budget.
Export ban, then you put stocking limits on the traders, and then you unload below your economic cost, literally dumping in your own country, because there are vocal consumers here whom the government needs to attend to. And I must put a caveat here that the policy maker has to walk on a very tight rope. So I have sympathy with him, because if the prices go up, the consumers shout. If the prices go down, farmers are on the road. So farmers want a better income. That is, all of us perhaps would agree on that. One is through the diversification route, but second, by minimizing the price risk. That is what they are asking for. But if you read more than that, they are saying not just legalizing, but increase my MSP to C2, that is comprehensive cost, which will increase the MSP by 25% in one go. If all the crops, of course, for each crop it will be different, so we worked it out. 25% increase in the prices of 23 crops in one go, what would happen? There would be surpluses, but not that much of demand of many crops. Who will buy? If you make it legal, then I will not come forward as a trader to buy that. That means everything the government will have to buy. 23 crops. But there are 100 crops. Why not for them also? Why not for milk? Milk is a commodity whose value is bigger than rice plus wheat plus sugarcane plus pulses altogether. Why not have minimum support price for milk and a legal price for that?
So the farmer's argument here is that if you can import 2,20,000 tons of edible oils and pulses, what 10 crores of edible oil and pulses, why don't you pay me that money? And I'll grow.
No oil seeds through. By growing oil seeds, you cannot satisfy the demand of edible oils in the country. The only plant which can give you 4 tons per hectare is palm.
Okay.
And that is what you are importing. Yes. Much of your import of edible oil, that's the cheapest in the world because of that productivity.
Yes.
And nature has blessed Indonesia and Malaysia because of the high rainfall.
Yes.
So we have about 2 million hectares which can be identified in the coastal areas and northeast where it can be grown. I think government has already started a program on that. That is one way. But oilseeds, there is some leverage. But the productivity of oil from oil seeds, soybean, 18% oil. It will be 200 kilograms per hectare that you will get out of that. 400 kilograms maximum. You need 4 tons per hectare. That's the problem. So I don't think we will be able to achieve through oil seeds, and then you will divert land from other cereals, other things. So it's not that easy. But what is the best way to reduce the price risk? In advanced countries, if at all we become advanced country by 2047, they operate through futures markets. So you look towards what the price is going to be after 4 months when you bring your produce in the market. But we suspend futures at the drop of a hat. So there is no messenger telling you what the price is likely to be. There is a contract farming that reduces the price. And government should come only as a last resort when there is an extreme crisis. But if you want to take over the markets through legalizing this route, I think you will go 20 years behind, not 20 years forward. Thank you.
Dr. Chand, your views on this?
I feel there is need for MSP. That is because of nature of demand for agriculture commodities, particularly staples. You know that we can live without eating fruit and vegetable, but we can't live without eating rice and wheat or staple. So there are reason on demand side which says that small fluctuation in production can lead to huge fluctuation in prices. Like if production increase by 5%, depending upon elasticity, the price may come down by 50%. So that kind of nature of demand is there, because of which you need MSP. Now, one situation is that if market is competitive, if it is giving you a remunerative price, then you need not give MSP. That is what was intended through 3 farm laws, but sadly they have to be bid on. So to the extent market could give a remunerative price, that option now with that bidra, now some states of course they are doing it. But even if market are competitive, in the year of bumper crop, prices crash. So you need some sort of government support. That's why even China is giving, even US is giving, even Europe is giving. So that is one situation. But the contention is that what is that MSP which should be assured whether legally or without legal thing. To my mind, I have written a piece in Indian Express giving my personal view. Please do not interpret that I was speaking government's view. These are not government's view. These are my personal views. If you have a MSP which is suggested by a expert body, which understand demand and supply situation, which take into account demand and supply situation, which also balances that even beyond that we need to provide farmer profit 8%, 10% based on situation. If you leave it to that expert body and whatever is their recommendation, I strongly support that MSP. But thing is that if you arbitrarily started saying it should be 50% more, in fact, I have no hesitation to admit that I invited Honorable late Swaminathan Sahab to Niti Yog, a meeting with 12 persons. Please help us understand how you arrived at a figure of 50%. Why not 40%? Why not 80%? We requested him to explain to us why margin should be given on those costs which are not incurred by farmers, like rent for own land, value of family labor. That cost should be paid, but why there should be margin of 50% on those things? I am sharing with you, you can ask other 11 members who were there. He did not provide us any justification. But I am saying is that MSP, which has implication over lakhs of crores of rupee, and lakhs of crore is a big money. These days people talk on TV debate, they say, what is this, only 1 trillion? As if trillion is not a big amount, as if you are asking about few thousand. So you see, when you are giving MSP, that too keeping parity, you are giving MSP to so many crops, you have to consider it. That can't be based on that kind of wish of a particular person. So I think whenever in future this debate will happen, I think that debate will focus on what is logical MSP. If we arrive at that logical MSP, I see justification in just paying that MSP, ensuring that farmer get that MSP.
Right. Ajay, your views on that?
So I'll quickly run through this because I think there is too much ambiguity on what does a legal MSP mean, other than the aspect of how do you calculate an MSP. I mean, the how do you calculate an MSP? Even operationalizing it, there are a lot of ambiguities, even amongst farmers. And forget activists. So, for example, should it be for 23 crops? Should it be for fruits and vegetables? Is it practical? Should it be for all the produce that a farmer makes, like in Punjab and Haryana for wheat and paddy? Or should it be for 5 acres per family, as it is for chana, moong and sarson and other produce in Rajasthan, Haryana and Madhya Pradesh and other things? There could even be ambiguity. I mean, there would also be a demand, a valid demand, which would say that if there was a situation like that, a legal MSP, then you couldn't allow someone in Jaisalmer to grow sugarcane, right? True. There would be a area crop production plan, and you'd have to base your idea on a area crop production plan. And I think no government this one, and any other government would, I don't think so any new government is coming in, but even if there was a new government coming in, and maybe there was the opposition which is saying we'll give a legal MSP, no government will give a legal MSP. So rather than talk about it, I'll just want to take a minute and put a question for everyone to think. Amitabh Kanji is here, I think so you should also think about this question. Now the question is that, think about the point that 90% of farmers in India own 1 hectare or less of land, or they are agriculture labor. On the other part, the priority of all governments in the past, this government and in the future, will be controlling inflation. We've been hearing that since yesterday, we're hearing today. You're never going to allow farm gate prices to rise to their market levels, as Ashok Gulati ji is saying. In such a situation where 90%, where the land holding is so small, and the government is not going to allow you to get the best price possible, then is incomes the best way to look forward for the rural masses? I think when economists talk about incomes, farmer unions are talking about incomes for MSP, economists are talking about incomes, the government is talking about incomes. But when you look at farmers which have 1 hectare of land, half of that is not irrigated, government does not allow you to get best prices. Even today you have sugar, you have limitations on sugar export, you have wheat export limitations, you have rice export limitations, you have onion export restrictions. Based on all this, I think the government priority going to 2047 should be universal basic services, because every generation wants their children and the next generation to have better living standards. If your incomes are not going to rise higher than the inflation, then how are you going to improve your living standards? I think the government should be focusing on education, health, public transport. Depending on how much finance you have, you should focus on the bare minimum, and that is what I think should be the idea of the government. I think the Modi government is already doing it in a way, because they've gone for housing, they've gone for sanitation, they've gone for health schemes, but that is the future of 2047 I look at for rural India.
I think we're absolutely running short of time, and I don't know whether can we take 2 questions from the audience? 1? Okay. So that comes down to 1 more. So if anyone from the audience is willing to ask a question, yeah, that gentleman there, I think he will. Please take your mic, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session. Just put in a dampener. What do you think would be the contribution of agriculture to India GVA in 2047, and contribution to employment, which is, I think, close to 43, 45 that you have said in your own paper, and 18% of GVA. So what do you think would be these numbers in 2047? The other question is, we talk of investing in our institutions, but if you look at the institutions now, they are not very efficient. You go to a KVK, you go to these ICAR centers, they are not at all efficient. And we need to invest in that before scaling it up. Third point is about dairy versus
I think
staples.
we have time for just one.
Just one.
You have made 2.
It's also the role of collective, it is very important in dairy as compared to the staples, which has ensured that even at 20% growth, people are ready to pay. So the role of collective also has to be highlighted.
So let me break it down. The ICR part, Dr. Chand, you can take, and the growth part and the dairy part. Growth you can, obviously, Mr. Gulati, you can answer, and the poultry. So we can have.
I can't answer the GVA. I think so. Both the economists should answer
That's what I'm saying.
GVA.
The GVA, Dr. Chand will be the correct person to answer. Where do you see agriculture's GVA in 2047? You are hopeful that it should increase by 4.
Okay. You see, it is very simple that you simply split 100 into 82 plus 18, and on 18 you apply growth rate of say 3.5 or 4%. On 81 you apply growth rate of 8% and 9%. That will take you to the situation that share of agriculture in GVA will be between 8 to 10%. Employment is more difficult because it depends upon so many things. That kind of simple calculation cannot be done for employment. But looking at recent experience of China and other countries, the Arthur Lewis hypothesis is not working exactly the way he visualized at that time. And therefore, people who will be employed in agriculture as a principal occupation will be at least 2 times of the share of agriculture in GVA. That means around 18 to 20%.
Dr. Gulati, your views, and one more thing, that question on ICR and that I want you to answer. Where do the research institutions, role of research institutions in 2047?
Well, if we have to feed our people, and we are going to be 1.6 billion people by that time, you have to invest. And the most potent force to increase productivity is R&D, water, and of course fertilizers. But we need to learn how to use them. Fertilizers we are using in a very, very inefficient way, I would say. Water, all water guzzling. So if you look at the water productivity rather than land productivity, I think the mindset has to change. Don't measure 5 tons per hectare, measure how much grain you are getting per unit of cubic meter of water. That's the critical part of the thing. But you said collectives and dairy side. That's very critical because of the small holdings. You know, water is perfectly divisible in a way, seed is divisible, fertilizer is divisible, but when they have small lots of surpluses, they need to aggregate to cater to the processors or exporters or big retailers. And that needs to be collected. So the wonder of India was milk. And milk, we are producing 230 million tons. The second number is of US at 103 only. 103 versus 230. And in 1951, they were at 53 and we were at 17, 17. They were 3 times ahead of us, and it is all done by the institutional revolution. The technology is simple, productivity is still low, but it is the institutional reform that turned around the table, and we have shown to the world that even with the average herd size of less than 4, we can have abundance of milk. So I think we have to look at policies, we have to look at technologies, but we have also to look at the institutions for the smallholder. If you tune it this way, the same land will be producing double of what it is producing today.
And Ajay, your last word.
Yeah, last word is that the problem is not with ICR research institutions here. I mean, obviously there's a huge problem, but the real problem is of agriculture is this at the state level, because it's a state subject. You know, यहाँ बैठे we say कि KVKs are not working. You go to extension officers जो खेत में आके farmer को सिखाता है, उसको no state government is paying him petrol money to go to the farmer's field. जैसे आपको तनख्वाह दे रहे हैं, आप जाओ अजय जाखड़ के खेत में जाओ, उसके खेत में जाओ, उसके खेत. How many farms can he go to if you don't even give him petrol money? Because that's the investment that needs to come in research and development. You have 60% vacancies, I said, in agriculture research institutions from the central government, union government to the state governments. So if the staff is not available, how will they deliver to farmers? And because this staff is not available, there is no transparency, there is no accountability, there's a governance problem. Farmers are forced to use spurious and inferior pesticides, seeds and other things, because I've seen with my experience that extension officers don't even file a case against a private spurious seeds seller, not because he's taking bribes, I'm not trying to blame him for that, but because उसने अगर केस फाइल कर दिया तो अगले 20 साल तक उसको कोर्ट में धक्के खाने पड़ेंगे अपनी गवाही देने के लिए. And the system is not geared for it. So I really think there is an inherent governance problem that is drawing agriculture back at the state levels. And that's where I think so. I'll just end my statement there. Thank you.
And with this, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for your time and your participation at Business Standard Manthan. Please do come together for a group photograph. And thank you to you for moderating this session. The first one for the public. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as our team is prepping the stage, allow me to preempt the next session coming up, which is a fireside chat. Now, we have many bureaucrats, many administrators in the history of India who've rendered great public service as public servants, and some of them have had extremely special careers, and the man I'm now going to invite on stage is most definitely one of them. His career has spanned more than 4 decades, and across this career, he's gone from one major responsibility to another, one big challenge to another, one zenith to another. This sort of has been the natural progression of his whole career. He was the man behind the Incredible India tourism campaign. He was the driving force behind India's attempt to be a global manufacturing hub with the Make in India initiative. We all know what a fantastic job he did at Niti Aayog, but it can safely be said that his most successful stop probably has been as India's G20 Sherpa. He was appointed in the role just a few months before India began its presidency, and it can safely be said that our presidency has been declared as a bona fide success with the delivery of the Delhi Declaration at Delhi at the Leaders' Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, when the Kant who can is going to talk about the roadmap of India's journey towards being a developed economy, one must tune in. Please put your hands together and welcome on the dais a man who's made an incredible contribution to putting the incredible in India, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Please put your hands together in a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And talking to him, Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard. Good evening, sir, and a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kant. Welcome to BS Manthan. I'll begin by asking you about your experience of G20 and, as G20 Sherpa, you were here a few months ago and you were able to get all the members on board for communique. How do you think that success will drive India to the 2047 dreams that we are dreaming?
So first of all, on the experience, it was very difficult. It was very complex. It was really complex because to bring consensus on all issues, and it's a multilateral forum, so without a consensus, nothing is achieved. The key is to be able to bring every single country on board. And India demonstrated its great ability to work across G7, all emerging markets, Russia, China, from issues of growth to sustainable development goals, to digital public infrastructure, to reform of the multilateral financial institutions, to digital public infrastructure, to women-led development, and lastly, the Russia-Ukraine crisis on which even the United Nations had not been able to achieve success. India demonstrated its ability to bring consensus across the board. And on all 83 paras, we were able to achieve 100% consensus.
Was there any moment at that time that you thought that we are not able to get consensus?
So at least 12 times I felt that we should give up. There is no possibility of a consensus because the Russia, there was the climate change issue, the energy transition issues were very complex. All our ministerials had not worked out. So finally I had to take the Sherpas about 80 kilometers away from Delhi. And we just locked them in and said that we negotiated on the Russia-Ukraine crisis for about 300, on one para for 300 hours. We did about 250 bilaterals. And 16
rounds of negotiation, 16 drafts failed. But after every draft, within half an hour of that, we used to come out with a new draft. We never allowed failure to demoralize us. So 16 drafts, it was the 17th round that finally worked. And that is, we had brought all the developing and emerging markets together. It was a draft of all the emerging markets. We literally had to force everyone to say that this was the best draft that could ever be done, and that's how we achieved success. So it was a lot of touch and go. And but we achieved full consensus, and this is the first time that even the United Nations accepted that we've brought their agenda of SDG, of growth, of Russia-Ukraine crisis, all of them we achieved success in a manner which has never been achieved by any other multilateral body before.
Do you think that G20 success of India will help us in, achieving the developed country status by 2047? And if yes, how?
Well, I am a believer that what you achieve in the multilateral forum is a demonstration of your ability, your stature, your standing, which is what the Prime Minister, the leader of G20, had. And without his stature and standing, it would not have been possible for India to achieve success. We could, as his Sherpa, I could take a lot of risk, a lot of courage, a lot of be aggressive because of his standing. And because of the stature the country has achieved under his leadership. And that's why we pushed the limits to achieve success there. But to be a developed country, I think India needs to push its own agenda. And that agenda is about driving growth. And that agenda is about making the states grow at high rates in the coming years. That agenda is about growing on all four cylinders of driving manufacturing, driving sustainable urbanization, enhancing agriculture productivity, and also ensuring that your services sector grow. But I think in the coming years, as we aim to become a $30 trillion to $35 trillion economy by 2047, it's very, very important that we are able to create growth with manufacturing, because that will create great, good quality jobs. There are too many people dependent on agriculture. The percentage of population at about 40% dependency on agriculture is too high. No country in the world has. We need to take people away from agriculture into manufacturing. And we need to enhance productivity in agriculture. But we also need to become a great manufacturing nation, which would require us to build size and scale of manufacturing in a very big way. We need to do sustainable urbanization. And we are going to see 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization, which means that a huge challenge on sustainable urbanization is critical.
You mentioned manufacturing, which also includes Make in India. Make in India and you go a long way. Even your latest book is on Make in India. So do you think there is a cautionary note there in Make in India? Is it all good? Or is there anything adverse there which we should be conscious about and be careful about?
See, we should be, first of all, you can't do Make in India without getting size and scale of manufacturing. So you need to create 10,000 more large companies. We need to create many more Adanis and Ambanis and many large companies, 10,000, because they create their own ecosystem of Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 manufacturers, and there is a backward-forward linkage between large companies and smaller companies. And the second critical thing is that you must be an integral part of global value chains. Global value chain means that you must be able to import components at low cost and inputs at low cost to be able to produce at very globally competitive prices. And therefore the tariffs on inputs have to be at zero level. And that is when your goods will become very, very competitive internationally. And that is how the global value chains work across the world. So size and scale of manufacturing is critical. Your ability to improve your logistics is very critical. Logistic costs have to fall even further. We've done a number of things by which logistic costs have come down. You know, this Gati Shakti, ULIP, all these are very good initiatives. Now the turnaround time at ports have improved, but I think logistic costs must fall even sharper. And thirdly, I think tariffs on inputs have to be at globally competitive rates.
On the policy front, do you think anything that has happened in the last 5 years or 10 years, it could have been done in a different way?
No, several things have been done in a very big way in the center, like scrapping a number of rules, regulation procedures, paperwork, scrapping 1,500 laws. Many things have been done by the center, the GST, the reduction on corporate tax, the IBC, the RERA, all these have been done by the central government. What we now need to push in the next 5 years is really make states the agent of transformation. I mean, what the center has done, now the states need to do. We need 10 champion states to grow at 10% plus. Without the states growing at 10%, the ambition should be to grow at, India must grow at 9 to 10% for 3-decade period. I mean, without India growing at 9 to 10% for 3-decade period, that is what Korea did, that's what Taiwan did, that's what China did, that's what Singapore did. From big to large countries have done it. India has also done it, but it's done it for a brief period of 5 years. We need to do it for 3.5 decades. And for that to happen, you need 10 to 11 champion states. Champion states will drive India's economy by 10 to 11% growth for the next 3 decades. And you can't do it if only the south and the west are growing and the eastern part of India is not growing. You need Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, all to grow at high rates in the coming years. That's where reforms are required. All of them have to scrap their rules, regulation, procedures which they have built in the socialistic era.
All right, you've mentioned states champions have to be there. Can you name 3 things that we need to do for India to reach that 2047 developed India level, and 3 things that we should not do?
Well, the 3 things which we should do is one, to improve firstly to improve our learning outcomes and our health outcomes. If you're going to provide by 2047, you're going to provide 25% of the skilled manpower to the world. And therefore, learning outcomes are critical for India. Skilling your manpower is critical for India. To my mind, that's the most important thing. Second thing is, you can't grow at those high rates without being a manufacturing nation. It's not possible. No country in the world has grown at those high rates without being a manufacturing nation. And thirdly, to my mind, no country has grown without a sustainable urbanization. Our urbanization has been very unplanned and very unsustainable. So we must do urbanization, which should be manufacturing-led urbanization, in a very sustainable manner. And proper planning, back of public transportation, cities for cycling and walking, recycling of water, recycling of waste, all this is very critical. Otherwise, we'll create an India which is unplanned and unsustainable. These 3 are critical. And 3 things which we should not do. Firstly, we should ensure that we should be very predictable and consistent on our policies. Second thing is, we must ensure that we do not act like we had done earlier, keep adding rules, regulation, procedure, nothing. We should go completely digital. There should be no human intervention. We should make sure that we are totally, every citizen of India should be able to get in touch with the government officials digitally. And thirdly, to my mind, it's very, very important that take the action to the states. Take the next bit of reforms, make the states become the champion of reforms. If the states grow at high rates, there's a huge difference between growing at 6%, there's a huge difference between growing at 8%, there's a huge difference between growing at 10%. There's a compounding power of growth is very, very enormous. I mean, if you are able to grow at 6%, you will take your per capita income by 2047 to 11,000, from 3,000 something to 11,000. If you grow at 8%, you will take it to 15,000. If you grow at 10%, you will take it to 25,000. So the compounding power of growth is huge. It's enormous. And therefore, our ambition should be that we should not rest content with 7% rate of growth. Our ambition should be 10% plus rate of growth.
Is there anything specifically we should do to create jobs that we have not done in the past 5 years or 10 years? Job has been sort of a
See,
weak
I've
link?
been a long-term believer that two things. One is that if you grow large companies, you will create jobs because they have their own momentum of creating backward-forward integration with the MSME sector. You know, I mean, when Maruti came in, there were no MSME sectors in the automobile sector. You created a number of tier 2, tier 3 producers, you created MSMEs. That's happened all over the world. So you need to create India has too few large companies. It has too many MSMEs and small sector companies. So enable companies to grow big. There's no crime in growing big. I think we should understand that if we have very large companies, we'll automatically have MSMEs and SMEs and micro companies which will create jobs for India. And second thing, jobs will come in if there's a lot of more disruption through startups. Startups create a vast number of jobs. They do a lot of disruption. So India is today the third largest startup country in the world, which our aim should be that by 2030, we should be number one company in the startup world. We should be able to create an ecosystem where we are willing to take on Silicon Valley in terms of startup eco-culture. There's no reason why we should not be. We should allow a lot of private capital to flow into these companies. We should allow a huge amount of venture capital to flow into India. We should allow Indian insurance companies, Indian pension funds, Indian family houses are not investing in our startup ecosystem. They should all be investing into our startup ecosystem to make India the number one ecosystem in the world.
You said there should be more Ambanis and Adanis in India. So
I said there should be more Ambanis, Adanis, there should be more Tatas, there should be more Marutis, there should be more large companies, not merely Adani, Ambani. I mean, that should not become your headline tomorrow. I said there should be 10,000 more large companies.
So is there any way to get more larger companies? Will the larger companies right now allow more companies to grow that large?
Why not? I mean, you see, there's so many areas of growth where, the Indian mindset is all Indian companies look at the domestic market. They don't look at exports. And, what the value you get in the export market is 5x of what you get in the domestic market. You look at Korea, look at China. None of these companies think of the domestic market. They only think of penetrating global markets. So the minute you think of the world as your market is not the 1.4 billion people of India. It's the 5 billion people of the world who are going to move from poverty to middle class. Indian companies should penetrate global markets. Whatever happens, India can never grow at 9 to 10% without exports. Every time India has grown, it's grown on the back of exports. Whenever exports have grown, India has grown for 5 to 6 years. So Indian companies' ambition should not be the domestic market alone. Why are Indian automobile companies not penetrating global markets? I mean, look at a company like BYD, electric cars, 18% of the global share. Tesla is only 12%. Look at CATL, controlling 80% of the battery manufacturing market in the world. Indian companies should be doing that. I mean, Tata Motors, Marutis, Mahindra should be all capturing global markets, not Indian market alone.
You mentioned BYD also, and do you think, and you also talked about global value chain. So do you think we need to change anything, on global FDI policy, country-wise FDI policy, especially related to China? Should there be a rethink?
No, FDI policy doesn't work country by country. You need to make things absolutely easy and simple across the board. You need to allow FDI across the sectors to come into India. And I think we need to make sure that we handle every large company which has not come into India. We need to talk to them. We need to ensure people are looking for alternatives to China. No country is better poised than India to be able to do this. Secondly, we should ensure that these companies are handheld to success in the case of India. And India is a very large market, Vietnam is a small market. What many people try and compare India with Vietnam. That's only the Chinese companies which are relocating to Vietnam. But in the long run, India will be the market for the future. Now, it's important to understand that future investments may not go to China, but if you look at the top 20 US companies, 90% of their production is still vested in China. And therefore, the need is to start working with these companies individually to see what they need to get into India to do manufacturing here. Much like what has happened to Apple, much like what has happened to Samsung because of PLI. You need across the board, in sector by sector, to see what they want to do, what they need to do, and handhold them into success in India on a scale.
Do you agree with Mr. Narayan Murthy's recipe for work, 70 hours a week? Is that fine, or should we be working less to become a developed country by 2047?
No, Mr. Narayan Murthy talked about 72 hours a week. During G20, we work 300 hours a week, number one. Number two, I don't believe in number of hours, I believe in outcomes. I am a clear believer that India must work with outcomes. That's what the Prime Minister made us do in Aspirational District Program. He defined the outcomes. That we have to improve learning outcome, we have to improve health outcomes. We said that these are the most backward districts of India. We are going to transform these 112 of the most backward districts on outcomes. Within 3.5 years, we were able to transform these districts out of sheer competition because we worked on outcomes. So it's not the number of hours you work in, but it's the outcomes that you deliver. And therefore, the country must be clear that we want to achieve certain outcomes for this country, and we'll achieve them by improving learning outcomes or health outcomes or enhancing agriculture productivity or increasing your manufacturing share as a percentage of GDP. It's got nothing to do with the number of hours you work. I have nothing against Mr. Narayan Murthy's statement, but that statement should be backed by outcomes.
Just going back to G20, as a Sherpa of G20, how are you carrying things forward from the New Delhi Leadership Summit?
So the Prime Minister is very clear that we need to deliver, not only that we get a G20 statement out, the hard work begins now. We need to work with all the countries to ensure that whatever India has achieved needs to get implemented. So we are working with all G20 countries, including all our ministries, to ensure that we are able to implement all the decisions that have been taken in G20. And we are constantly working with Brazil and South Africa, which are the countries succeeding. So we have to work on a day-to-day basis with both Brazil and South Africa to ensure that every single decision that India has taken, and we have taken 83 different paras, but we had about close to 230 different outcomes where consensus was reached. All those outcomes are fully implemented on ground.
Anything that you have in mind for yourself now? What's next for Mr. Amitabh Kant?
Well, I want to read, I want to write, and I want to travel across India. I want to rediscover myself.
Any thoughts on politics?
No, I'm not cut out for politics. You are asking the wrong man. You should be asking many other civil servants who are jumping into politics. I'm not cut out for it.
Would you take a couple of questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Yes. Abhishek.
Hi, sir. Abhishek here. So my question is...
He's from Business Standard. Yeah. He's a colleague.
So during India's G20 presidency, you faced challenges regarding Russia-Ukraine war. Now there is another war between Israel and Hamas. All these challenges must be coming in your way. Now that Brazil is the G20 president. So how you and other Sherpas are working towards a consensus under Brazil presidency, and what are the challenges you are facing, and what G20 can do to resolve these crises?
Thanks, Abhishek.
So can I get one or two more questions?
Sure. We can just, bunch up a couple of more. Yes, from the front row here.
Good afternoon, sir. So you said that you're not cut out for politics, but if the Prime Minister personally requested you to come through the Rajya Sabha, would you decline?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Sir, I'm Rishikant Singh. And my question is, I've heard that the Japanese cabinet invites, one of their Japanese professors from US and probably sits in 20 days of sessions and takes a briefing about US, Japan trade, etc. Does our cabinet do something like this in your experience?
No. So first of all, let me respond to these questions. First of all, we had a very rare practice of the Prime Minister, who is also the chairman of Niti Aayog, inviting leading intellectuals to come and give the Niti lecture series. And the entire cabinet, all secretaries, all heads of department used to be present. And I think we had the President of Singapore, Mr. Tharman, we had Bill Gates, we had NVIDIA's chairman, Jansen, many other leading people coming and speaking to the entire cabinet, and which was very thought-provoking, intellectually very stimulating. And that was for the entire, not merely the entire cabinet, but for the entire bureaucracy as well. And second to that question about the Israel-Hamas crisis, that's a major challenge which has come in now, and we are in the process of, actually we are having a virtual meeting in the next 2 or 3 days. So that'll be a very major challenge for the G20, because Russia-Ukraine crisis has been prolonged, but this has huge humanitarian issues, and more than humanitarian issues, it's also leading to terrorist attack. And now Russia, and therefore it has the Russia-Ukraine crisis has will worsen because of the terrorist attack in Russia. You have a Middle East totally in flames, and therefore the geopolitical challenge to the G20 will be very enormous, which the Sherpas will be confronted with, and which we are getting into discussion in the next 2 to 3 days. So all developmental issues then get colored by the geopolitical issues, as was faced by India. And fortunately, the Middle East crisis started a little after, about 15-20 days after we had finished our G20 presidency. So Brazil will face a huge challenge, and we'll have to find ways and solutions to handle all the because then what happens is all developmental issues get impacted, and that's critical, and that's significant. And on the third issue, of course, I don't foresee any such possibility.
Rajya Sabha, PM asking you to...
No. These are all his dreams.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Hi, sir. Sir, this is Mansoor from Pahal Healthcare. आपको सर क्या लगता है कि एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी हमारे टारगेट जो 2047 है डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमिक कंट्री बनने का, उसमें वो कितना मेजर रोल प्ले कर सकता है, और क्या हम इसको नेगलेक्ट कर सकते हैं? क्योंकि कल एक जेंटलमैन आए थे, ही इज़ इकोनॉमिस्ट मिस्टर रोहित, उन्होंने कहा रोहित लांबा तो ही सेड दैट कि ओनली फॉर दिस एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी को हम प्रायोरिटी लेकर के हम इस टारगेट को अचीव नहीं कर सकते, जबकि हमें पता है कि हमारा जो पॉपुलेशन एरिया है उसमें मेजर रोल जो है वो सारे गांव में रहते हैं और एग्रीकल्चर पे काफ़ी डिपेंडेंट है, तो वी कांट नेगलेक्ट दैट। एंड यहाँ पे भी काफ़ी हेड स्टॉर्मिंग हुई एग्री इकोनॉमी को लेकर के, तो व्हाट इज़ योर टेक रिगार्डिंग दिस?
देखिए, मेरा जो विचार है ना कि आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर हमें अपनी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ानी है, और एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ानी है वो वैल्यू एडिशन करके, और उसको बढ़ानी है डेयरी सेक्टर से, फ्लोरिकल्चर से, हॉर्टिकल्चर से और कई क्षेत्रों से, और टेक्नोलॉजी लानी है इस क्षेत्र में। हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर है वो प्रोडक्टिविटी बहुत लो है, और हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर है बहुत ज़्यादा पानी कंज्यूम करता है। अब लेटेस्ट फिगर्स हैं, अगर 90% पानी पूरा एग्रीकल्चर कंज्यूम कर लेगा तो फिर कुछ बाकी क्षेत्रों के लिए कुछ रह नहीं जाएगा। पर मेरा जो विचार हमेशा रहा है कि भारत को अगर ग्रो करना है 9-10% से, तो भारत को सर्विसेज सेक्टर पर तो ग्रो करना ही है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पे ग्रो करना है, अर्बनाइजेशन पर ग्रो करना है। अर्बनाइजेशन से बड़ी ग्रोथ आती है, अर्बनाइजेशन इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट ड्राइवर्स ऑफ ग्रोथ, और एग्रीकल्चर से भी ग्रो करना है। पर एग्रीकल्चर की जो परसेंटेज ऑफ पॉपुलेशन जो एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंडेंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है। एग्रीकल्चर कभी नहीं ग्रो करेगा अगर 40% आपकी जनसंख्या एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंडेंट हो। ये कहीं दुनिया में नहीं हुआ है। तो आपकी जो जनसंख्या उसको निकाल के बाकी क्षेत्रों में ले जानी जरूरी है, अर्बनाइजेशन और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में। वो वेल पेड जॉब्स देगा।
अमिताभ कांत जी, आपने अभी बोला हम लोगों ने एग्रीकल्चर को बड़ा ही डिमीन किया हुआ एक दोहा है, पहले वो बोलना चाहता हूँ। उत्तम खेती मध्यम बान निषिद्ध चाकरी भीख निदान, जिसमें नौकरी को निषिद्ध बताया गया है। उसके अपने कारण है कि नौकर नौकर होता है, और किसान को सर्वोत्तम कार्य का बताया गया, हमने उसको निकृष्टतम कर दिया आज के युग में। पहला जो चीज़ है, प्राइवी पर्सी जब शुरू किया ब्रिटिश ने राजाओं को दे करके, और उसको करके उन्होंने धीरे धीरे एक रजवाड़ों को ख़त्म किया। उनका एक अपनी स्ट्रेटजी थी। एग्जैक्टली यही एमएसपी के संग हो रहा है कि हम किसानों के मोरल को इस तरीके से ख़त्म कर रहे हैं, हम तुम्हें इतना पैसा देंगे। हमने एग्रीकल्चर को एज अ इंडस्ट्री नहीं लिया। एग्रीकल्चर खाली फूड या सीरियल।
आपका क्वेश्चन क्या है?
जस्ट अ मिनट, लेट मी कंप्लीट। आपने ही बोला था बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड ने कि यू हैव टू बी बोल्ड एंड यू हैव टू टेक योर टाइम। आई एम टेकिंग माई टाइम नाउ, प्लीज़। अमिताभ जी, जब हम ये बातें करते हैं तो एग्रीकल्चर में किसान को हम स्टैंड अलोन या तो उत्पादन देखते हैं अनाज के रूप में, या फल के रूप में, या सब्जियों के रूप में। हमने ये नहीं देखा कि वहाँ पे जो फल हो रहा है, वहाँ जो सब्जी हो रही है, उसी जगह वो इंडस्ट्रियाँ विद इन विसिनिटी पहुँचें। जबकि आप देखेंगे दूर दूर तक वैसी इंडस्ट्रीज़ नहीं हैं। दूसरा, हमारे जितने भी इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट हुए हैं किसान को ध्यान में रख करके नहीं हुए हैं। छोटे छोटे इक्विपमेंट्स जो छोटे छोटे खेतों हैं, उनको फार्मिंग करने के लिए, उनकी टिलिंग करने के लिए प्रॉपर अरेंजमेंट्स नहीं हैं, जिससे कि छोटे किसान एक मजदूर के रूप में काम करते हैं। एग्रीकल्चर को हमने नेग्लेक्ट करके सिर्फ प्योर, आपने कहा बार बार एग्रीकल्चर है, जबकि एग्रीकल्चर इज़ अ कंप्लीट इंडस्ट्री। उस पर नीति आयोग का क्या ध्यान है?
देखिए, नीति आयोग में तो मैं पहले था, पर मेंबर एग्रीकल्चर प्रोफेसर रमेश चंद जी हैं, और मैं तो अब G20 का शेरपा हो गया हूँ, तो मुझे नीति आयोग की तरफ से तो कमेंट करना ठीक नहीं होगा इस समय, क्योंकि मैं नीति आयोग छोड़े हुए मुझे करीब 1.25 साल हो गए हैं। पर मैं आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि मैं फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी का बड़ा सपोर्टर हूँ। मैं बड़ा विश्वास करता हूँ कि भारत की तरक्की में कृषि क्षेत्र का बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। मेरा जो विचार है कि एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ानी बहुत आवश्यकता है, पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी भी लानी आवश्यकता है, और कृषि क्षेत्र में कई कमियां हैं हमारी, उनको भी हमें देखना ज़रूरी है। और मेरा जो विश्वास है कि फार्मर को सपोर्ट करना है मार्केट के थ्रू, ना कि बहुत ज़्यादा ओवर सब्सिडाइजेशन के थ्रू नहीं, और मार्केट को बड़ा मेजर रोल एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र में प्ले करना आवश्यक है।
Okay, so now I'll ask you something. You've taken audience questions. Can you summarize, say in brief, what should be the first few things that the next government should do, whether it is the current government or any other government? What are the top things that the government should do in terms of policy to make a real change?
So first of all, if India is to grow at high rates for 2047 to be a $30 trillion economy, the first and foremost thing is private sector investments must kick in. There is, the investment rate is about 31%. That has to go up to about 36%, 35, 36%. And if you want to achieve a 10% growth, the investment rate has to go up to 40%, 39 to 40%. And that cannot happen on the back of government capex. I mean, government has reached a limit to its capital expenditure. The private sector, government has given away 1,45,000 crores to the private sector by rationalizing the corporate tax rate, with the intention that private sector, the country has never seen private balance sheet in such a good condition. The country has never seen bank balance sheet in such a good condition. The private debt to GDP ratio of the banks is very low at 56%. In other countries, it is 130, 128%. And therefore, there is huge scope for private sector to invest in India in the coming years. And that is what should really now kick in a big way to ensure sustained continuous growth over a long period. And once that kicks in, you will have a decade-long growth on the back of private sector.
But how do you get that animal spirit out?
Animal spirit has started kicking in. You don't have to, business standards shouldn't worry too much about it. It's started kicking in. It'll kick in a very big way. And once it kicks in, the whole decade will be a growth driven by the private sector of India.
Do you expect that animal spirit to come only from the big guys, the Tata's, Ambani's, Adani's, or, you know, others like startups you mentioned, they are like...
No, it will happen across the board. Once private animal spirit kicks in, it happens domestically, it happens through FDI, it happens through startup. There's a whole ecosystem which drives the mechanism of private sector kicking in. It's not dependent on government, it's not dependent on you. The government has been able to create a great ecosystem right now where the balance sheets are in great condition, the bank balance sheets are in great condition, there's ease of doing business, many other things, and I think once it takes off, it will take off in a very big way. We now need to just get the states to act and simplify themselves.
On startups, you know, you've been a big supporter of startups and, you know, you've done so much. Is the regulatory environment right for startups, or should something change?
No, the regulatory mechanism is great for startups. There was one issue which the RBI set right today. Between today's RBI circular should be able to set that framework right of ability of Indian companies being able to invest into the startup movement if there are foreign venture funds wanting to do it. I have only one other suggestion, and that is we need a lot of more patient capital for deep tech. And for deep tech to happen, you need to create a fund of funds of a very big amount, and the government should do that, because that will then support, the fund of funds will then support a lot of other venture funds which will invest into startup, many other deep tech startup. So the next round of startup, a lot of startups have grown because India's digitization took place in a very big way. I mean, now the next round of startups has to be deep tech. It has to be in quantum computing, it has to be on clean energy, it has to be on AI, many other areas where you need a lot of more patient capital, and that would require a fund of funds to be created. And the third big thing on startup movement is that 78% of the money coming into the startup movement is still coming from foreign sources. So you need, Indian insurance companies are not investing in Indian startup movement. Indian pension funds are not investing in Indian startup movement. Indian family companies are not investing in Indian startup movement. I mean, without that happening, how will the Indian startup become the #1 startup movement in the world?
How do you think that will change?
That will change because government must take the lead in ensuring that LIC invests into startup movement of India.
Okay.
Yeah, and IRDA must ask insurance companies to start up into startup. Some amounts, small amounts must be taken. These are risk capital, but they must be taken for developing the startup movement into India. In India, why should Indian money not find a way? I mean, is it necessary that all Indian money goes into opening institutes abroad and education? They must put money into Indian startup institutions.
You mentioned artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will be seen in India in a big way across which all sectors, the top sectors?
There's no question of which sector. AI is a fundamental technology. Is a foundational technology. Without this, no sector will grow. You need AI in education, you need AI in agriculture, you need AI in health, you need AI in manufacturing. Every sector across the board will need data, will need machine learning, will need use of artificial intelligence. Without this, India cannot grow.
Another issue, apart from artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency. What are your thoughts on cryptocurrency?
So I'm against crypto as a currency, but crypto as an asset class, the value which we perceive in something. I think that crypto as an asset class is very different from crypto as a currency. And I'm against crypto as a currency, but crypto as an asset class is a question of the perception of Indian individuals. What is the asset value of a particular art form, or asset of value of Business Standard as a newspaper? That's a question of individual assumptions. So that will survive in years to come.
Do you see any global regulatory framework coming?
There is a need for, during India's G20, both the IMF and the Bank for International Settlement worked on. There is all these areas. See, AI has a lot of positives, but the assumptions behind your algorithms, whether they're good for humanity, has a lot to be questioned for. And therefore, no individual country can do this. You need global rules, you need global negotiations, you need global norms for crypto, for AI. All this is a function of global norms. And how do you use it for the good of humanity?
Right. Last two questions.
I think you've asked me a lot of questions. Even for UPSC exam, I did not face so many.
Hi, ma'am, this side, on your right.
Yeah, yes.
I'm Darpan.
Can you stand up?
I'm standing up, I'm raising
okay,
my hand.
Okay. I was looking somewhere
Can't
else,
do
yeah.
much more than
yes,
that.
Yes.
So I'm Darpan Majumdar from Linkis HR. My question is that one of the foundation issue, I think, also with India, with growing development, somehow, if you look at the standard of living, not just in cities, but otherwise also, air, water, sanitation, it seems that some of these larger issues, environment, look at, I mean, I don't even want to go to Chennai, Bangalore, etc., etc., etc. But when you go out, when you move out of your home, the standard basic amenities have not yet been fully achieved. So you're mentally fully exhausted just to say that these are the major issues which are constantly being faced by each one of us. And we talk about development I look at the very road which we are next to. This road, I don't want to tell you, you obviously know, sir, that this road is dangerous, this underpass. And this is just being built, what, a year and a half back? So I'm saying, somehow, I think, what is your suggestion is somehow talking about AI and talking about VR and talking about these high aspirational things, somehow our elemental atomic level truths, we have not fully captured on. So what do you feel that what we need to do? And we really, I mean, I'm very serious about it because this is a very serious concern as an Indian, that somehow the very atomic basic needs, I'm struggling. And not just me, I mean, if you go around, I'm sure I don't have to have a very...
Yes, we've got the question. Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little emotional.
Let me, first of all, respond to this question. So let me first of all say that as an Indian, please do not sound so pessimistic. You know, India in the last 9 years has made 40 million houses. That's like making a full Australia. We have made 110 million toilets. That's like making a full Germany. We have provided piped water connection to 253 million Indians. That is like providing piped water connection to everybody in Brazil. And we've made 88,000 kilometers of road. So don't sound pessimistic at all. What India has achieved, no country in the world has achieved. No country in the world has achieved. You know, we've made 88,000 kilometers of road. I've just traveled from Uttarakhand to Delhi. I've never seen such excellent road. And let me tell you, the quality of roads in India and expressways and our airports and our air connectivity is better than any country of Europe now. Any country of Europe. So let us not be so pessimistic as to run down everything in India. I totally agree with you about air quality. And I really think that the next government should take it as a challenge and clean up the air quality. And it should be done. Of course, but don't feel pessimistic about everything and keep running down your country.
Yes.
Hello,
Mr.
sir.
Kant. Yeah.
I'm Pravesh Kumar at this side. I have 35 years experience in the finance and export industry. So, recently there was an interview of Mr. Raghuram Rajanji that we are talking about the developed India by 2047, and he said that...
Can you ask your question?
He said that it is a kind of nonsense to talk about the developed India by 2047.
That's his view. That's his view. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that is the view. And since yesterday I've seen many sessions that intellectuals are echoing his voice. Like Mr. Lamba said yesterday that kind of subsidy, 56,000 crore subsidy is given to conductor industry, and
Yes.
in the meanwhile, 40,000 crore budget for the education. So that's what my point.
Sure.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
What are the hurdles to build tourism infrastructure?
Yeah, that's the last question. Yeah.
What are the hurdles to build tourism infrastructure, and how can we compete with the world class?
Thanks. Yeah.
So first of all, I would be very, I totally disagree with Mr. Raghuram Rajan, because I believe that if India is to get into the 9 to 10% growth for 3 decades or more, you have to get into cutting edge areas of growth. Like we've got into mobile manufacturing now with Apple and Samsung, like we are getting into battery storage, like we are getting into electric vehicles, like we are getting into artificial intelligence. If you do not get into cutting edge areas of growth, you will lose the business opportunities. I mean, I was just reading this new book by Chris Miller called The Chip War. And, if China follows this one nation theory by war and annexes Taiwan, 85% of the chip manufacturing will be the hand of China. We'll all be dependent on China. So you have to find solutions and build the global value chains here. Now the second question, of course we must improve learning outcomes. We must improve health outcomes. What is the doubt in that? But to compare 40,000 of the central government without taking into account what the states are putting in, I mean, that's a very ill-conceived comparison. Education is a state subject. Every state puts in money and resources into education. They put in money into health. They put in money into nutrition. And therefore, you need to take into account the budgets which the states spend. What the central government spends is in addition to what the states are spending. So it's just comparison by Mr. Raghuram Rajan. And to my mind, India must get into sunrise areas of growth. We need to grow at high rates. But we also need to improve learning outcomes, which is what the new education policy is all about.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for being so candid. Thank you so much for the fireside chat.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I please request you to come forward for a photograph for our photographers, please. One just solo, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. A show of appreciation for his time. Thank you very much for all your insights at Business Standard Manthan, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Please remain seated. Our next guest is already here in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, many years ago, a man left his good job at the IS and decided to join a company called Maruti Suzuki. And that man, that Indian, went on to make the impossible possible. He went on to convert a government experiment into a globally successful phenomenon. And that man is Shri R.C. Bhargava, who's here with us this evening. He was, of course, honored with the Padma Bhushan. And in 2015, Osamu Suzuki, the owner of Suzuki in Japan, said that Maruti Suzuki would not have been Maruti Suzuki without the leadership of Shri R.C. Bhargava. We are so honored and so happy and so elated to have him with us at Business Standard Manthan. Ladies and gentlemen, at 89, he's still chairman of the company, and he's actively plays golf, and he continues to contribute to modern India's growth story. Put your hands together in a thunderous round of applause. Namaste, sir. Very warm welcome. Aiye, please. And talking to him is A.K. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Geetika. Thank you, Mr. Bhargav. Thank you, everyone here, for staying on here and what promises to be a riveting discussion with a man who is synonymous with India's initially small car revolution and then all car revolution. Mr. Bhargav, you know, Maruti was born in 1981. We are here to celebrate 50 years of Business Standard. So Business Standard was born just about 6 years ago. But the difference is that you were born in 1981 and 44 years later, you continue to occupy 43% of the market share. How do you achieve this? In a sense, in a market which is so dynamic, so competitive. So tell us in brief the story of 44 years and how you stayed on top of this heap with the next person, the next industry is having a share of only 13%. How did it happen?
Well, I think there's no simple answer to your question, Ashok.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think what has kept Maruti on top are 2 or 3 factors. The first is that we have always tried to understand the Indian customer. And the Indian customer is not just the customer who has multiple houses and multiple kind of assets all over the world, but we are looking at the Indian customer right from the bottom up. And we try and cater to all the segments of the market. And we have tried to do that throughout. And to cater to this segment, we have tried to see that we give them maximum value for the money which they spend, because I think we at least understand that the bulk of Indian customers do not have surplus money to waste. That the bulk of Indian customers value their assets and want to use it as reliably and with at least cost as possible. And that has been part of our ethos. The second part, I think, which has kept us ahead of all the others, is that we, from the beginning, have believed that the best results, not only in industry, but in many other walks of life, come if you work in a true spirit of partnership with everybody who is associated with your business. You know, over the years, and with a little bit of study of history, I have always felt that India has, on many occasions, lost out because individuals value their self-interest above the interest not only of people around them, but even of the nation. And we, from the beginning, decided that we would work with as partners with everybody. So within the company, we took steps, policies, actions, so that all employees, including the workers in the company, thought they were partners with us. We didn't have any kind of differences, so that we worked as partners with our supply chain. The entire supply chain was developed from scratch. There was nothing in India in 1982. And all the vendors who came up, we, from the beginning, educated them that if they worked with us as if they were partners in the business, both of us would grow. And you've seen the results not only in Maruti, but you've seen how much the auto component industry has grown and how big it has become. And it's the only, I think, sector of manufacturing in India which is truly world-class and which is exporting manufactured products of a large scale. We have tried to build partnerships with the dealers and any others associated with us. So I believe that if you have an eye on the customer and understand his customer, and don't get carried away by what somebody else is doing in some other country. And also work with the true spirit of partnership, which means that everybody's interests should be safeguarded. Everybody must gain. It can't be that I shall gain, you need not gain. So it really is creating a win-win situation for everybody. And I think that's the two major things which have kept us on top.
Since we are on this subject, let me ask you a few supplementaries. How much of a role did the fact that the automobile market was largely protected at a time when Maruti started its operations, in a sense that it was not easy to import a car from anywhere? That tariffs were very high. So did that, was it any assistance, or was it, what kind of a role did it play actually?
You know, the automobile market has remained protected from imports even till now. It's not something which has been for a short time. It's been always. We don't allow import of cars. The new policy for EVs is the first departure from that policy where we are allowing a certain number of imports. The competition in India for cars actually developed only after the industry was delicensed in 1993. Till that time, there was no competition, and in fact, the real competition developed at the beginning of this present century, from 2000. But there has been competition now for the last 23, 24 years. At that time, the market, of course, was protected, but the market was also regulated in the sense that the government did not allow any kind of import of technologies. There was a huge restriction on import of components, localization, taxes were very high, and the growth was limited because foreign exchange was a huge constraint. And even when we had a lot of demand pending in the country, we could not expand our manufacturing facilities right till after liberalization because there was no foreign exchange.
So it worked both ways actually. Yeah. In a sense, at one level, the entire industry was protected from imports.
It was protected, but we managed to grow the size of the industry despite the protection.
That's right. That's right.
And despite all the handicaps to growth, because we were in the height of socialism.
That's right.
And the car industry was not something which was favored by anybody.
That's right. How much of a role did the famous phased manufacturing program play in building the kind of partnerships that you talked about, the ecosystem of component industry that grew, the backward integration of sorts? How much of a role did the PMP play? Because a lot of people these days, Mr. Bhargav...
It's interesting, Ashok. Everybody normally criticizes the phased manufacturing program. Personally, I found that if there wasn't a phased manufacturing program, we probably would not have localized the component manufacturing as quickly and as well as we did. It was the pressure of the government's phased manufacturing policy, which in a sense compelled localization. I'll give an example. The Japanese set up 3 or 4 joint ventures to make light commercial vehicles. Those people did not localize as fast as was required. And you see what happened to them.
Yeah.
When the yen became stronger and stronger, the costs went up hugely and they all went down. We were the fortunate ones because we had already localized to over 90%. And therefore the cost impact on us was minimal.
That's right. So PMP is one program which actually benefited not only Maruti, but also helped create that auto component
absolutely.
sector.
I think the PMP, despite the fact that it is in many ways, economists will criticize it, actually did a lot of good for us.
So can this be replicated in other sectors as well?
I think, in a sense, government is giving incentives for that to happen.
Okay.
When they say that your imports are related to local manufacturing and only 8,000 cars can be imported,
Yeah.
they're virtually telling you that localized here. Also today, I think it's very evident that if you don't localize, your costs are much higher.
Much higher.
And the costs are unpredictable because the rupee is not a stable currency in the sense that
It is depreciating.
it keeps depreciating and costs keep going up. And therefore, even today, although we've localized this much, there is still a constant pressure on us to keep localizing the inner components which the vendors are importing, because that also adds to cost. So we have gone beyond our own localization to supporting the vendor community in localizing their manufacture, so that overall the system has as little import as possible.
Okay. I mean, one last question on your 44-year journey, the past, before you come to the future. How much of a role did your being a government company till at least 1997-98 play? In the sense that as long as you were initially a 74% owned government company, then it became a 60% owned company, and then you got virtually privatized. So there were 3 stages. So are there lessons to be learned for economic historians? Maruti at 74% government equity, Maruti at 60% government equity, Maruti as privatized. How would you see it?
I think
look
the
back?
lessons from Maruti are that it's very difficult to operate a partnership with government for any length of time.
I think that's a big message you are sending out.
And this business of gradually localization,
Yeah.
it doesn't really do much good to the company. The real benefits that Maruti got was after government exited.
Okay. So post
Even when
1997,
government
98.
was a minority partner at 30-40%, there were still, in actual operations, a lot of problems in getting the kind of decisions you wanted to.
Yeah.
Even when we technically became a private company with 50-50 government, 50%.
There was a major battle
We
that
had a
went
major
on.
battle at that
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And the reason there is that the people in the government, the minister, the secretary, the joint secretary, they keep changing frequently. And when different people come, how they understand what has been going on and what their attitude is changes every time. There's no continuity. So it's not that partnerships with government as such are bad, but I think the circumstances in which people keep changing. And I think it's been widely accepted world over that continuity of management and policies is one of the essential things required for good management.
That's right.
You can't have that in a partnership with government.
Yeah. So the government need not be in the business of producing cars.
Or
That's
any
the
business,
message.
or
They're
any
not.
business for that matter.
That's right. Yeah. Let's move on. You know, I mean, you have seen the auto industry for the last so many years, and it has moved largely in the ICE category, in the sense that now we are at a kind of a crossroads, you know, wherein there is a major challenge that faces the industry, transitioning to a new form of cars. And this, many companies are finding it very difficult to face up to. And so how is Maruti, and how do you think the Indian auto industry should face up to it? You have the EV policy you referred to. What is the scenario like? What are the opportunities and what are the challenges that you think we need to be mindful of?
See, we are fully committed to the goal of helping government achieve
as a company
the zero carbon policy.
Okay.
We have considered the Indian situation and the Indian customer and the Indian infrastructure and the other, what should I say, handicaps or positives which are existing in India. And we believe that in our circumstances, we need not only electric vehicles, but we need to use all other technologies to achieve the goal of carbon reduction as quickly as possible. One of the reasons which is obvious is that electric vehicles are a very small part, and the way it's growing is going to take a long time before they're going to become. But during this time, if we have only ICs, then the carbon footprint is going to remain pretty large. But if those ICs today are converted to cleaner vehicles, whether at first through CNG or hybridization or use of ethanol or use of biogas or any other new technology which may come up, then while the EV rise keeps going up, which it should and will go, simultaneously the other ICE vehicles will also become cleaner, not to the extent of 100%, but to a lesser extent, but they will overall reduce the carbon footprint. We also to take note of the fact that even if we could bring EVs in faster, the electric generation which drives these cars is largely 75% of it is thermal power.
That's right.
And therefore, if you look at the total carbon footprint, electric vehicles, if you have 75% thermal power by coal burning, is not going to help in reducing the carbon footprint very much. You may feel satisfied that these cars are clean.
It may have shifted the pollution to outside the city.
But we have to reduce the carbon footprint of the country as a whole, not in Delhi or Bombay itself.
That's right.
And that is why we think that these other technologies, biogas, for example, in India, is a very clean fuel and it's actually carbon negative. I think that's one of the areas where we need to put in a lot more effort.
So is policy lacking in that focus right now?
I think government is very well aware of this situation. Mr. Gadkari recently made a statement saying that the GST Council next will consider hybrid technology. Today, hybrid technology is suitable for bigger cars. But I believe that in the course of the next few years, there will be developments in hybrid technology which will lower the cost and make it available for smaller cars also.
Okay. So if you were to look ahead and visualize in 2047, which is the year that everybody is talking about, what kind of automobile industry that you envisage? Given the kind of steps that we have taken so far, your company has taken, what kind of a composition that you will see in the auto industry?
I think by 2047, Ashok, we must have much cleaner cars throughout India. Much larger percentage, maybe all of them by then.
Maybe all of them.
Because we are almost 25 years away. And whether there will be electric cars or whether some new technology will come up, I don't know. But I also see that by that time, India will be a major producer of cars. And I think a major exporter of cars. Because I think this craze for large vehicles, for big SUVs and all that, will pass in the coming years.
Okay.
I think the world will gradually realize that you don't need to have such big vehicles if you really are aware of the environmental needs.
Okay.
Because big cars, not only in terms of operation, but in terms of manufacture, in terms of the material used, all generate a lot of carbon footprint.
That's right.
And I think to get into the globally low carbon footprint, cars will tend to move towards smaller size.
Okay.
And I think India is well placed to take advantage of that.
So if that were to happen, if that dream of yours, your plan of yours, have to be realized, what are the 3 big steps that we need to take? You know, I mean, a lot of people say that when you want to go in for an EV, you say, oh, charging facility nahi hai. So there's an infrastructure problem, there is a technology problem. You talked about alternatives in biogas, which is probably, you said, is the better alternative. So what kind of steps that the government, because government has to facilitate those policies and steps.
No,
what will you advise to the government on these issues?
The government has to move as rapidly as possible towards ensuring that electricity generation in India is clean and is not dependent on thermal power.
That's you think is an
That's
important.
a basic requirement because you cannot get a low carbon footprint from the transportation sector if your electric generation is not clean.
Okay.
That's the biggest step which we need to take.
That's you are making a very important point. You are saying that the goal is not to have EVs. The goal is to have lower
First
footprint.
have clean power.
Yeah.
Because power generation is not only here, it's everywhere.
Okay.
And if you're burning, like last year, we think we did 1 billion tons of coal in production.
Yes,
in
that's
India.
right. It's a big
If
jump.
you burn 1 billion tons of coal, you look at the carbon CO2 emissions
That's
in
right.
the air.
Yeah.
So I think the electricity sector is a major requirement. If that happens, the move towards electric cars will become faster. I think people will move towards smaller electric cars, and I think technology will develop so that electric cars will become feasible for smaller sizes. I think battery technology will change. The current battery already is changing. I think Toyota has brought out a solid-state battery which is smaller, lighter, and much less thing. But we have to remember that electric vehicles ultimately are not using totally renewable materials.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's a lot of literature about how much carbon is generated in the production and mining of lithium, the production of batteries and things.
Yeah, that's right.
So these are areas where you have to work on, and I think we have to look at other alternative technologies. I think the electric car may not be the final word if you're looking not at 2047, but let's say 2087. I don't think it will be the final word. I think we need something which is much more renewable, which is clean, which does not require imports in this extent. I think that's the ultimate goal. Hydrogen maybe.
Hydrogen maybe. So, and in the interim, you'll be focused on creating the kind of infrastructure that is necessary for.
Right. Because this is a transition, and you have to stay at each stage of this transition. What is your best strategy at that moment of time?
That's right.
What is the ultimate goal need not be the answer for the intermediate period.
Okay.
You have to be very flexible in that.
Yeah. Before I start inviting questions from the floor, I cannot resist the temptation of asking this question to you. Everybody talks about artificial intelligence, and we also had a session yesterday on artificial intelligence, and we all keep talking about the use of AI. How do you see the use of AI impacting the automotive sector in terms of the shop floor experience, in terms of the number of people that you use for producing one car? Is there any study, what kind of scenario that you see, let's say in 25 years from now, how will it be?
See, Ashok, I am not very much of an expert on what all AI can do. But I do not see that AI by itself can do many of the jobs which are done on the car manufacturing shop floor. The assembly process of vehicles.
Yeah.
You can't even use robots for that.
Yeah,
Nobody's ever been able to use a robot for doing that yet.
Sure.
Assembly line is a manual operation. It requires people to do some work. Some of the other operations are already highly robotized. And artificial intelligence can make
play a
them
role there.
a bit more efficient to do that way.
How much of that role is right now in robotized role in a car manufacturing?
You know, a lot of the welding operations
They're
are
robotized.
robotized because welding is an operation which is not very, let's say, comfortable to do. It's a little bit hazardous also.
Yeah.
It tires out the worker substantially.
That's right.
And so the workers are quite happy if that operation is done by robots.
Yeah.
In the machine shops, a lot of automation has come in because you want consistent pinpoint accuracies.
Okay.
That is very difficult to do manually.
That's right.
So in those areas, you already have robotization happening, and artificial intelligence can only
Will play a role there. Yeah.
I believe artificial intelligence will certainly help us take decisions which are more data-based. Rather than lots of decisions we take are today intuitive or based on your gut feeling or what sort of perceptions you have.
Okay.
AI will make them much more objective, much more data-oriented.
That's
So I
right.
think the quality of decision-making will improve, the speed of decision-making will improve.
That's right.
And ultimately, the manufacturing of goods has to become as efficient as possible.
Okay.
And the employment generation, one should not look that the major jobs will be created actually in the manufacturing process. The jobs are created post-manufacturing in the transportation, distribution, maintenance, and use. And
So
all
it is a
of that.
manufacturing-led services.
The better you manufacture, the more people who can afford to get products, therefore, because they have become less costly.
Yeah.
The more the employment will grow.
That's right.
So I don't think AI will bring down employment.
So that's a broad message in automotive sector at least. Yeah. If there are any questions, please raise your. Yeah, that's the lady there. Please identify yourself. I think she's there. No, I think you should get the mic. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Vidushi Sinha. Thank you so much for the insight, sir. I am a Gen Z in this room, and I'm all ready to jump on the EV bandwagon. And my question is sort of related to that. I wanted to understand your perspective on the kind of impact electric vehicles will have in the automotive ecosystem in terms of manufacturing, supply chain management, aftermarket services. Can we preempt these changes, these shifts in the market? Have we already done that? And what do you hope, what do you expect Maruti to play a role in this entire scenario? How do you want Maruti to go ahead in this shift in the market?
See,
I hope my
every
question was
time you bring in a new technology, you have to simultaneously make changes in your supply chain, in your dealership training, in your workshops, workshop equipment, vendor component manufacturing. All of that has to be done. So EVs is another stage in the development of new technologies. And all companies, not only Maruti, all companies who are getting into EVs are making the necessary adjustments and changes. It's not, a lot of the car remains the same. What changes is the powertrain. The engine and the gearbox is really where the major change takes place. The rest of the body, whether it's the wheels or the lighting or the thing, that remains the same. So there will be adjustments made. There will have to be changes made to cater to this change in the configuration of the EV. But it's not a major problem at all for anyone.
So, a small follow-up. Do you think this is leading us to a more globalized approach, or is it domesticizing our approach more?
Sorry, I'm not...
Globalized or domesticized?
Is it globalized or is it domesticized? Our approach towards embracing EV in India. What you mentioned, the sort of transition where...
EVs, which at least Maruti is planning to make, are for the global markets also. The first batch of EVs which we produce are actually will be exported. They will not be sold in the domestic market.
So will it ever be opened for the Indian market?
I think there's other questions here.
Absolutely.
Please.
Thank you so much for the
sure.
question. Answer, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Bhargav. My name is Ankur Bharadwaj from Business Standard. In your book, Maruti Story, you have written about how red tape prevented you from launching the tallboy design early, and it allowed Hyundai Santro to come into the market. What do you think happened when the SUVs became more popular and other brands were able to establish a stronger presence? What prevented Maruti from having a stronger presence in the SUV segment a little earlier?
We were at that stage not fully convinced, frankly, that SUVs would become so highly popular. We were a little delayed in getting into the SUV business. We were at that time more focused on completing the change to the BS6 standards and the emission standards. Today, as you know, Maruti is one of the two companies which are fully compliant in terms of the CAFE standards. Most of the other companies have not been able to comply fully with the CAFE standards. So we were concentrating on these regulatory things to make sure that we did not fall behind. And we did not pay attention, and actually, frankly, we didn't have the manpower to do the development work, to simultaneously do that and develop SUVs. But it doesn't make much difference. I mean, today we have the largest share of SUVs in the country today.
Okay. Final question there. I'll come to you. Yeah.
Sir, a very quick question. In fact, somebody in my family was going to buy a car, and we were looking at buying an SUV. And when we were thinking of a Maruti Suzuki, one thing which came in our minds was that iski yaar safety rating jo hai na, wo kabhi improve hogi. So my question to you is, what is your take on the Maruti Suzuki actually going to a 5-star rated NCAP, global NCAP? What's your take on that?
Maruti Suzuki is saying. So is safety. He's saying talking
the
about
safety rating.
Just
The
keep
cars,
it closer. Keep it closer to you.
My question to you is, Maruti's safety ratings are not
Safety
5-star. What is your take on that? And when is the company going to be there?
You know, we are, of course, fully compliant with all the government regulations on safety ratings. Safety ratings and the higher Bharat NCAP, what you are talking about, I guess, they all entail a higher cost. We are going to produce vehicles which are going to meet all these to get to the 5-star things. But we will also give customers the option of buying cars at a slightly lower level of things, but fully compliant with the government regulations. The customer should ultimately have a choice. A customer who cannot afford a higher standard of things should not be then deprived of his right to buy a vehicle, even though he could buy a car which complies with the government standards.
Okay, 3 final questions. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Rishikant Singh. My question is a little futuristic. How do you see drone technology totally eclipsing cars when combined with mass transportation? Drone transportation.
Drone transportation, drone.
I don't think drones are going to become a substitute for, you know, you will have millions of drones flying around. I'm not sure how that will ever be regulated. I don't think that can ever happen.
Questions? Just be very brief because we are running out of time.
Yeah. Myself, Kumar Bishwas. My first Maruti car was in the early 1980s. My question is, how at that point of time, Maruti came with the ideas of taking subscription or collection of money, contribution or booking value, precisely we can say from the consumers. What was the genesis?
Oh, that was a very simple one. When we exhibited the cars all over country before we launched the cars, the assessment was that the demand for the car would be way beyond our production capacity. You know, that time our production capacity is supposed to be 20,000 cars a year, and we felt that the demand would be far larger. If that situation had come to pass, there would have been a huge amount of black marketing done by the dealers in selling the cars. And the allegations would have been that the dealers are in connivance with the management, and some of this black money is finding its way to the top. We did not want that situation to happen. So we wanted to devise an orderly system of distribution of cars, which did not leave any possibility of anybody jumping the queue.
As simple as that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I think
Sir,
that.
could I as well ask?
Just a minute. I think you have already asked your question once.
Very good evening, sir. This is Rajiv from Business Standard only. Government in August 2021 announced the vehicle scrapping policy, and it's been almost close to 3 years. But on the ground, the policy doesn't seem to have any impact. I know of people, those who have dismantled their car, officially got a COD, they go to the dealership asking for discounts and rebates, nothing comes out of this. Very straightforward 2 points. Is there an industry reluctance happening for not giving the necessary discounts, rebates that the vehicle scrapping policy envisages? Or is it a central state government dispute which is still causing conflict for that policy to be implemented for the consumer's benefit? Thank you.
No, I don't see how the dealers should give a discount for a scrapped vehicle. You've used the vehicle for this full life. And then you're saying the dealer should sell a vehicle at a loss.
There is a 4 to 5% ex-showroom discount as per the policy.
I don't think we are concerned with implementing this scrapping policy.
Yeah.
It's a government policy.
Yeah.
You should go to government to ask these questions.
Thank you.
The last question for the session, we have already exceeded time.
Sir, this is C. Sharma. Last month only I purchased Honda City. I was planning to buy Siaj. The only issue was safety. Why does Maruti have any plan to apply the same safety standard as Honda City is?
I'm not aware of whether we have still got 5-star ratings done for Ciaz or not, but the Ciaz is a perfectly safe vehicle. You know, it meets all the government regulations.
But I'm telling you my experience.
You want higher standards? I can't tell offhand where we are.
Yeah, I think that's a very personal question. We are not here to answer your personal questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhargav, for spending time with us, answering personal questions also, difficult questions as well. And once again, please give him a big hand. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Shriyarsi Bhargava. Sir, may I request you, if you may, to just pose for us, a photograph for us. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time out and making the effort and joining us here at Business Standard Manthan. Thank you very much. May I request you all to please remain where you are, ladies and gentlemen, and allow him to exit the hall, please. And we are heading straight into the next session, which is also a fire chat, ladies and gentlemen. So please stay where you are. Remain seated, please. This next session is going to talk about MNC's play in India's startup ecosystem. And we have with us Mr. Manish Tiwari, who's Vice President and Country Manager India, Amazon. I'm just going to invite him on stage in a few seconds from now. We're just prepping the stage up. Give us a few seconds. And please, ladies and gentlemen, settle down, take your seats. Well, many of you here in this room would know that India is the youngest startup nation in the world. I read somewhere that 72% of Indian startup founders are under the age of 35. Well, that's a very interesting figure there. Also, we are ranked at number 3rd amongst the global startup ecosystems in the world, behind UK and the US. So the opportunity is huge for entrepreneurs, for investors, also with the government now declaring that they will be getting many a roadblock, a regulatory roadblock out of the way. But then there are senior executives in MNCs that are starting to express concerns about the problems that the startup culture will now cause for these new entrants and for established companies. This and lots more, we will be putting the spotlight on in the fireside chat now coming up. May I please have on stage Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard, to helm this session. And of course, please welcome on stage Mr. Manish Tiwari, please. Ladies and gentlemen, he leads the consumer business for Amazon in India and is focused on transforming the way India buys and sells. He's been with Amazon since 2016. Please put your hands together in a round of applause and welcome him with us at Business Standard Manthan for this fireside chat. Good evening, Manish, and a very warm welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Welcome to BS Manthan, Mr. Tiwari. So we want to talk about, looking at India from the MNC perspective. I know Amazon India is an Indian company, but even then, the MNC perspective is what we are looking at. How do you look at, India, developed India at 2047, and a company like Amazon, how do you imagine India at 2047?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me here. And it's always very challenging if you're following up someone as legendary as Mr. Bhargava. I think when I think of your question and the fact that when you say MNC, it's probably about the kind of skill sets the company has and global learnings. Otherwise, Amazon in India is very different from Amazon anywhere else. We accept cash. We don't have large warehouses the way you would have. So it's literally an Amazon in India, made for India and made by Indians. When I think of, we had a board meeting in November, the Amazon board meeting, and Indra Nui also sits on the Amazon Global Board. And there was so much of excitement around India. So just to give you a flavor, it's not that Amazon board reviews every country. We are present in like very large number of countries. But I think the excitement about India is quite simple. The first, for any company which is in the technology space, there is no better resource pool than India. We are, even as I speak, we have more than 100,000 employees in India. It's the second largest country after US for Amazon. And even in Seattle, if you go outside our office, the number of food trucks which serve Indian food is amazing. Most of our senior resources come from India, especially on the technology side. The second, it's a large market. The demographics are outstanding in terms of age, in terms of the kind of macroeconomic factors. And in my 25 plus years of working, and I worked across a lot of countries, I haven't seen any other locale or country where adoption to technology is so easy. So it's like literally a lot of us didn't have phones at home. We just leapfrogged the landline phone and moved to mobile. Organized trade, we still don't have too many large, big stores in India, but I think we are just leapfrogging onto e-commerce and some of the other alternatives. And similarly, we are still a country where a lot of people used to keep their debit and credit cards in lockers. And now if you look at it, 50-60% of worldwide digital payments, instant payments happen in India. So I think I can't, and I'm not saying it because I'm sitting in this forum or because I'm an Indian, but I can't think of any other country which is better poised. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually hit a developed sort of status before 2047.
Oh, that is very optimistic that we can, become developed before 2047. Amazon has been in India for more than 10 years now. What has been your learning, and what is really, you mentioned a bit about it just now, but what is the most exciting thing about the India market?
Yeah, I think just to clarify, we've been here for 20 years. We've always had a very large development center.
As in the marketplace platform?
Yeah, so the marketplace has been 10 years, and then of course, Prime Video, AWS, a little lesser than that. I think the biggest learning for us has been what we develop for India is applicable across the world. I'll give you a simple example. When we started in 2013, if you remember, we used to have 3G technology. And you had a lot of latency on your phones. So someone said that, a standard app will not work in India. And therefore, we made an app in India which would detect the kind of phone you were using. So depending on your hardware and your network, it would actually deploy a lighter version. It was called Micron. Worked brilliantly in India, and now, of course, touch wood, we have 5G. But today, the same technology works in different parts of the world. Yeah. Sometimes we assume that all developing countries have very good infrastructure on internet. It's not necessarily true. So I think India, besides, of course, the size, scale of the business, I think the two things which Amazon, as a multinational, if you call it, has learned. One is the talent to innovate with frugality. I mean, you give the most challenging of tasks to 10 Indian engineers and they'll come up with probably an awesome solution. And the second thing is, it deserves its place as a source of ideas in the global platform. So it's like I said, after Seattle, Bangalore and Hyderabad are the largest setup, and it just goes to reflect on the talent we have in the country.
If you have to talk about a wish list that you want done in the India market that is missing right now, it could be on the regulatory front, it could be on the policy front, what would that be?
I would want the current vectors to continue for the next decade or so. I think we are in a weirdly sweet spot. I mean, I know everyone talks about it, but because as a marketplace we deal with like close to 12 crore plus products, ship across the country, I can see the buoyancy, we can see the consumption. You know, we always aspired to do more, buy more, but now the sweet spot is hitting, and I am super excited. As this, you know, this 2,400 kind of a GDP number, as it moves to the $4,000, that's when the expansion happens. So if you do the back of envelope sort of arithmetic, 8 to 9% growth for the next decade, and we would be in an awesome space. I think, yeah, the one thing we do wish for, which is there already, and which I would wish for in personal life, professional life, every corporate, is stability in terms of policies and the framework, because you need that. We are still early on the China plus one journey, and we need that stability for the next 10 years, be it manufacturing, services, or any other sector.
Do you feel that that stability is missing right now?
No, I think we are in a very good spot. I mean, when I look back at 10 years, I still remember, I mean, I joined 8 years back. And when I look at and think about Amazon, when I was turning in for this conference, the person at the gate said, like, which company? And I said, Amazon. And promptly my driver said that, sir, aajkal kuch daam theek nahi lagta hai. It's very fulfilling that in 10 years we've become a part of the social fabric. So even if I had to make a wish list, of course, we are all greedy and I would have a wish list, but I look back at it with a lot of, you know, it gives me a lot of satisfaction when I look back at the 10 years. So,
what do you think is the reason that Indians really, you know, have related to Amazon so well? When they think of e-commerce, they immediately think of Amazon. It's an American brand. How did they, you know, get onto it so easily? Was there any marketing behind it, or was it a natural choice?
No, I think marketing can, I'm sure there are marketeers who might not like it, but marketing can add to a product. Intrinsic product quality marketing cannot make up for it. We've always believed that as long as we continue to be obsessed with our customer, when you call up a call center at Amazon, you speak to an Amazon employee. We never put turnaround time, how long can you speak to customers. I still remember when I joined Amazon, it used to be the wedding season in Delhi. And every day you would attend multiple weddings. And I had relatives in Delhi who would laugh at me saying, you know, how can you have a no questions asked policy? Because we have a no questions asked policy, and people would buy stuff from us, wear it for one, whatever, ceremony, return it, again buy. But that is the third decimal point of customers. 99.99% customers believe that if you buy something from us, you're taken care of. And that's what builds trust. So I always believe consistent customer obsession is what lands you. And I still think we have a long way to go. But yes, I do feel good about where we are in terms of customer perception.
You know, in an earlier session today, we spoke about animal spirits of companies. So, you know, how much is the animal spirit of Amazon towards India market right now? How much have you invested already? It's around $10 billion?
Yeah, I think it's around 8, 9, but those numbers should be available.
Okay, so is there anything?
I'm talking about the marketplace. AWS has just announced a $12.5 billion investment in Telangana, in Hyderabad data center. Sorry, continue your question.
Yeah, so is there any new round of investment expected for the India market? I'm talking about marketplace.
No, I think we were fortunate that this summers actually in October when Prime Minister Modi was in the US, our CEO Andy Jassy got a chance to spend time with him. I think we always look at it customer backwards and not investment backwards. So as and when we get an opportunity, I mean, I spoke about AWS, the opportunity AWS right now has in India. I mean, half the startups work on AWS, be it Acco, Practo, Zepto, all the companies work on AWS. It is cutting edge in generative AI, and generative AI, I was just listening to Mr. Bhargava speak, can have massive implications in terms of driving frugality and costs in the supply chain. So we will continue to invest. And I mean, if you look at our ecosystem, be it Prime Video, AWS, the marketplace, we like what we've managed to sort of get in India. So it's all customer backwards, idea backwards, not investment forward.
How is Amazon India or Amazon as part of the India story, India growth story in terms of job creation and similar things?
Yeah, I think around 3-4 years back, we realized that the impact we could have on India was, in a positive way, was quite big. And therefore, as a company, we've set ourselves some goals to be achieved till 2025. There is a very strong belief that for us to succeed in India, we call it lifting all boats. Yeah? You can't succeed if your ecosystem does not succeed with you. And therefore, we have 3 goals which we're going to hit, and we work on it as hard as we would work on a P&L or a customer rating. They are around 3 areas which we believe is very, very pertinent to the Indian, to the country. The first is on exports. So if you think of exports and remove all commodity exports, raw material, we still have a long, long way to go in value-added exports. And today, I mean, give or take a few percentage points, the global e-commerce exports is around 17 trillion. Yeah. We started exporting under a global selling program, and we saw amazing success. First, it was anecdotes, an Oprah Winfrey show. Someone spoke about Vadham teas. Skillmatics, which is a company in Bangalore, started selling STEM toys. And then we realized that it was picking up a lot of speed. And we want to export $20 billion of goods. And this is all coming from smaller manufacturers and value added, and the realization is so good. The second is we are a digital company. Everything we do, Kindle, Prime Video, AWS, e-commerce. And therefore we said, we will digitize 10 million stores. Yeah, and as stores get digitized, they come online. So it's good for the stores, it's good for the business. And therefore, that's why I call it lifting all boats. And in terms of employment, our plan is to get around 2 million more incremental jobs in the ecosystem. We are at around 1.3 million right now. So it's still 2 years to go, and something which is very important for all of us at Amazon to achieve. So I think that's why I said in 10 years, when one sort of steps back and thinks of the scale, impact, and what one has been able to achieve as a brand, it is a very, very satisfying journey.
Is there any sourcing number that you can share? How much does Amazon source from India?
I don't have it offhand, but I was talking about more the global exports. I don't know how much Amazon sources from India. I wouldn't have the number.
What about competition? Who really is Amazon's competition in India? Is it Flipkart stroke Walmart, or is it Jio? Who is your biggest competition?
I'm going to say something which will sound a little odd. If you look at e-commerce right now, there is a lot of talk and real estate in newspapers on e-commerce. But the reality of the story is the penetration is like 1%, 2%. I mean, if you take fashion, it's probably 0.5%. So you start worrying about, in my previous organization, I used to sell detergent powder. You start worrying about competition when, penetration is 98%. Here there is, and I honestly believe, And it's happened in industry after industry. I mean, you just have to think about it. I mean, someone was talking about vehicles. We have so many companies competing now. Look at the quality of things which are coming out and compare it to, say, 3 decades back. So I think the more players which are there are big corporate houses, there are youngsters at the age of 19 starting companies. All of them are innovating, and I think it will help the ecosystem get better. I look at what people do in different organizations. I get inspired by it. But let me put it very, very clearly. For me, what is most important is the millions of feedback I get and the ratings we get. It's a reality. If you say obsessed with the customer, I mean, I have never met someone who said Amazon ships too quickly, or can you ship it slowly? Or, you know, your sellers are selling it very cheap, can you take the price up? So simple things of selection, pricing, speed, convenience, it's boring, but that's what the business is all about. And we keep on saying in Amazon, it's still day one. The company itself globally is 26, 27 years old. In India, it's 10 years old. We still have a long, long way to go before we worry about competition and some of the brands you spoke about.
Does this divide between Indian companies and global companies, does that come in the way of your business?
You think customer backwards? So customers will always love a product which works well for them. I always tell this to people. It sounds a little odd when someone says you work in a multinational. I'm saying, okay, I do, but I work in India, work for India. We create everything in India. So, I mean, of course, there are some other motives which are there, but customers will always reward a service which works. Any service which stifles the choice of a customer eventually is not good for the economy because it will stifle innovation. And we've seen it in sector after sector. So,
Is the e-commerce policy coming anytime soon?
I have no idea. But I must say this, our ministry, DPIT, I believe the minister, Piyush Goyal was here earlier. It works very closely with the industry. I mean, we've had multiple consultations. I've been part of them. And I think what I really like about is what we are all building together, whether it's the next milestone of the third largest economy or a 2047, the collaborative approach of including industry, including stakeholders and the ministries, in my opinion, is working really, really well.
Can we take a couple of questions from the audience? Any question? Yes.
Hi, my question, Mr. Manish and Darpan Majumdar from Elincus HR. Can you give us some insights about what you have found out about the Indian consumer? Is there any interesting insight which Amazon has found out? And both it could be from the cities and as well from the non-cities. Second question, in terms of how do you see the development of the digital as far as the resource pool, because education is going to be very critical. And what do you see Amazon, because that's the biggest challenge, but as well a big opportunity. What do you see that Amazon is doing for that? Because a lot of local talent may
You
not be
asked 3
available.
questions.
No, two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot the first one.
Any insights into
Okay,
Indian
yeah.
consumer?
I think across industries, take telecom, take entertainment, take CPG, and it will play out in e-commerce. There are 2 ways to approach the Indian market. One is to focus on using a standard playbook. And if you do that, your market definition will be very small. But what we've realized, and we always believed in, that demand is not the problem. The innovation on the supply chain side is the problem. So, I mean, we talk about 400 million, 500 million telecom users. If you use the standard playbook, which is used in any telecom market, you might have kept yourself at 50 million. And at a point of time, it used to be there. The same is true for entertainment. So I think it's a super attractive market, but it is very, very important to innovate to address that. Otherwise, this, you know what some people call population scale business? The joy of India is when you can address 500 million customers. The joy of India is not to address 10 million customers. Then you could go to some other country and you'd probably do better. And we've learned it. I mean, whether I talk about the seller side, whether I talk about the customer side, whether I talk about the technology side. Remember, just like I said, consumers moved from no phone to mobile. I mean, most people didn't have phones. I mean, you had to be very well connected to have a landline phone. Sellers have moved from selling from a small store without catalog to using Gen AI to create a catalog. So if there is an app we have called Sahay, which is the Hindi word, which is support, people load their shirts and it has got a generative AI which can create the catalog. So that's the learning, that you have to innovate. You cannot get standard playbooks and win in this market. It's true for most markets, but I think it's far more truer for India. I think on the second aspect, I feel very excited about what we've managed to do. So this entire digital thing, if I just break it up into 2-3 components, let me start with right at basic technology. We have very large scale programs to teach children computer science, and we focus on girl students. Yeah. In a year, we touch around 200,000 children. Yeah. And it's people from our company who take out time, because we believe that if we embed that, the output of that would raise all boats, as I call it. Second, we use Alexa, because that's the simplest way of carrying technology. So you go to villages in Maharashtra and you will see an entire class sitting and Alexa actually interacting with them. So exposing children to what technology can do. And soon you will see generative AI, etc. come on that. Besides that, in terms of professionals, today, like I said, AWS is cutting edge on technology. They're working with various VC funds like Nexus, Axel, companies like PayU, Delivery, and they have specific programs. So ML for women, accelerating logistics, accelerating fintech technology. Like fintech technology is with PayU, which is a very big player. So I think what they've done brilliantly is taken an industry player, taken a VC, private equity fund, which has a lot of passion for that sector, and picked up cohorts like women, supply chain, and finance. On the e-commerce side, we have a program called Launchpad. So if anyone decides to be a startup person now, and we are discovering people at 90 years wanting to do it, we enable end-to-end, no fees charged, saying come launch once you're successful. It's called Launchpad. Yeah, and there are like 700 plus companies. So a lot of the unicorns, Mamaearth, Boat, Wow, all of them have been Launchpads. So that's how we are trying to lift all boats in terms of technology appreciation.
Excellent. Mr. Jakar, he has a question, the last question.
One question. My question is on counterfeit products. Nowadays, a lot of counterfeit products are coming in the market. So what's your thoughts on it? So how we can mitigate this risk, Amazon?
Yeah, technology is the answer. Right now, by the way, a lot of people talk about machine learning and AI. I mean, we've been using it like for the last 20 years. The personalization was one of the earliest products coming out of that. At this point of time, our philosophy is quite simple. We want it to be easy for sellers to sell. See, there is a very simple way. If you say every seller, I will create so much of friction that you can't launch your product, this is a country of small and medium businesses. So you would isolate them. And just the way I spoke about the consumer on the sari example, 99.999% sellers actually want to create a genuine business. And therefore, we would not create so much friction for the sake of the third decimal point. But what we do, using various technology, including machine learning, to identify gap areas when we see customers. We get millions of customer ratings and feedback every day. And there is a team, we have close to 23,000 engineers who focus on counterfeiting and how to detect it. It will never be perfect, but in our scheme, customer comes first ahead of sellers. But at the same time, we don't want it to be so frictionful that someone who's starting a business out of his or her flat, I mean, we ask them for a catalog of 100 attributes. They wouldn't come online. So that's the balance we try and create.
Thanks, Mr. Jakar. Last question.
So, Amazon's just starting. You said you're talking about, no competition, raising all boats. But in 20 years, where do you see 20 million Kirana stores and 40 million families working in those Kirana stores? How many of them are going to lose job because of e-retail? I'm not talking about Amazon. I'm basically talking about it. Because if you look at the US picture, I think so most Kirana stores or likewise stores have closed down over the last 50 years. Where do you see the job loss, the community loss, the local environment on the streets? How are they going to be impacted?
Yeah. I think the US figure is against large retail, physical retail, not so much against e-commerce. E-commerce is still very small, but the number you stated, small mom and pop stores, is more large physical retail, which is the large chains you're aware of. Coming back to the main question, I see more and more of these stores getting successful. So let me just try and articulate what I'm trying to. Today we have around 14 lakh sellers. During COVID, we started a program called Local Shops on Amazon. And when everything shut down in COVID, then suddenly people who had to pay rent or had some basic expenses were struggling. And all of them started going online to sell. Started with that same community, that same city. Right now we have more than 700,000 selection which come from the really small stores. So today, if you want to buy on any store, take the name of a mobile store chain, take the name of a fashion chain, take the name of sweet guys. Anna's, I think there's a very popular sweet guy in Chennai. All of them sell online. Yeah. So what happens is you are confined to doing what you are good at, which is either making the sweet or buying the right merchandise. We take away all the other responsibilities of literally, if you want, we'll pick it up from your store and ship. So there is report after report, be it McKinsey, be it CII, which is saying that 80% of the growth which will come in the retail market in the next decade or so will come from omni-channel. There are no longer customers who only shop offline or online. It depends on the kind of shopping mission they have. So I see over the last 10 odd years, Nielsen was showing some decline in the small stores, and COVID hit them a little bit. But I see it bouncing back and continuing to be there, even if I go forward, say, for the next 5 decades. Why just 2 decades? So, because that is the seller community one is talking about.
I have a last question. What are your thoughts on quick commerce? How much can we go into quick commerce in online?
As a consumer?
No, as a business.
It's an interesting format. I mean, there is a lot of global learning on that also. I think, like I said, some great work happening, innovations. One of the reasons why startups do so well in India, I mean, all the metrics we are speaking about, one is, of course, a lot of us have been, English is our second language and therefore the technical education is easy. Second is we love technology and coding. Third is frugality. We understand unit economics much ahead of before it became a concept. So I'm sure the people who are running quick commerce must be thinking of unit economics. It's an awesome service, but at the end of the day, consumers should be ready to pay for it.
Is Amazon ready for it?
We always say that any business idea which has legs customer backwards, we would be exploring. So we are a company of builders. We keep on trying to do new things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tiwari.
Thank you
It was
so
a
much for
pleasure.
having me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We are heading straight into the next session. This next session is a fireside chat with the co-founder and group CEO of Make My Trip, Rajesh Margo, who's here with us at Business Standard Manthan. This upcoming session will navigate through the issue of what the startup environment in India is going to look like in developed India of 2047, and what do we do to get there. Talking to him is Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor, Business Standard. But I think, would you like to wait for a few of our audience members to? Ladies and gentlemen, India has emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem, a development that Prime Minister Modi had underlined during the recently concluded Startups Mahakumbh, and he believes that this is now going to play a robust role, a big role, a main role in India's journey towards being a developed economy by 2047. He also went on to underline how this startup culture has now become a social culture that's not just limited to the bigger cities and towns of India, but has seeped into the semi-urban rural areas of India too, with many a startup arising from there. In fact, according to some official estimates, more than 117,000 startups are now recognized by the Department of Promotion of Industry, and 110 unicorns. And they've together created more than 1.24 million jobs for the Indian economy. Let's talk about all of this and lots more in this next fireside chat coming up at Business Standard Manthan. May I please have on stage Rajesh Margo, co-founder and group CEO, Make My Trip. Good evening and a very warm welcome to you. We're looking forward really to hearing from you and all your insights from the vast experience that your career has had. And of course, talking to you is Suveen Sinha, Chief Content Editor, Business Standard.
Thank you, Gitika. This is great. I can't tell you what a suitable person you are, Rajesh, for a session like this, because we are talking about a roadmap for India to emerge as a developed nation by 2047 is the loose time frame we are talking about. But emergence as a developed nation also means taking a seat at the global stage, emerging as a global force. And I can't think of a better person than you to talk about it, because Make My Trip, when it started in the year 2000, it focused on the international business more than the India business. I think US-India travel was more of your focus.
That is right.
Only around 2005, you put more focus on India per se. And when you decided to do your IPO, you went to NASDAQ. Which was in 2010. Right. I think even by that time, the term startup was not a household term in India. I think people like Flipkart, etc., were still trying to find their feet while you were already listing in the United States. So you were like way, way, way ahead in many ways. Can you take us through your vision and your strategy of how did this happen? I mean, most startups would do it reverse. Right? I mean, many people are now talking about listing. Some of them got listed. Many are now thinking of going overseas. You did it already. Right. How did it happen?
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for having me. It's a pleasure. You're absolutely right. I think it's about 23 years that we've been now at it. And when we started in 2000, as you rightly pointed out, we were actually very soon the realization was that we were early. We were really, really early. We were almost like pre-sunrise status of the industry at that point in time, because we were talking about e-commerce business in travel or consumer travel tech business, whichever way you want to put it. But when we looked at the ecosystem, wasn't really ready. Today we speak about, we've come sort of miles ahead today in terms of just, even Manish was talking about the ecosystem overall. As far as digital ecosystem for the India is concerned, back then, even the bandwidth was an issue.
when we started. So we realized that we were early, and then we had to, as typically one of the things that perhaps all the startups should always sort of as they start their journey, should always keep in mind that there could be a situation alongside your journey where you might have to pivot very quickly. And that was the moment within a couple of months for us in 2000, where we were all set to launch in India. It was an online travel company model. It had happened in all the developed world, but India wasn't really ready at that point in time. India wasn't ready from an internet ecosystem standpoint. Talk about any aspect of digital ecosystem, including the payment gateway systems, etc. We used to have just one payment gateway. Today we are talking about UPI, which is like, we are the world leader in terms of innovation and the payments and the fintech that's happening in the country today. So that is when this whole pivot that happened from shifting the focus from India business to US-India corridor. Now US-India corridor because US, the customers were going to be in US, and they were Indian diaspora, non-resident Indians who used to travel quite a bit back and forth. And we thought we might be able to just get going, maybe stabilize some of our operations by just focusing on that and trying to bring them or, sort of solve for their travel solution between the two countries. That's how we started. We were very, very small. If you look at some of the funding size, ticket size of the startups today, back then it used to be tiny, like literally. I mean, we had a commitment from a VC which was only about $2 million, and we only got $1 million, and we didn't actually got.
Which year was this?
This was in 2001.
In 2000.
2001.
Okay.
And it was $2 million, VC called eVentures. And there are many things that happened during that time. We got 1 million. We were supposed to get another million. We didn't get because they actually shut their shop because they also realized even the VC ecosystem was pretty early, back then. So, short of stealing money, as we always say, looking back, I think we would have done everything possible to survive for 5 years. And this US international corridor business sort of came handy. But the real journey, as again you rightly pointed out, started in September 2005 to be precise. We relaunched in India. India had started, two things had happened actually. The digital ecosystem had started to just about improve, but Sky had started opening up with low-cost carriers as well. So IRCTC also happened at that point in time, which was also online rail ticketing. I mean, they were not distributing, and they were not distributing for the longest time. Just very recently, a very few years ago, they started selling through OTAs and stuff. But at least the online ecosystem started to sort of move, and the Sky started opening up with low-cost carriers. Air Deccan was the first one. I don't know if we remember today about Air Deccan or not.
Yes, of course, Captain Gopinath.
Captain Gopinath, so he was a visionary as well.
Yes.
And we remember our first direct connect, to solve for the inventory that Air Deccan was selling, to bring it digitally on our platform was by Make My Trip, which was the first direct connecting directly with their sort of inventory system, and then distributing to the consumers on Make My Trip platform.
Yes.
And that's how the journey started. And then so it took off from there. Literally took off from there. And then fast forward 2010 to your other part of the question, right? We thought in our collective wisdom at that point in time, as part of the founding team and senior management team, that we were already ready. We were at, by the way, $40 million revenue. 1 year forward, we were looking at about $60 million revenue, which is decent size for you to be able to think if you want to just go public and raise more money, or provide an exit option for the existing investors. Because the investors, for us, September 2005 is when we had raised our second round of money, technically, although practically it was the first round of money, about $10 million. Even that was just about $10 million. And in 4 years time frame, we were already at $40 million top line, and profitable, by the way, back then.
Yes.
We talk about, a lot of the debate these days is about profitability versus this, that, and the other.
Yes.
And we were sort of profitable already and on the back of air business that we had. And India, while the internet ecosystem had started to sort of open up a little bit, but in internet, the stock exchange system or the analyst community or the investors community, that particular ecosystem had not necessarily opened up or was ready for internet-led businesses. Back in those days, it was InfoEdge.
Yes.
Which was the only listed company.
Yes, you were the second one.
We were the second pioneer in our sort of space, but we were the second internet company at that point in time. InfoEdge was, and I would say actually B2C was the first, because InfoEdge was more B2B company.
Yes.
Their supply side, like the candidates were B2C model. The supply was all coming from consumers or the candidates who were looking for jobs. But their business model was really B2B model. Our business model was completely consumer, and consumer direct to consumer or business to consumer business model. We were probably the first one, and there were others, small, and some of them survived. Some of them actually did not really survive.
Right.
So that is when we thought about US, because US was an evolved system. US had already many internet companies that were listed. So we didn't have to sell the model per se.
Yes.
We didn't have to, go extra mile to just convince. India was also beginning to get ready.
Yes.
India was a large market, so India was a big opportunity.
Yes. And it was NASDAQ, anyway known
NASDAQ.
for tech stocks.
Yeah, exactly. So so it was NASDAQ because they were very focused on technology stocks, and the SEBI equivalent there, the Security Exchange Commission, was also, by the way, very evolved, like super professional.
Yes.
A lot of people had warned us, by the way, at that point in time, that there's going to be a massive overhead of compliance and integrity, and that was one thing that we were not worried about.
Right.
Because we were all professional bunch of people, and as a private company also, we had put some corporate governance sort of framework in place that we didn't have to think too much about, how do we sort of take or make the transition from a private company to a public company?
Yes.
Now, hindsight, if you ask me this question today or, 10 years later, did we go IPO early? Maybe. But, because of the fact that India was, still a long way to go in terms of just the headroom of opportunity. And the more you go public when you go public, you obviously think through and look for the right reasons for you to go to public.
Right.
But the level of scrutiny obviously goes up. And if the market dynamics change subsequently, then you wonder, did I really need that kind of scrutiny there at all? But so that was just one aspect, I guess, that we sometimes think about it, that maybe we could have just stayed private for some more time. And hindsight, maybe we could have gone, public later. But all in all, it has worked out quite
maybe
well.
with a larger issue size.
Yeah, the issue size was
Who knows?
small, by the way. The issue size was very small because
How much was it?
It was about $89 million, if you will, right? So it was pretty small, but blockbuster one. We had like single day pop of about 89%. And again, I used to wonder and saying, what did we do to deserve this in one day, right? I think it was just market euphoria. And people were looking at India, the first time India internet companies coming to US, and it was a big space. India was a big opportunity. India was always seen as a very big opportunity, and so on. So we got the benefit of that. But all in all, no regret at all.
Of course.
Sort of carried on from there on.
Yes, and now we are in a situation where in this particular week, which is sandwiched between Holi and Good Friday, I think many people are using your services, which is why you see some empty seats in the auditorium.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm happy for that.
Yeah.
Even if there are seats, there are less number of people listening to us, but as long as they're traveling, I'm very happy.
Yes. And interesting that you mention InfoEdge, because I think Mr. Bhikchandani is in the next session.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he was on our board, by the way.
Yes.
Just before we went public, he stepped down, but he continued as an advisory board as well. because his board was not necessarily keen on him going on board on a US listed company.
Right.
But he was on our, he's a gem of a person, very, very learned, very experienced.
Yes.
And we've learned a lot from him.
Yes. So you have had, in the life of a company, 24 years is not a long time.
Yeah.
But for a startup, for a company like yours, 24 years is huge, especially given the kind of journey you have had, the ups and downs along the way. So you started probably in the middle of what was called the dot-com bust, right? Then came an economic slowdown in India in 2001-02, which was the manufacturing slowdown, but still, economy went down. Then came the global financial crisis.
Absolutely.
Right? COVID. Okay. Now, you have braved all these. And today, as people are talking about a so-called funding winter, plaguing startups, etc., all kinds of talk is going around. For someone who has braved so many things, how do you look at the current startup scenario? And what would be your advice to someone looking to raise funds now or scale up now into this environment?
No, I think it's a great question. So the first part of your question is so right. It's actually absolutely spot on. So it's 24 years is, if you really see, it depends on which lens that you use.
Yes.
But if you really see in 24 years in a life cycle of the business, is not necessarily from one lens that you would see it's a very long time.
Yes.
But nevertheless, as as a young startup, it seems like over 2 decades, it's a really long time, etc. But I think there is one learning in this itself. Yes. And that is that, as and for all the young entrepreneurs, right? So, whoever is sort of looking at starting the business, you can't think 3 years, 5 years, you can't think 10 years, you can't think 20 years. You have to have a really, really long-term view.
Yes.
Just as a mindset, you have to have a very, very long-term view, because it's invariably a long-haul business. You just heard Manish saying that, Amazon is 26 years young. And they're already sort of global. They are in India for the last 10 years, but just 1% penetration in the market. Imagine the size of the opportunity that is there, especially in the emerging world. The size of the opportunity is really large. So the first sort of suggestion is that always look really, really long term. The 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year view is from the investor lens. That might be the right view from their point of view, because they have fund compulsions, they look for exit period, they have to exit because, fund might be shutting down, etc. Or they have to just give returns to the investors as they would have promised in the 5 years or 10 years time. But not for the entrepreneur, not for the founding team or the management team. They have to look at business for a really long term. Right. So now coming to the second part of your question about funding and what is that they should do in so-called funding winter today. While it's a very popular coin term today.
Yes.
But if you ask me, the amount of liquidity that we have in system, there is no dearth of capital for the right people. There is absolutely no dearth of capital for the right set of team and the right set of business at a right stage. The difference that has happened, which is, by the way, a very good thing that has happened to the ecosystem, it was long overdue, because a lot of that funding or the money was coming easy to a lot of people and with less questions asked, right? So when, and people were just going berserk, and this was more the investor community in terms of just looking at India as a really large opportunity, which truly it is, but at the same time, just going maybe, little bit more casually, a little bit less seriously in doing their own set of due diligence before they could write some big, massive checks, right? There was a race. It has started to become like a founders market as people started talking about it. I don't think it was great. I don't think it did a world of good to the founders, to be honest.
Right.
The mindset, you were getting easy money, and then you were just actually deploying some of that easy money into the wrong areas as well.
Yes.
And this correction, therefore, had to happen, because it couldn't have continued for a long time.
Correct.
And it happened. So today, the only difference in the funding market is that there are more questions being asked, and there are right questions being asked. There is the level of due diligence has gone up, and therefore, if you pass all of that test, and if you are a serious founder, you're thinking about long term, you have a vision, you have a problem that you're solving, your product is solid, you have done a proof of concept, there is no way that you will not get money.
Yes.
When you meet up with people, in fact, I hear from them and saying, you know, I'm not getting real high quality companies anymore sometimes. Now, so that tells you that they're actually looking for more and more. So, and the amount of capital, there is plenty of capital today. So I don't agree with this, that there is shortage of money today in the market, especially in India. You have a great idea, even at the idea stage. And by the way, Srini, as you would have also realized, you know, the other ecosystem which is fast developing and has done wonders already is the angel network.
Yes.
The angel investment network. There are so many people because see, there are exits happening and people are making money and all, and that money is going back into the system, right? You know, the founders who would have had, you know, very good exits, and that money, that pool of money is actually coming back into the system. The pool of money is not necessarily going into, you know, I'm sure they'll be going into different class of assets, but a lot of money is actually coming back into fueling this ecosystem.
Yes.
So I think there are many avenues today, to be honest. But like I said, the only thing that has changed is that you have to be very well prepared now.
Absolutely. So many founders who have been successful now have become angels for other startups. So it's a virtuous cycle, I suppose.
Absolutely, which is a great thing. And you know, when it comes from, let's say, founders who've been operators, who have run the businesses successfully, had a good exit, it is even better. Because let's say if you end up taking angel money from them, you also get guidance in the process, right? You know, a lot of the people, because it's, you know, like I said, that we used to learn a lot from Sanjeev.
Yes.
You know, we always used to have somebody on board that we can actually brainstorm, we can use him as a sounding board for our strategies. You need someone, because when you are young, you are just going through your own strategies. You have to have people around you, and, you know, maybe better than you, for you to be able to actually get a lot of mentorship and guidance. So I think that is an added advantage in that ecosystem that you get.
Right. And you are absolutely right about there being no dearth of capital. In fact, my colleagues have written detailed stories about what is called the dry powder. Right, that so many VCs are sitting on enormous amounts of dry powder, which is good news and bad news. The fact that dry powder is getting accumulated means fewer and fewer avenues to invest. So as you said, the right questions are being asked. But according to you, what will be the right answers to those questions? You know, if earlier you said the right business at the right stage by the right founder, what will be that ideal mix if you were to say, if you were a VC right now, or with you know 400 million to invest, what kind of companies, founders, business linked to market would you be looking at?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question as well. So, you know, if you really think about it, I mean, at a very fundamental level. So let's say if I have to, you know, start all over again and, you know, think of an idea, and depending upon the area that you want to pick it up, and there will be all the areas, like pick up, you know, even the agri-tech, or, you know, technology, you pick up any space, the electrical vehicles, there is the renewable energy, you pick up any space, there are opportunities across the board. So you obviously will pick up the space, but more importantly, what you need to focus on is that what is this idea going to do from an impact standpoint?
Yes.
Right? What problem is it going to solve for?
Absolutely.
You know, if I you know, take our, you know, our mind back to, let's say, our own business, you know, the first 5 years, you know, and we were all professionals and we were not straight from the college, you know, there was an opportunity cost attached to it, right? You know, and all your social ecosystem would always tell you, what the hell are you doing for the last 5 years? You know, there's so much of lost opportunity. The one thing that sort of kept us going was the self-belief in the idea and the problem that we were trying to solve for, in the model that you had. So if you you know, you've been able to sort of test it out with, let's say, small money, you know, some sort of a proof of concept in the market, and or For that matter, let's say if you have international benchmarks where, you know, that particular idea has fructified into a successful business, right? So you get confidence from there. You know, and every market has its own specific nuances as well. So you customize on top of it. You solve for the local market, the local conditions, etc. You get more and more confidence. So more and more, that idea which translates into a product or a solution, whether it is a B2B business or a services business or a, you know, direct to consumer business, you will be in a better position for you to be able to have a lot of confidence in you, for you to be able to go and pitch, right? And then get the right kind of sort of response. That is right. But, you know, if let's say if the idea is 30,000 feet level and you've not really done a detailed work on it, you haven't really, you know, tested the water in the market also a little bit, then the conviction is going to be a lot lesser. And that is where I think you're going to struggle. So more and more focus on product and customer, or what kind of pain that I'm trying to solve for. Bigger the pain, by the way, sooner you will get the money, because the solution have to. And then of course this, you know, the other, you know, sort of standard stuff like the size of the market, the size of the opportunity, what is the competitive scenario, etc., are all, you know, standard stuff that you will learn in the B school.
Yes.
But I think at the core of it is, you know, what kind of a problem that I'm solving for, and my product and solution is a good market fit or not.
Right. I think Mr. Bhikchandani has joined us in the audience. We were just talking about you. Rajesh was talking about his early journey and how much he looked up to you.
You would have felt embarrassed, Sanjeev. So if I rewind that, you would have felt embarrassed. I was talking about you being on our board.
Yes, yes. So interesting. Again, talking about solving a problem. I think that is one thing that probably put you in good stead through this 24-year journey, because you were out to solve a real problem. You know, there was time when we were all slaves to travel agents, you know, for the simplest of tasks. And you came out and you said, I'm going to solve this problem. And you stuck to that task. Like they say, nose to the wheel or nose to the grindstone. I forget the right phrase. But you stayed on course. But now, if you look at a lot of startups, do you think the founders have the right focus, that sharpness that I'm here to solve a real problem? I will just touch upon a subject that is a matter of discussion, say quick commerce, right? In 2023, the first unicorn that was produced by India, after the glut of 2022, there was a drought. But the first one was a quick commerce company, which became a unicorn. So clearly among investors and among consumers, there is a belief that quick commerce serves a purpose. On the other hand, some people say that, are you solving a real problem if you are delivering a package in 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes? Are you solving a real problem? Where do you stand on the approach today's founders have in identifying and solving a real problem?
No, I think it's a good question, Suvin. So firstly, I would say, you know, at an Uber level,
yes.
Make no mistake about it, the quality of founders that are around us right now in the ecosystem are phenomenal. And I would say that a bunch of people, you know, I don't think we should just paint everyone with the same brush, but there are a bunch of founders who are high quality founders and have built phenomenal business, focusing on solving the business problems. You know, Flipkart is actually a good example of that. I was on Flipkart board as well. So
yes.
You know, not anymore, but, you know, for the longest time, but early stage as Flipkart was sort of evolving, both Sachin and Binay were amazing founders. And there are many others, like, you know, Zomato has built a great business, you know, Policy Bazaar has built a great business.
Yes.
Yeah, Delivery has built a great business. So, you know, there are many, and there are, actually, we should be very, very proud of, you know, our system and our country, that today the quality of founders are really, really good. And even some of the younger companies, you know, unicorns or whatever you want to call them, and I believe less in some of those terms, to be honest, but eventually they would end up building a very long-term sustainable businesses. Now, specific to quick commerce, I would
Yes.
say, At the same time, having said that, there will be people who would get carried away. I was making that point earlier, that there were euphoria, there was easy money available, and some of the founders would also get carried away and, maybe end up deploying money in the wrong areas and so on and so forth. That also has happened.
Yes.
And luckily that correction has taken place, and now there is, there is far more sort of sanity in the market. But specific to quick commerce, I'll tell you very interestingly, I was very skeptical about it exactly the way you said. Is it really solving a real problem or not? Till I realized the other day that, my wife is getting used to it. So clearly there is some customer segment who's seeing some benefit out of it.
Yes.
The outstanding question in my mind, even, interestingly, there was an investor, old investor of ours in office, and we were talking, this was the discussion topic generally, since he's an old investor, so we will first talk about the ecosystem before we talk about Make My Trip stuff. And we were talking about it. And, and to be very honest, my outstanding, in my mind, and I don't claim to know that business really deep, that will be the caveat, but just on the face of it, I can see that the interest is picking up and some of the customers are seeing the value. Maybe in certain segments, let's say grocery is one of them, you've forgotten about something, you're not necessarily planning, you're getting used to it. 5 minutes, somebody is there at the doorstep and delivering. What I'm not fully sort of clear about today is whether economically this is going to work and scale at, for everyone, for every category in every segment as well. So it could be a pretty interesting niche for certain categories in certain segments, in certain markets, certain catchment areas,
yes,
where, there is value, but will it really scale? But I would love to be proved wrong because there are people who are sort of focusing on solving some of these problems. The good news, however, is that if there was, early on, there was ton of capital available on vanity matrix.
Yes.
You will negative unit economics and you will get to the top line. I don't think that's going to be available, anymore, as easily as it used to be. Which will sort of strike the balance in itself in any case.
Yes. So there's a lot of talk these days about profitability or path to profitability, unit economics. Is that the right approach? Because Amazon, for the longest time, did not make a profit.
Yeah.
And look where it is now. So how do you balance that fire of growth versus profitability? Because, well, there are investors who also have to be dealt with. And there is the founder ambition, aspiration. How do you balance the two?
You know what? It's a very interesting debate. This is the topic where I think it gets discussed pretty much every forum, every sort of player in the ecosystem and so on. Mm-hmm. The way I see it, to be honest, is it's not necessarily it needs to be seen as a trade-off.
Yes.
A lot of the people would end up saying that, because I'm focusing on profitability, therefore I will not look for growth. I don't think that's the right way of looking at it, or vice versa for that matter. I think the right way of looking at it is, and minus the free easy capital that was coming, so I will ignore that part for a minute. But fundamentally, the way we need to see this is that what stage of life cycle the business is. Because let's say if you're a startup, and you are building your business. Now, of course, we all know the basics of the business is that the business cannot be profitable from the day one, right? You'll have to invest in the areas, you will have to, whether it's a supply chain or technology or the product side or, you will have to invest, right? So there will always be a gestation period. Now, if somebody is, force-fitting the profitability in that phase is stupid, right? Can't be short of stupid,
absolutely,
right?
Yes.
So that's the wrong thing to do. But if you have reached a certain level of maturity, your product is maturing, you have a certain set of critical mass of customers, your repeat has started kicking in, and there is no way that you will not make money, right? So
yes.
Now you can make the choice that, I have only X percentage market share today and I want to gain to Y percentage market share and I want to take an aggressive path to that. That is a strategy. That is a strategic choice that you end up making.
Yes.
Now that strategic choice will also be accepted by the investors or whoever you want to. First, you have to convince yourself whether it's the right thing to do or not. And and we at Make My Trip would never, in the normal circumstances, want to do it that way. That we will just do at any cost. We will sell below cost and we will get to a particular market share.
Right.
Because we don't believe that is a very fundamental way of building business, long-term sustainable business. But we've seen market dynamics where a lot of people will get into it and get carried away with the market opportunity and end up using the capital that they get, aggressively trying to acquire customers, or I would actually say acquire transactions more than customers.
Yes.
Because they also realize after that the customers are much more smarter than at times, like probably in every market in the world, where the moment you to stop giving all those kind of deals,
Yes.
that froth goes away, like in no time. There's hardly any stickiness. The stickiness and the loyalty will come with your experience, your product, your relentless focus on innovation. You continuously keep improving the service, improving the product portfolios and so on. So depending upon which stage of life cycle that you are, you should be making money.
Yes.
That you should, it automatically you should be making money, right?
Yes, yes.
We were talking about our IPO in 2010. We were profitable in 2010 on back of
Yes.
our air business back then, right? And we were consistently 3 years profitable. Then we started investing behind building the hotel business.
Right.
And there were many hurdles, and we had market dynamics in between where I had to willy-nilly get into sort of defending our leadership position by, I think spending/wasting some of those dollars.
Yes.
If the market dynamics were not there, differently, we wouldn't have been spending that kind of money. We would have been investing that money. You invest money in opening up the market,
Yes.
but in the right areas, at the right places, but not necessarily just go completely berserk on couponing or deep discounting and stuff like that, right? So I think the way to look at this whole discussion is to very fundamentally look at which stage, what is your goal, what kind of market share that you want to get to, what kind of investment it is needed.
Yes.
And then deploy your investments accordingly. Now, if that means that you may not be for that particular unit profitable because you are in an investment phase, that needs to be explained very clearly.
Yes.
Right? And and there will always be, and you've taken Amazon's example, the reality, by the way, it's not that, at an Uber level, you will see Amazon was not making money, but Amazon was finding out the other areas of businesses where they were monetizing
Absolutely.
it beautifully
Yes, yes.
and making ton of money.
Correct.
Right? So,
Yes.
so holistically, Amazon was
Yes.
always making money.
Yes. That's how they have AWS now. which
AWS
is-
came in
yeah.
from there, right? So you were always, as a businessman, as a founder, when you're very focused on building long-term sustainable businesses, you would look towards that.
True.
You can't perennially keep raising money all the time. You will
Yes.
run out of your equity only, right?
Absolutely. Switching tracks slightly here, Rajesh. A lot of startups flounder because founders do not get along. Okay, we have many examples. On the other hand, we have your example. How well you have gelled with Mr. Deep Kalra. You were CFO and he was CEO, and the company did great. And then he stepped away and you became the group CEO and the company goes on. What is the secret to this? How to manage founder relationship?
Well, besides this, Sanjeev is another example.
Yes, of course.
Sanjeev and Hitesh have
Yes.
done wonderfully. We've learned from them. They're the
Yeah.
inspiration. And a lot of the credit actually should go to, gentlemen sitting here and gentlemen who's not here.
Okay.
Deep. A lot of the credit. No, I really mean it. Because they set the tone from the top, right?
How?
And I'll tell you, some of the traits that, having worked so closely now, I think 2 or 3 very important things. One, they are inherently super secure. And 2, they love to at the right time let go, right? So they're not over possessive about anything. And they always believe, I remember Deep always used to say that, one of his slides, by the way, early days when he used to sort of, be, let's say a mentoring presentation for young entrepreneurs, always try to look for talent as you know evolve, as you scale up your businesses. You should hire talent better than yourself. You should aim to hire talent better than yourself all the time.
Yes.
Now, only an incredibly secure and competent person could think, and a matured leader could think like that. Now, the moment you have that kind of thinking, and it's not about, just let's say founder or co-founder working together. Now, you would think founder and co-founder. Yes, there are examples in the market that there would be friction and things wouldn't have really worked out well in many cases. But you would believe that if there are partners, and they would probably be able to resolve some of those things better than maybe if you end up doing it with the executives sometimes, right? So, but here in our case, it's not about let's say Deep or I. It's also about 12 other senior management,
very much,
as part of the leadership, and they're very, very stable and very tenured, right? So this philosophy has sort of more also been percolated down to build the next layer and the layer next to that, in terms of just making sure that the business is not deprived of the high quality talent, right? And fundamentally for that, you have to have empowering sort of, you of course have to your own self be inherently very, very secure. And you have to fundamentally believe that, as you're scaling up the business, you will have to have the empowering culture where you will bring in the right kind of people, give them the right kind of empowerment and flexibility and freedom. And that is how you scale the business. Because if you are, let's say, very, very possessive, you think that, everything has to go from my desk. Gone are the days. That's a very conventional way of sometimes running the business. And you will never be able to scale up nicely. I mean, you might be able to hold on to the power, so-called power and control. But I'm not sure that'll sort of help build the scalable business. So, there will be examples who would be, sort of super normal people. Maybe they would have been alone be able to pull it off.
Right.
But I don't really see any business that gets pulled off by single person.
Yes. Just to understand it a little bit more, what is it that made you guys secure, and why is it that some other people become insecure?
Yeah. Wow, that's a good question. Maybe a little tough one. I've never thought about that. I think that's why I kept using inherently.
Yes.
Secured. I think it got to do with at some level that you feel that you're capable, competent enough for you to be able to not necessarily, or I would say, maybe the personality trait is that you're not necessarily a control freak, right? And therefore, you end up sort of, giving the control to the others as well, right? So I think it's to do with maybe at some level the upbringing, maybe at some level, the experience and the, over the years, it adds to the gravitas effectively. I mean, the last person to be able to, and I'm fumbling already, to be able to talk about your own personality traits or whatever, right? So I think it builds over a period of time, and it's a lot to do with over the time, the kind of experience that you've already got as well.
Yes. Rajesh, Geetika's reappearance, there is a signal that we have come to the end of our session.
And there as well.
And time there as well. And time flies when you're having fun. I was having fun, not sure about you.
No, I loved it.
It was great talking to you.
Thank you
so much for joining this. And
thank you.
Good
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Once again, thank
Over
you
to
so
Geetika.
much. Would you please come forward for a photograph for our publication? Thank you, Suveen, for moderating this session. And ladies and gentlemen, in a show of appreciation, please put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you. It was so good to have you here at Business Standard Manthan. Thank you. And as the stage gets prepped for the next session, the conversation, I assure you, is remaining started up around the startup ecosystem. This next session navigates the conversation about how Indians are playing in India's startup growth. Now, in this rich tapestry of India's economic resurgence, startups are shining bright, they are standing out, they're beaming like beacons of entrepreneurship, beacons of global ambition, beacons of innovation. In fact, the clarion call for Make in India and Make for the World has resulted in a spate, a wave of creativity and determination among India's tech-savvy youth who have ended catapulting India to the third spot in the global startup ecosystem. Let's continue the conversation this time around in a fireside chat with Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who is Executive Vice Chairman and co-founder InfoEdge that owns the marquee brand Naukri.com, a job portal. He's also founder of Ashoka University and has been honored by the Government of India with the Padma Shri. May I please request him to join me on the dais. Talking to him in this fireside chat is Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard. Good evening and a very warm welcome to you to Business Standard Manthan.
Good evening, Mr. Bikhchandani.
Hi, just call me Sanjeev.
Okay. Welcome to Business Standard Manthan, Sanjeev.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me.
So, you founded your company way back in 1984.
No. So, in 1984, I finished college and I began to work for an advertising agency, Lintas, in client servicing. I did that for 3 years, then went to do my MBA, then worked in a company called HMM, that's now called GlaxoSmithKline, after many mergers and name changes. I was in consumer marketing. I was in marketing, I was handling the brand Horlicks. Then I quit my job in 1990 and became an entrepreneur. And for 7 years, we drifted and did a whole bunch of small things. Salary surveys, databases, teaching, training, whatever came my way to survive. I became a journalist for 4 years, part-time in the afternoons. I was working with the Pioneer newspaper. And then in 97, we launched Naukri also.
So 97.
So Naukri is 97, but entrepreneur since 1990.
1990, okay. So from 1990 to now, what has been the journey like? And, you know, looking back, how do you think the startup universe will drive India to become a developed country by 2047?
So, you know, I began to work in 1984, my first job, and now it's been, what, 40 years? So in the 40 years that I first began to work, the Indian sort of business landscape, corporate landscape, massive change. Completely, you know. Delhi, where I began to work, was a government city, a family business kind of city. Gurgaon had not developed. Noida had barely begun. There were just two multinationals in Delhi, with head office in Delhi, I think Nestle and HMM. No glass buildings, no nothing. I'll take it, right? So it was very different. Culture was different. The corporate sector was smaller, right? Salaries were lower. My starting salary was 1,500 rupees. वो PF काट कूट के तो 1,380 आता हाथ में.
Sure. So, is that the reason that you started off?
Partly, but you know, but I'll come to that. Okay, but you know, so now if I look at it, complete change. But if I look back, and I see what's changed and what's driven the change, a lot of the change has come from companies, industries, and sectors that did not exist or barely existed in 1984. Right? So IT services did not exist. Barely existed. IT-enabled services did not exist. Mobile telephony did not exist. Private sector telephone companies did not exist. Private sector banks did not exist. Private sector insurance companies did not exist. Private sector airlines did not exist. Internet did not exist. Mobile apps did not exist. E-commerce did not exist. I mean, sector after sector, company after company did not exist in 1984. Right? A lot of the buzz, employment, investment has gone or come from these sectors. When I finished college, I think the services sector was 25% of the economy. Right now, it's close to 60%. So there's been a transformation. It's not a revolution, it's an evolution. And sure, there were some milestones. I mean, I think 1991 economic liberalization was a big milestone. It freed a lot of sectors from the license raj. And a lot of this change has been driven by startups, by new companies. Infosys was a startup in 1984. HCL was a startup in 1994. Giant companies today. So it's pretty clear to me that in 1984, if you would ask me, "Bhai, 40 saal baad kya hoga?" I would not have predicted this. If you ask me now, 40 saal baad aur kya hoga? I don't know, but change hoga. And the change will be driven by the same 4 or 5 forces that have driven change in the last 40 years.
What are those?
Regulation and changes in regulation. So government policy is very important in this country. Government is the single most important organization in this country, right? Technology, capital, entrepreneurship, and talent.
So when you say government policy, what exactly do you mean? What kind of policies?
No, I mean, let's take 91, liberalization, license raj dumped, right? Huge change. For someone like me, who had just become an entrepreneur in 1990, massive change. Okay? You could do business without taking too many government permissions. Government permissions slow down stuff. And, you really don't have then the energy, the wherewithal, as a entrepreneur who's starting out 2,000 rupees, and I'm alone, I would not be able to get those permissions. So freedom to do business is really important. It's what drives velocity. You get velocity, you get growth. So growth is about velocity.
Especially on startups, how much of regulatory interference should be there?
So look, regulation is okay, barring 1 or 2 areas. Regulation is okay. But the low-level bureaucracy at the state level, not center level, that's where the issues are. I don't know how to solve that, but I'm saying that's where the issues are. Okay, whether it's well, not now, but 20 years ago, the electricity guy, whether it's this inspector, that inspector, you do away with stuff like that, it'll help a lot.
When you started Naukri.com, jobs, or rather lack of jobs, that was not in the headlines, but how did you think of Naukri.com?
Well, so we started with a very simple idea. If you would ask me, there was no vision. Vision is what I think others attribute to successful people in hindsight. मेरा कोई vision नहीं था, मेरा छोटा idea था. So, you see, I used to observe in my last job in HMM. There was the junior marketing team, and I was terribly junior then, would sit in an open hall. So I could observe my colleagues. Hall was open, and I observed that whenever the office copy of Business India would come in, everybody would read it from the back. Okay? Because there were 35 to 40 pages of appointment ads at the back. Very often they would not read the articles. So, आप लोग मेहनत करते हैं journalists, but these guys were just looking at the ads here and passing it on, appointment ads. And then they would start discussing. There's a job going here, what do you think? They start comparing, how well am I doing? Now, these are people who are in a multinational company. They're not going to apply to the job. They are happy. They can't get a better job. If you wanted Delhi and marketing, which means head office Delhi, you wanted FMCG, you wanted MNC, there were just 2 companies. So you were in the best job you could be in. Yet, people talk about jobs. So that gave me a customer insight, a market insight that, people are very interested in job information. This 1990 ki baat hai. 96, I saw the internet for the first time. It was in this location, in Pragati Maidan. There used to be CIA ने organized किया था called IT Asia. I saw a small stall with internet selling. We were a VSNL reseller, just selling email access, email accounts, and internet access. And that's when I got the idea that why don't we just take all the jobs from all the newspapers and magazines and put them up in one place and keep them live for a month. Value prop, very simple. All the jobs in one place, live for a month. So if you missed the ad last week, you can still catch it here. Ad came out in Madras. You're in Delhi. You can see it here. Simple value prop. We know that jobs are a high interest category of information. So I went to Central News Agency in Madras Hotel. I used to pick up all the newspapers that carried job ads, 29 of them every week, and just get them over. And we used to enter them in the database and put it up. Nobody did that, traffic began to come. When traffic began to come, 6 महीने तो चलाया हमने ऐसे 6 महीने बाद in September 97, we launched in April 97. September 97, I got a call. In those days, there was an 8-year waiting list for a landline. So there was one phone in the office. It was on my desk. The office was a servant quarter above the garage. So I used to pick up all the phones. And it was a guy from a small, mid-sized auto components company in Pune. I forget the name. And he said, listen, I had put my job in the papers earlier, and you put it up. I got a good response. I've got 6 more jobs. I'm not advertised. If I send them to you, will you put them up? And I said, yeah, why not? Just, but it'll cost you money. So I'm thinking on, I'm thinking on my feet now because I had not thought of it. He said, how much? So in half a second, I replied, 350 rupees a job. And sure enough, we got a 2100 ka check aa gaya. 3 दिन बाद by courier with the jobs, and we put them up, and then we had a revenue model, and we went from there. तो पहला साल turnover था 2.5 लाख रुपए, उससे अगले साल 18 लाख रुपए. Now these look like small numbers now, but believe me, in 97, 98, it was decent money. Okay, so that's when I said, yeah, I had never seen anything grow 7x in 1 year, even of a small base. So मैंने बाकी सब कुछ बंद कर दिया. No teaching, no training, no salary survey, no database. We are now an internet company. और मैंने वो किया, and I continued with my journalism job in the Pioneer because I wanted that monthly check to survive.
So you said there was no vision to it when you actually started
no vision.
Naukri.com.
Yeah, no.
But you've often been called father of Indian startups. How is that?
That's because I'm 60 years old now. तो लोग बोल देते हैं, but it's not a label I like. Okay, but now when most startups we founded by 25-year-olds, they call me father. But yeah, it's not
like that. But how important do you think startups will be in India's journey to 2047?
I think very important because, like I said, the giant companies in 2047, many of them will be startups of today, and you need more and more startup activity because employment, बड़ी कंपनियों में कम grow करती है. More company industry matures, they get into automation, consolidation. So if you look at the employee base of a Tata Steel or a SAIL, today versus 1984 when I finished college, I'm willing to bet the employee strength is lower now than it was in 1984. Because they've got into efficiency, automation, lean manufacturing, all that. But look at Zomato, 5 lakh riders. Began to do delivery in 2018, 5 years, 6 years, 5 lakh riders. Servicing 400 restaurants, 400,000 restaurants, 4 lakh restaurant. If each restaurant is employing 10 people or 15 people, then Zomato is contributing to giving them some business, and that is a new kind of employment generation. It doesn't get measured so much because it's not, it's gig workers. It's unorganized sector restaurants, mom and pop. But that is also livelihood. Those are also livelihoods. And all that is done by a startup.
So 20, 25 years from now...
Policy Bazaar. They are at least 7-8 lakh insurance agents dependent on them. Again, they are freelancers. They're quasi-entrepreneurs. They don't get measured in formal employment because they're not working for the formal sector as employees. But these are livelihoods. So startups have done this.
So, say 20 to 25 years from now, 2047, if we are looking at that scenario, how many unicorns, how many decacorns are you
Yeah, so listen, I don't
betting
like
on?
the term unicorn. I think it's rubbish.
Mhm.
Okay. If I give $10 to a company for 0.01% share, that becomes a unicorn. Okay. You measure a company's health by looking at revenue, growth in revenue, profits, you know, number of customers who are paying, unit economics. That's how you do it.
Is the funding winter over, or?
So there was never really a funding winter. I think there was a funding excess. And 2021, when the Fed began to tighten, and there was a downstream effect around the world. I think from 2008, after Lehman went down, till about 2021, every time there was a problem, the Fed would print its way out of trouble. Right? And that was a challenge. And there was so much money. And all this liquidity found its way everywhere. Too much money chasing too few deals, too high valuations. I don't think enough investors are discerning enough. And this correction, I think, was good for fiscal discipline, was good for, not funding the wrong people with too much money. Good companies always had enough money to back them.
Do you think that by...
And right now we are back to reasonable levels of funding. So we've recovered.
On the whole big picture, do you think 2047 India will be a developed country by whatever definition?
I don't know. I mean, 1.4 billion people, it's a tough one. Right? To actually deliver prosperity to 1.4 billion people, of which maybe 300-400 are reasonably prosperous today, it's a tough one. I can't predict that well. But yeah, I mean, if you grow at 7, 8, 9% a year, maybe 10% a year for the next 20 years, why not? So long as the fruits of the growth are spread to enough people.
Can we take a couple of questions from the audience? Any questions?
No question. Yeah.
Hi sir, my name is Kapil Hasija. We have met earlier. So I own a fintech company that is a startup. So I'm facing issue to find a tech co-founder. I'm on the business side. I understand technology. I had been into technology, but now I'm minor in technology and major in the business side. So how to get the right tech co-founder? That is my issue. Actually, I'm facing.
Fundamentally, an entrepreneur has to be a magnet for talent. At least in the beginning. You don't have money, you can't pay money. You can give stock, but people have to want to work with you. You have to be that kind of person. And you have to then leverage your personal network where, sell your idea, sell your dream. You must sell it with infectious enthusiasm. तो ये आप पे निर्भर है and आपको वो करना पड़ेगा. It's not ये कोई recruitment ad देने से नहीं होगा.
Thank you.
Any other question? No, I don't think so. I'll ask the last question. Any tips to the startups, aspiring startups?
So I'll say 2-3 things what I've said, what I tell people. Number one, the customer's money is better than the investor's money. Because if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it repeatedly from the same customer, and you're getting it at a price that's higher than your cost, then chances are you have a viable business so long as you can get enough customers. And if you're getting the customer's money, तो investor का पैसा जरूर आएगा because investors love to invest behind companies that are getting the customer's money. But if you get the investor's money first, there's no guarantee that the customer's money will come. Because getting the investor's money is about impressing 2 MBAs across the table. Your PowerPoint has to work. Right? To get the customer's money, your product has to work. फर्क वो है. Okay. Second thing, I'll say, look, be frugal. I think it's important to be frugal early on because you're never in control of your revenue. You're only in control of your costs. So in order to survive, your revenue has to come in more than your cost if you're not funded. and revenue control में नहीं है, तो खर्चे कम करो, so be frugal, right? And the third thing I'll say is, dream big, because dreams keep you going, but start small. It's important that you make your mistakes small, so the cost of failure is not that high. Yeah, I'll say these three things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bikhchandani. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. May I please request you to step forward for a photograph for our publication. And thank you, Nivedita, for once again doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our panelist. A show of appreciation for him taking his time out and joining us here at Business Standard Manthan. Once again, please stay in your seats and stay settled down. We're moving straight into this next session now. We at Business Standard Manthan, we're hoping to close this year's edition on a high. We now have on stage two super experts' perspectives on cooperative federalism and India's future. Really, it is such joy for me to introduce both these gentlemen and invite them on stage. We have with us Mr. Arvind Subramaniam, who's served as former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. He's been economist at the International Monetary Fund, and Foreign Policy magazine had once named him among the world's top 100 global thinkers. Please welcome him on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have with us Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, former Deputy Chairman, Planning Commission, Government of India. He's been honored with the Padma Vibhushan in 2011 for exemplary contribution in the fields of economic policy and public service. Good evening to you two and a very warm welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, this session begins with Mr. Arvind Subramaniam unfolding a presentation on cooperative federalism and India's future. Please, sir.
Can I use that? What do you want? The PowerPoint. And do I need a clicker? Yes, please. And I need a clicker. Oh, yeah, okay. Can I have a clicker?
It's coming.
Okay. So while I'm waiting for the presentation to be uploaded, first of all, let me begin by thanking Business Standard, Ashok Bhattacharya, Shailesh, and the staff for inviting me here. I want to start by, first of all, congratulating Business Standard for its 50th anniversary of its okay, that's fine. So I want to congratulate Business Standard on its 50th birthday. I'm a huge fan of the one and only T.N. Nayanan, followed by his worthy successor, AKB as we fondly know him, and the baton has passed on to an equally capable Shailesh. I just hope, Business Standard, I think, is kind of a beacon navigating what are, increasingly difficult spaces, and I think they do a great job of navigating it. So my hearty congratulations, and I hope you celebrate 50 years more. The topic, I'm of course thrilled to be on stage with, the one and only, the man without comparison, the great Montek Ahluwalia, who's done so much for the Indian economy. As someone, we were sitting just before coming here and said, he unleashed, along with others, of course, Adam Smith into India. So we should maybe call him Montek Adam Smith Ahluwalia.
Okay, let's get into what I think is a really timely and excellent topic for discussion, and I'm looking forward to comments from Montek and the others. This lecture draws upon a book that Devesh Kapoor and I are writing on the Indian economy. And so without further ado, click, if I say click, maybe I think someone will click the PowerPoint. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you read Granville Austin, has the magisterial kind of discussion of the Indian Constitution, the chapter on federalism is called The Amicable Union. And in fact, he says, quoting someone else, the assembly was perhaps the first constituent body to embrace from the start cooperative federalism. And he was distinguishing India, this cooperative federalism model from the start, from the highly unitary states on the one hand and the highly federal decentralized states on the other, saying that this was really a new model of how to run. And he called, citing someone else, cooperative federalism. That was, let's say that was 1950. Now, very recently, we had a politician from Karnataka who said, our demand is that we must get our share of GST, customs from our state and direct taxes. We have been witnessing a lot of injustice to South India. We are seeing our share of money being distributed in North India. If we do not condemn it today, then in the coming days a necessity will arise to put forth a proposal for a separate nation for the South. Even allowing for all the melodrama of Indian democratic politics and the excesses that happen. I mean, it's still a transition from the amicable union to the threat of secession. That's worth reflecting on, even if one must discount all the hype. I mean, there is something going on, I think, which we need to understand. Next slide, please. So the question is, why the change? Why the change? Of course, there is this overall political context where there's a lot of political centralization that's happened under this regime. And of course, delimitation looms as this, Damocles sword hanging over at least some of the states when, in fact, our politics will and perhaps should become more democratic in terms of the one person, one vote rule. But that looms as this shadow, which is going to change representation across states. And I'm going to argue in this thing that actually the change is also because of three distinct factors. One, economic growth itself, how it's changed this move from the amicable union to the less amicable union. Second, not just growth, but divergent growth across states has also a lot to do, critically, I think, a hell of a lot to do with this change that's happened. And also going to argue, based on, some of the work that, I've done with, Abhishek Anand, who's here in the audience, Navneeraj Sharma as well, where we've, done some work. And I'm going to argue that some of the fiscal federal arrangements have become, quote unquote, unsustainably redistributive. For recipients, for example, transfers have not equalized expenditure capabilities as the Constitution had originally envisaged. And from kind of donors' perspective, the transfers are actually penalizing performance and rewarding underperformance, not just economic, but also demographic. And I'm going to argue that these are the three big factors that can explain to some extent this transition from the amicable to the less amicable union. Next slide, please. So, I mean, there are many, many areas of contestation of cooperative federalism today. I'm going to touch mostly upon fiscal federalism, and since Ajay is in the audience, Ajay Virjharkar, I thought I'd also talk about federalism and agriculture, and we can talk about the power sector later. Next slide, please. Fiscal federalism was always about nation building in India. It's about how you build and sustain a nation in three distinct ways. One, we don't want over-centralization, so that, in the classic scheme of things, the people who, the entities, the governance entities that administer these programs should be as close as possible to the people, because that's what creates accountability. But then that should be facilitated by not having too much over-centralization in taxes and expenditures. Second, of course, given that India is a very diverse place, always has been, in many respects, but also in terms of underlying economic performance and capability, the idea of fiscal federalism was also you try and somehow get some kind of convergence across regions, in access to public goods and services, and that's what sustains a nation, because excessive disparities give rise to, disaffection and restiveness even in the long run. And of course, the job of fiscal federalism is also to create a common market. I'm not going to touch upon the latter. I think the GST, for all its flaws and warts in implementation, has in fact got us closer to one nation, one economy, and we can discuss that in the Q&A, but I'm going to focus on fiscal federalism and nation building, the vertical and horizontal balance questions. Slide, please. So what is, I think, less appreciated is that the planning era was not just about, this, industrial, socialist policy, etc., which we are all very familiar with, and which, of course, Montague did his damnedest to dismantle. There was also a concomitant centralization of taxation and expenditure. Very early on, we set up this finance commission to promote more federalism, but along came planning with its deep centralizing tendencies, and fiscal policy also in some cases got very centralized, because the Planning Commission became a big agency for deciding on expenditures. And more conceptually, and this is, I think, the more subtle point, I think, is that the fiscal base, as it were, in those times, in the immediate aftermath of independence, the need to build a nation, it came to be viewed as basically national, and I'm talking about the stuff that was collected by the center, and it came to be viewed as national, and a kind of broad consensus you see over successive finance commissions, that this should be allocated across regions on the basis mostly of, some version of need, population, which in India has kind of also become a proxy for need. So basically the sense that, it was actually, this was common national property as opposed to state property, the fiscal base. That was kind of, what happened in the early years. And my evidence for this, next chart, just some evidence. You see that, the previous one, please. The share of GTR retained by the center until the 2000s, upwards of 70–75%. So the center kind of collected, but also retained a very high proportion of the gross tax revenue. That was tax centralization. And then the second point I was making, a table compiled painstakingly by Abhishek Anand, who's here in the audience. Next slide, please. That if you look at the criteria for allocating resources across states, there were broadly indicators for fiscal need, the first column, indicators for equity, broadly interchangeable, and together they accounted for about 80% of the criteria for allocating resources. And this is my evidence for saying that, the tax base was considered to be a common property, to be allocated mostly on the basis of need, and there was a broad consensus around that. Next slide, please. Now came the reform era, and here I want to be careful that the change happens not with the commencement of reform in the 90s, but you see it more clearly in the 2000s and thereafter. There's a greater decentralization of taxation and expenditure, but also now a jockeying for resources between the center and the states and across the states. And the first argument here is that it is only after growth took off and kind of revenues, fiscal revenues, started surging in the early 2000s, the first decade, that suddenly the states, you see, when there's not really a lot of money, you say, well, let's give it to the center, let them allocate it. But once, it's kind of, you tasted blood, as it were, because growth provided the resources, then suddenly, both the center says, oh, I need more of these resources, and the states start thinking about, why did we say this all common fiscal base? Actually, maybe, it's actually my base, my state's base, as opposed to the centers. So the subtle thing that growth does is it kind of makes states aware of resources and their contribution to generating these resources. And so you start getting this, notion that the resource base is not necessarily common to everyone. Next slide, please. So this shows, you see that greater decentralization. The blue line is the share of gross tax revenue retained by the center, starts coming down, but this is where, the orange line is what finance commissions say should be the share of GTR to be retained by the center. And you see the wedge opening up between the blue line and the orange line. It's basically the center jockeying. And remember, this begins in the 2000s. Of course, it's gotten worse under this government. But essentially, the gap between these two is a sense of the jockeying for resources between the center and the states. The Finance Commission says, give more to the states, and the center complies with it de jure, but kind of flouts it de facto by, imposing mostly cesses so that less of the divisible pool has to be shared. So this is the center state jockeying for resources because resources suddenly become available from the 2000s onwards. Next, please. And then you see the greatest example of this centralization. This is centrally sponsored schemes as a share of GDP, and under Montek and gang, you see CSS starts rising very rapidly. As a share of GDP, it goes up, and this kind of reflects this jockeying for resources, and the center wanting to claw back more of this for itself, and you get this de facto centralization in the growth era. Next slide, please. Now, on the horizontal imbalance, I'm going to show you a series of charts from this book. So, if you could go back to the previous slide, please. So I want to be a little bit careful here because I think that there is a kind of very idealistic view of the fiscal base of the country, which is that no, it doesn't belong to any state, even though it may be generated in the state. No, income taxes, corporate taxes, etc., obviously come from the states because that's where the tax base is. But the notion that it belongs to any one state will be disputed by the idealists, not just because of the consensus that it's part of a common pool, etc., but also because the idealists would say, look, India is one country. Some countries get more resources, maybe, but then they get benefits from. So if a richer state is, say, transferring more resources to the poorer states, but then it's getting cheap labor from the other states and, getting a market in the other states. So all notions of viewing the tax base as belonging, or at least partially belonging to the states, is kind of is politically, even philosophically contestable because there's no such thing. India is one country, and therefore some get something on the fiscal side, but they gain on the other side, and therefore it is anathema to them to even talk of the resource base belonging to the states. But I'm going to argue that even if you held that view, in the political domain, you see actions that more and more reflect this idea that actually, no, the fiscal base is not common, that it belongs to actually, or at least some of it should belong to the states. And that's why, remember the D.K. Suresh formulation, we want to get our share of GST, our share of income taxes, our share of money to be distributed. So this notion of the tax base of states no longer being viewed as common property, as it were, begins to creep in. And so from the so we've done these calculations, notional calculations of how much in excess of the tax base did states and regions kind of get and receive. If, for example, consistently a state gets, its share of devolution from the fiscal finance commissions, that is less than its share of the tax base, then we say that it's a donor, it gives to the other states, and vice versa, if it gets more than its share of the tax base, it's a recipient. So these calculations are all based on this kind of notional idea, which I'm going to argue actually now more and more reflects the articulation and the perception, at least of some of the states in the South. So let's go to the chart. And this is, so from the donor's perspective, transfers, and this is transfers, remember I've defined it as how much you're giving more than your tax base is notionally generating, that whether you look at it in terms of the donor states' GDP or donor states' population, there's been a steady rise in this transfers from the donor states to the beneficiary states. Next slide, please. And this is the key point. Above the blue dotted line are beneficiaries, below are donors. And what you find is in India over time, it's a fixed identity of donors and beneficiaries, and the size of these transfers are large and steadily rising. And the other point to note here, very important, is that it's not just the South transferring to the Hindi heartland. We've broken it up by regions. It is both actually more the West and actually Haryana in kind of proportional terms transferring. Of course, the South is also there. And so the donors are not just the South, but also the West and Haryana more and more. And the beneficiaries are not just the Hindi heartland, but also the eastern states of West Bengal and Odisha. So essentially, what we've seen over time, and this data starts in the 60s, early on, very little of this redistribution, but over time, a fixed identity, rising large and rising transfers. Now, but if you look at it from the recipient's perspective, all these transfers, next slide please, have not led to expenditure convergence across time. These are the same charts, and you see this is expenditure per capita by these regions. You see the gap between expenditures very low in the early years, and you see basically big time divergence in expenditure per capita over time. Which shows that despite rising transfers from the beneficiary states, the big goal that somehow, access to public goods and services would be equalized because expenditures would be equalized hasn't happened. So, next slide, please. And why has it not happened? And this is the second punchline, because of divergence in economic performance across states, big time. We know from, Montek was, I think, the first to write about this, the divergence across states. Just ballpark number, the ratio in the 1960, the ratio of per capita GDP between the richest and the poorest states was kind of factor of 2. Today it's a factor of 6, and you see basically the Hindi heartland and the East performing much poorer than the South and the West. So despite the transfers, rising over time, the expenditure equalization convergence never happened. And so the case is not that these transfers should not happen. Nobody in India would subscribe to that. I think everyone would say still that notion that, this is common fiscal property, that notion is still there, but it is getting to a point where it's becoming politically unsustainable. And why? Because these rising transfers, not leading to equalization, is giving the sense that it's financing underperformance and penalizing overperformance, and that's what's really happening. And that's kind of so both growth and divergent growth have created this kind of tension when we go from the amicable to the unamicable union, as it were. Now, next slide, please. Let me talk briefly about agriculture. This is based on a paper that Shoumitro Chatterjee, who's here, Devesh Kapoor, a student of mine called Pradyut Seksaria, and we wrote a couple of years ago. So when I look at the landscape, I'm sure there was a session, I think to some extent we're having the wrong debate. You know, there are the MSP for all crops walas, there are the price deficiency payment walas, there are the basic income walas. You know, frankly, I don't have a clue which is the right way forward. I don't think I mean, people keep saying all these things. I think maybe everyone is right, maybe no one is right, but I think it's the wrong debate because the real problem is really the outdated social contract between the nation and the cereal growing farmers of North India. Let me be very clear. The farmer problem we are seeing is not an Indian farmer problem. It's a problem of the farmers in some very narrow regions, which is Punjab, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh. And this social contract is outdated in several senses. Across regions, across sectors, across households, across time, the environmental consequences, this contract has become completely outdated. Now, let me show you some evidence from our paper, the paper that Shoumitro and all of us have written. Next slide, please. We've just quantified all the subsidies transfers in agriculture. Don't want to go through all of them, but you can see the list. You know, there's the MSP, there's the stock subsidy, fiscal subsidy, fertilizer subsidy, and this is all by the center, by the way. All these are subsidies given by the center. Next slide, I want to show you. So on this chart, you see the absolute amount, roughly something like, you see that the red states, Punjab, Haryana, in absolute sense, are getting a large share of these subsidies. We estimate that in 2019-20, total subsidies are about 2 lakh crores, 1.2% of GDP. In absolute terms, it goes proportionately to Uttar Pradesh because it's big. But in per capita terms, you will see on the right-hand side, heavily weighted in favor of Punjab and Haryana. Punjab gets about 10 times the national average in terms of these subsidies and transfers relative to the national average. Haryana gets about 5 to 6 times the national average. And I think it's important to remember that there's a good reason why this is a quote-unquote farmer problem in those states, is because it's their entitlements via these that's being subsidized, that's being threatened in some sense. You know, as they say, if you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. The other farmers in other parts of the country are not getting as much. So, you know, they're not really, agitating as much as it's those who are getting these entitlements to the greatest extent are those who are, kind of threatened, and therefore you see that. And this highly inequitable across states. Next slide, please. This is a chart which shows, transfers per capita and state GDP per capita. It's an upward sloping line, highly regressive. Richer states get more of the agricultural transfers. You can see Punjab and Haryana off the charts. And also we know by definition that within states, the top farmers are getting most of these subsidies and transfers because so much of it is production related. Next slide. So this is my last slide. I think the common thing between fiscal federalism and agriculture is that in both cases, existing social contracts have to be renegotiated. I think on fiscal federalism, the current level and trend of transfers is unsustainable. I think some mechanism will have to be found either to cap it, gradually make it come down. But that can, I think, fix the problem to some extent. But the fundamental problem that cannot be addressed is that unless there is some convergence of performance across the states, what I showed you about rising transfers from the donor's side, not leading to any equalization of expenditures because of this, and then the feeling that non-performance is being penalized. I mean, that dynamic will not go away unless fundamentally we see convergence. I think on agriculture, remember, I think we've forgotten that agriculture is predominantly a state subject. I think the wrong debate we're having is, MSP, etc. I think the debate we should have is, how do we get out of this contract, and how do you facilitate exit from the current social contract? That is the key, I think, question. And for that, I think many have, Ajay, all of us have made these things. I think that essentially, whatever the center is providing, I think it should repackage that, but conditional on the states taking greater responsibility for agriculture, and we elaborate this in the paper that I just referred to, but certainly at least conditioning it on state governments, phasing out or reducing their power subsidy in agriculture. I think this has to be an integral part of the getting away from the old contract, because the old contract is really, above all, the old contract is proving ruinous exactly for those states that are getting these transfers in the first place. They say drugs are the problem of Punjab. I think agriculture is the biggest drug for Punjab, which has actually led to this ruination. But I think the meta question that looms over all of these is renegotiating social contracts requires trust between the central government and the state governments. And of course, the open question is, do we have that trust? If not, how do we regain that? Because that's an absolute prerequisite for renegotiating these at least in two major areas of cooperative federalism, contracts that are increasingly outdated and becoming political minefields for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request Montek Singh Ahluwalia to share with us the second view of the opinions, suggestions, and content delivered by Arvind in his presentation.
Well, let me also thank Business Standard, and AKB is right here, and Nayan is over there for inviting me. As I said to your people outside, the Business Standard is one of the first things I look at in the morning, Business Standard and Mint, for which I write. And it's always been fun, so I felt I should come and do whatever I can to make this into a fun event. Now, mind you, it's very difficult to follow Arvind because he comes fully armed with an incredible array of arguments, and I don't have a comparable array. So I'm going to make some comments, and they may be disconnected, but I think they address the same issue. One is that the subject that has been chosen, that is the issue of a cooperative federalism and a successful way of managing it important for India's future or not? I think unambiguously it is. But I think what Arvind has done is pick bits and pieces which are part of the whole state versus center debate. I think you want to step back and ask a broader question that do we think that there's a problem or no? And I think there is a problem, okay? Traditionally, this problem has been perceived as the sharing of taxes. And I think Arvind covered that ground quite well. I do want to say, by the way, that the notion that these are our taxes and you're taking it away and giving them to someone else is actually just a mistaken impression. I mean, for the simple reason that all the corporation tax that, say, Reliance pays comes out of its headquarters in Bombay. But it's quite unfair for Maharashtra to say, well, that's really our contribution to corporate tax. It's been generated from profits on sales all over the country. And similarly, the bigger companies, etc. So the notion that I object to the basic idea that this is what is our share. I think he has a thing which shows what is the state's accruing to it and what's taken away. I think the accruing to it is a mistaken notion. I mean, that's a minor point. Arvind also pointed to an important thing, and that is that the states do feel, and I think this is true, that, they keep being asked to make these contributions, and they certainly, the richer states, are contributing more to the poorer states. And that's part of the equalizing impact of being in a federation, but they also feel that it isn't doing much good because, inequality is widening, the poorer states are not doing so well, etc. Arvind mentioned that I had written a piece a long time ago on what has been the impact of liberalization on states. And my conclusion was that yes, in the immediate aftermath of reform, there's been disequalizing. In other words, the states that were somehow better placed, better located, etc., would have been able to benefit more from the liberalization than the others. But that this is really, in due course, this will make states realize that you need to copy what better states are doing and not adopt an entitlement approach. I mean, if you adopt an entitlement approach, all you need in order to demand more is to do worse. And there is a kind of suspicion on the part of many observers in the South that some of this is happening. I had given a lecture in the early 90s in Chennai, presenting my paper on the inequality among states because of economic reforms. And there was one person in the audience who got up and said, but don't you think this liberalization is going to hurt the backward states? That's a reasonable point of view. And Mr. Dayanadi Maran was at that time presiding over that lecture. So he said, I want to interrupt here. He said, I don't think there are any backward states in India. There are only mismanaged states. And that actually reflects the view in the South, that what you're seeing as a divergence is not because people are not getting enough money. It's because the states are just not seriously addressing what's wrong with their own economic management. Now, I'm not going to prove that one way or the other. I'm just throwing it out, and it's something we need to consider. This is one issue. I'm not happy with what Arvind has done, which is to attribute the so-called, the subsidies are shown as going dominantly to these North Indian states. Now, since the subsidy component in the PDS is actually the MSP minus, today is zero, that whole thing is a subsidy to consumers. It's not a subsidy to farmers at all. What is a subsidy to farmers is if the MSP is somehow higher than the rate that the farmers should get. Now, either you can argue that the commission that does this has got it all wrong. You could, for example, in the case of rice, for example, we're banning the export of rice. So quite honestly, what it means is that if you free up the export of rice, farmers will get a better deal. Of course, in our system, they always feel, oh, no, it's the traders who will make the benefit, and it's not the farmers. But that is a somewhat not very credible argument to my mind. You have to compute what part of the food subsidy is a subsidy to farmers and what part is a subsidy to consumers. And most of the consumer subsidy is not going to the states that are producing this stuff. So that's something that really needs to be taken care of. I don't have much time, so I'm just going to throw out a few points, since I'm not coming with a as it were, a counterpoint, just a few points that you need to keep in mind. As a criticism of the way we look at federalism, it is always center versus states. And the question really is, what is it that we need for India to do well? I know that everybody's talking about 2047, etc. And there's an enormous amount of agreement on what needs to be done in order to do well by 2047. And one of them is clearly health. The other one is education, skill development. These are 100% state subjects. But the problem is that in delivery of these services, it's not at the state level, it's at the lower level. The biggest failure of decentralization in India is the failure of state governments to decentralize to lower level authorities. In the 94 amendments, when we set up the Panchayati Raj institutions, we allocated a whole number of functions to the Panchayati Raj institutions, but did nothing to decentralize resources to them and also decentralize control of individuals, I mean the employees. And frankly, if you compare this across countries, I mean, in India, 3% of the total resources are actually controlled by or accrue directly to lower sub-state level organization, 3%. In most of the other developing countries, it's about 25%. And in China, it's actually 50%. So quite frankly, people who say that other countries are doing so much better, we need to consider whether the state's share should be divorced from a state's share and converted into a share that would go all the way down to panchayats. Now, you know, I was part of the government at that time and we had discussed all these things. There is a deep suspicion, both amongst the elite and amongst the excluded groups, about the merit of decentralizing down to village level. I mean, it was Ambedkar who said that the Indian village is just den of iniquity. So if you take it from the Ambedkar point of view, they would be totally opposed to the idea of decentralizing everything down to village level, unless other changes are taking place that are altering the basic politics of that area. But this is something we really need to work out, because, you know, if you, I have a feeling that you were addressed, I think, by the finance minister earlier, and I think she said that, you know, we need more of health, more of education. I don't know if somebody asked her specifically, but I'm sure she would have thought that, you know, this means strengthening the ability to deliver these things at the level where these services are delivered. I mean, the present arrangement, when I say the present, I mean since independence, the Finance Commission arrangement completely ignores this aspect. But then, as I said, there's the Ambedkar critique. So this is something people should think about. If you as a citizen were asked, would you approve of decentralizing things down to the village level as opposed to keeping it at the state level, what would be your view? You know, my own feeling earlier used to be that maybe at the state level is better because they are, after all, they have a higher quality administration, this, that. I've changed my mind on that. I mean, I don't have such a high opinion of the quality of administration because like bees, they go where the honey is. So if you were to empower the lower orders of government, if they were the ones giving out the contracts, they were the ones who were employing people, all these people who currently are hanging around the state governments will go down. But this is a highly controversial thing. I mean, if you were to tell any group of teachers' unions that you are no longer going to be an employee of the state government, you're going to be an employee of whatever the local government is, where your school is, there would be utter and complete opposition. Now, I think we have to ask ourselves, the country does not consist of teachers' unions. So you really ask yourself, what is in best interest of students? And I don't have the answer. But I think this is a debate that's not happening. And that's a very important debate, both for teachers' unions and for medicine. You know, today, for example, if you join a state medical service, you want to be posted where the state capital is for all the obvious reasons. I mean, if you were to say that, look, we're going to, I mean, the district hospital is going to be the one that recruits you, and you will not be part of a state medical service, you will be part of the district medical service. This, by the way, is what happens in most developed countries. In developed countries, the percentage of people actually employed by the central government is quite small. That's probably true here also. But the percentage employed by lower levels of government is actually very high. And we don't have this, we don't have a consensus on this. And I think since the business standard is an important instrument for changing thinking, at least those of us who read it think it is, I really urge the editorial side to consider this matter, because it is, I think, a very important one. Another issue, there's obviously all this business of the delimitation and huge unhappiness in the South at losing political power, voice in Parliament. It's an understandable point of view. I think from that point of view, by the way, we are fortunate that the census has been delayed, because the delimitation cannot take place until after, I think it's 2026, based on a census which is the most recent. So, I guess technically you could still go to a more updated one, but since the census has been delayed, that's an obvious factor that will say, well, we'll do it at that time. But is that the only thing that matters? There are two issues which we need to consider. One, could we it's very difficult to get away from one person, one vote. You cannot be a Democrat and say that, you won't have rough parity. So if the North, for whatever reason, has got a high population, it's going to have more people in Parliament. That's true of the Lok Sabha, but does it have to be true of the Rajya Sabha also? I don't think that's necessarily true. Many people have said that we could restore a sense of balance by letting the Lok Sabha be represented on the basis of population, but the Rajya Sabha, I don't think we can go to what the Americans have, which is 2 senators per, per state. We have, I think our top 15 states are relative, even there's a big variation. Amongst the top 15, UP is about 230 million, and probably Andhra Pradesh or something is 35 million or so. And then you've got all the smaller states in the northeast, which are about 10 of them, okay? The smaller states. You have to have some complicated formula which says that up to, let's say, 30 million or so, 1 per state. Between 30 million and 50 million, well, it could have a different proportional ratio. Between 30 and 100, a different one, which could be less per 10 million people. And then above 100, similarly, a graded transformation. Now, that would require a constitutional amendment. Not easy to do. It's an open question, by the way, and I'm not a lawyer, so I shouldn't pronounce. Would it stand the test that you cannot amend the Constitution in a manner which changes the fundamental structure of the Constitution? I don't know. But, if you're going to think about these things should be put on the agenda. And I have one more suggestion, which I don't think creates any constitutional problem. I think there would be much less concern about the concentration of power if states were smaller. UP would probably be the 4th biggest country in the world if it was a separate country. And the truth of the matter is that whenever states have broken away, Jharkhand, others, Uttarakhand, the ones that broke away, the performance improved. So, frankly, it's very sensible for UP to be split into 3 states. It's actually sensible for Maharashtra also to be split into 2 states. You could say the same about Gujarat. You could even say the same about some of the southern states. So actually way back in the 1970s or something, thank you, Ramesh Thapar had made a suggestion to Indira Gandhi. It was couched in a very charmingly nationalistic way. Because he has said that, look, the United States is a much smaller population than us. And they have 50 states, so hum koi kam hai. So he sent her a map of India, dividing up all the bigger states into 2 and 3, etc. I think this sense of being dominated by a region would go down if we had more states across in the region. I think it would provide for greater diversity. It would provide for less of a sense of being overwhelming. So this is, again, an issue. This is going way beyond my level of competence. But since my general level of competence must have gone down, I don't see why in these other matters we can't pronounce. I think we do need to think about this to see how we can move forward. There are many other issues which are really issues of detail, but I think that I would say that we face problems, we should address those problems, and unless we satisfactorily resolve many of them, it is very easy to see the public debate on these issues just getting stuck. And then there'll be any number of things to blame. People will blame something on something else, etc. Hopefully, I invite the Business Standard to pose these issues as clear issues in which people can come and hold forth and put forward their own points of view. So with those words, thank you very much.
And now, sir, may I request you to pose some questions to Arvind, and then some questions from the audience shall be taken.
I think he's already posed the questions. So, yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. I just want to say a couple of small things before, two small things and one a bigger issue. I think, Montek, no one is saying that Maharashtra should deem all corporate taxes from that. It's more about the tax base belonging to the state. So that problem will be taken care of. No one is saying that you should say base it on how much revenue is being generated there. It's more about the tax. You can get per capita GDP. That's how it's allocated across the world. So that's one. And second, Montek, also just to reassure you that we didn't take the whole MSP as the subsidy. We took out the consumer subsidy. So that's all that is taken care of. I think I would first of all agree with Montek that without cooperative federalism, I think the challenges of the country will be very difficult to solve. I do think that what we need in India is, of course, a mixture of cooperative federalism and competitive federalism, because to some extent we did think that it's competitive federalism that would lead to or correct some of the disequalizing tendencies, because we thought if there's divergence across states, then the poorer states could compete by with their cheap labor, attract capital, etc., etc. But that somehow hasn't happened, as Montek and I kind of alluded to. So I think that we need to do cooperative federalism better, that it's a big challenge, that it can get out of control, I think we all agree on. But I think that we are, and this is where I want to take issue a little bit with Montek when he talks about the third tier. I think that we tend to, for example, think that the problem is, we need to give more resources to the third level, and that's the problem, etc., etc. And similarly on agriculture, I think the meta point here is that we need conditions for a dialogue between all parties that can allow us to check the problems in the current contract and build on what's right about the current contract. So it is ultimately a political issue, not a kind of technical issue. And I think the meta question, which I would love Montek and others in the audience, is that, does it require a modicum of trust between parties, between the center and the states? And if there's over-centralization and over-polarization, is that the elephant in the room? And these are all manifestations of that bigger elephant in the room. And I think we need to kind of confront those more head-on on these things.
Can I just pitch in at this point? I think it's very important issues that Arvind has raised. And a lot of what I said about us being over-centralized is really straight out of Karthik Muralidharan's excellent book. So I would really urge all of you who are interested in looking at this issue to read this. Well, it's a 900-page book, but it's well worth going through, and has some excellent stuff on federalism and how to move forward. and a lot of documentation there on why we are over-centralized compared to every other thing you can think of. There's one other point that I want to make. You know, when it's sometimes loosely said, as Arvind, I think, quoted some minister, one of the southern states, saying that if you don't do this, then we'll sort of have to leave. You know, it's inadequate appreciation in the industrialized states that one of the big advantages that they have, being in the union, is that they're getting access to a highly protected Indian market. I mean, the truth of the matter is that that has never been calculated. We are, as anybody will tell you, we still have amongst the highest rates of effective protection of any country. Who is bearing the burden of this protection? It's the domestic consumer. And I think the benefits are going to the domestic producer. So the states that are actually the states where industrial production is located are really benefiting from being able to sell their products at much higher than world prices to a very large market, the so-called big market that everybody talks about. If you want to make a calculation of whether this is a net benefit or not, I think you need to take that into account.
So Montek, that's what I referred to by saying that the idealistic view of this is that these states benefit not just from the bigger market, but also the cheaper labor that comes to some of these states.
Yes, that's another factor.
Yeah.
That in spite of cheaper labor, they need higher protection.
Exactly.
So, but that's not, to my knowledge, it hasn't been brought out as an important point. You know, when anyone talks loosely, thinking that, look, we are a more developed state, and we would somehow be better off by being outside the union, because they wouldn't be taking away our share of taxes, I don't know that they consider that they would actually, by doing that, they would be losing access to what we think is a large market and access which is preferred. So quite frankly, if somebody, for any of the industrialized states, if you did a calculation and took into account this factor, as a percent of the state's GDP, it would actually be quite high. So, I mean, that's something maybe you should get some of your chaps to do.
But Montek, I want to push back on that, is that I too subscribe to that idealistic notion that, you know, it's, you know, the benefits, as I said very clearly, that it's not anyone's tax base because of all these benefits of belonging to a common country. But the point is that on the ground, you know, it's like saying you can't ignore voters' perception, as it were, in a political sense. You can't ignore the political reality of these perceptions, and therefore to say, oh no, you're getting a lot because of this is, you know, theoretically I agree with you completely, but then we risk kind of turning a blind eye and becoming ostriches in the sand, and that's also something we need to address.
No, I certainly agree with that. But I mean, it's just, the funny thing is this is constantly discussed, but this point, to my knowledge, has never been raised by anybody. And I think it should be raised, basically.
Yes, just raise your hands and we'll get the mic to you, and introduce yourselves quickly and ask a question. Yes, sir. To my left, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, my name is Ankur from Business Standard. My question to you is, how do you view these relations between, let's say, the Hindi heartland states and the southern states evolving in light of the TFR in southern states falling below replacement level? How do you think transfers, etc., will take place now that they are in need of migrant labor, particularly in the southern states?
Can I say something more? Can I? Yeah. I think that's a terrific question. I think one of the points that I didn't make, which I think this is a good time to make it, is that I think one of the forward-looking things that we should anticipate and prepare for is that one of the beauties of India in the last 10, 20 years is that even or maybe because of growth being so divergent across states, we have seen much more internal migration than we ever had before. In fact, if some of you might remember, in the economic survey, we calculated based on this very unique data set of railway passenger thing, that levels of migration, long-term migration, were much greater than we've ever had before. And the southern states, and this is to kind of echo something that Montek said, the southern states benefit a lot from that. However, and if you look at Kerala, Tamil Nadu, etc., the amount of labor coming from the other states is now rising very rapidly. Now, just as in international migration, we know that maybe up to a point, the political feasibility of this is possible. But beyond a certain point, and this is something we're seeing across the globe now, notions of nativism take over and then makes this migration less sustainable. And your point about the total fertility rate is very important, is because that's going to encourage even more migration, because aging populations don't have a labor force, so you will actually see more labor coming in. And so we need a set of cooperative federal arrangements whereby, and one can think of many of these, whereby we can ensure that, we saw during COVID, for example, that benefits were people specific, not place specific, or the other way around, place specific, not people specific. And that led to a lot of social disruption around the country. So our whole transfer scheme, I think, has to reflect more and more this immigration happening across states, so that this can be sustained, so that we can get the benefits of internal integration and labor mobility, especially in the context of demographic divide between the North and the South, while ensuring that it doesn't get politically unsustainable because nativism takes over. Let me remind all of you that Bal Thackeray was anti-Tamil before he became anti-Muslim. We see small, little signs in the southern states that this kind of nativism could take over, and we need to guard against that.
Thank you for your answer. Yes, sir, you please.
Yeah, I'm Rishikant Singh, and my thing goes back a little bit. See, there's a lot of view that India got divided because of the linguistic breakup. So the British could manage with so little technology, so little transportation, with just 5 provinces. So can't we even think in that direction and think how we can unite the younger generation? We seem to be just dividing them on caste, gender, on language, and now we are talking of tax and economy. I mean, it's just planting ideas of division rather than trying to unite the country. So is there a solution for that?
The wise Montek.
No, I mean, I don't, by the way, think that it would have been a sensible thing to have India held in 4 groups. I mean, let's face it, the British were an occupying colonial power, and they organized themselves in a manner where they could maintain peace. And they had no doubt about how they would maintain peace if peace was ever threatened. That cannot be the basis of modern India. Whether we are over, and the idea of a linguistic states, we've of course gone beyond that in the sense that we have states divided even when they have the same language. Let's face it, how big a unit is manageable? To my mind, the ideal size of a state should not exceed 30 to 40 million people. Because if the role of the state is not national defense, foreign trade, infrastructure, and those big things, the role of the state is what the individual faces. That is not going to be well done if you have a state which is huge and somebody is sitting in the capital miles and miles away. If you want to create a politics where people begin to sense that the people they've elected are actually responsible for the law and order, for the local quality of schools, local quality of health, etc., I think we are better off with smaller states. And I don't place much value on the center putting in centralizing commonality. I think in one of the charts that Arvind had, he does point out that, the center always wants to get back with centrally sponsored schemes. And quite honestly, I think that's wrong. We should have in my view, we should review the concurrent list and split it up into what should really be central and what should be state. The idea of a concurrent list is one where really it could be state, except when the center doesn't want to let them do it. That is a contradiction in terms. But underneath all this is the point that Arvind made, many others, you need trust. I mean, none of this can work if trust is absent. So the biggest social capital that our leadership can invest in is building trust. If they fail to build trust or fail to invest enough in building trust, whatever you do is not going to work. So that's the answer, really.
And that's really the answer to the question, your question, what should be done? I think that at the very minimum, we should prevent the erosion of trust, let alone getting back trust. At the very least, the social capital that's being eroded because of, division, polarization, at least we should check that. Because otherwise, nothing works, because these are all profoundly political things, social contracts that I think any bargaining over. If you go back, if you go back to the Constitution and, Granville Austin's take, his praise of the Indian Constitution was that it was all about accommodation, and accommodation is a word that he used a lot. Accommodation and compromise. And, that's what, and for that, you need this basic trust to be able to, Arun Jaitley had a very nice phrase where he said that, India needs much more cooperative federalism, based on trust. And I think that's the elephant in the room, which I keep referring to, that we need to get back in the country.
Thank you for your answers. And this is the last question of the session and of Manthan too, so let's make it good.
What will be the projected population of India by 2047, and how to overcome this problem? Or this is not a problem at all?
Montek, may I take that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Any projection, okay, let me make let's end on a controversial note, or a slightly spicy note. Every projection of population that you're going to see in the next, 5-10 years is going to be off by a factor of 20-30%, because everyone for the last 20-30 years has consistently understated the decline in fertility that's happened, and that's happened in India too. Whatever anyone says, it's going to happen much quicker, the population decline. I think on some estimates, global population is actually going to decline starting in the next 15-20 years, and not in 2050 or 2075. And in India too, we're going to see that, in fact, even in the Hindi heartland where fertility levels are still high, that they're going to drop much quicker than anyone has projected. So my sense is that our population will have flattened out, and we are going to soon, already we are, going to talk about the problems of aging and declining workforces. These are problems that China and East Asia are confronting, very seriously, and I think we are going to get to that much sooner than anyone is projecting today. In the 60s, all the talk was about, oh my God, too much population, and I think around the world, it's about too little population and rapid declines, and India has kind of postponed that to some extent, but we're going to head into that in the next decade or two.
Thank you for your answer. Any closing comments? Well then, please come together for a group photograph for our publication. And ladies and gentlemen, few of us here, but let the applause be resounding, please. Our esteemed panelists, thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us here at Business Standard Manthan. Thank you. Thank you both. Ladies and gentlemen, high tea is served. All you need to do is take the escalator down to level 1 and enjoy high tea and some snacks. Thank you very, very much for joining us at Business Standard Manthan, our first inaugural edition. I hope it was well worth your time. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you to all our sponsors and partners, the team behind the scenes, and thank you very much for having me here as host. This is Geetika Ganjudhar saying Namaste. We will see you in next year's edition. Have a good day.